if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
Yo, no, I ain't the type to give up. If I do something, man, I do it till I get what I want. I turn a business out of nothing into something I love. I got a poker face, but honestly, I'm not one to bluff. I flip a switch, never miss, man, I always stay up. Don't let them see you, bitch, always have a plan to stay tough. This life ahead of you ain't easy, it was built to be rough. But that's what makes a personality, is tragedy, bruh. So keep your head on your shoulders. Now we ain't out here moving rocks, we out here moving boulders. Now we ain't getting posterized, we out here making posters. And we ain't got nothing to hide, we move forward like soldiers. You better wake up for the pay stub or you'll pay up. Don't make love to the game, bruh, fuck the game up. Change up, rearrange stuff to your greatness. Famous for the way up, play the game, bruh.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
You know I'm always honest, there ain't no way I'll never stop it.
I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top.
I'm always flirting with pain, she like to hurt me and maim. I'm always working to change, but she's still lurking the same. I keep on building a dynasty while the haters be trying me. But they hate from inside, you see, hate themselves in society. So I let them speak quietly while my actions speak wider. See, they be hiding in privacy with the screen. Oh, the irony to hate someone who's trying to be whatever they would like to be. We all feel the anxiety, we make our own rivalries. Yo, so where is all the positivity? I feel like we all just hate on everything, it's killing me. Thoughts build quick, causing different possibilities. Negative thoughts will cause different disabilities. So do better, work hard under pressure. If you got no time, work smarter than ever. Don't ever let them tell you that you can't never say never. And turn your mind into the truest of go-getters.
Never stop, I'll get it if I want it. Gotta make to myself a promise. I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
You know I'm always honest, there ain't no way I'll never stop it.
I won't quit, keep going till I got it. I won't give up till I'm on top, yeah.
What's good, family? It's your boy, Reckless Ray De Niro, and we're back at it again this evening. We've got a set topic for today. Oh, no, not today. We've got a set topic for today. And the first topic is, obviously, sorry about that, got a phone call come in that's getting denied actively. Because I'm not at work, and I haven't been for a hot minute. The importance of your pack, which is why I have the screen up that I have up. And that is the success rate. And if you guys watched my video this morning that I dropped, thank you, first of all. Those of you who I had conversations with, also thank you. Also, if you're not subscribed over at I Seen Your Little Podcast Network that is running 24 hours a day, you need to be subscribed over there as well. For those of you who are catching me over here, thank you. But definitely hit that network. There's stuff going on 24 hours a day. And one of the things, 1 second, Nidish, let me get through my monologue. These dudes are clamoring for this link. Oh my goodness. Oh Lord, we having a conversation today. Okay, so check this. I will drop the link, but understand, I'm not pulling anyone up till I'm done getting off what I got to get off, because we have an orderly show over here. And the order is me. So I will drop the link. Give me 1 second, guys. I have never seen this many. First of all, thank y'all for showing up this early. Second of all, the clamoring for the link, I respect that. Okay, so check this out. Check this out. The first topic First of all, family, as you are coming in, definitely make sure to hit the likes where you guys catch us, okay? Because we definitely want to build this platform up. Again, I Seen Your Little Podcast Network, which is ISYL Oh, Jesus, I can't even spell this. ISYLP Network on YouTube. Runs 24 hours a day. My homie Beans is very talented, so when there's not an actual show going, there's music. I listen to it sometimes while I'm at work. It's actually very calming, very useful. So I'm like, until he gets shows going 24 hours a day, which I have no doubt that this man will. Until then, he'll have music up there, which is useful to me, and I'm taking advantage of it, not gonna lie. So I did drop the link for those of you who want to jump up in the back of the panel. I'm going to get through my little soliloquy for the first topic, and then I'm going to open it up so you guys can come up and we can rap about it. Oh, my goodness. Okay, first of all, let's talk about everybody who's in the building. Okay, first of all, Lady Navoa is over here watching. Latanya from Canada is over here watching. Natasha has cartwheeled into the building. Who else we got? Casey Moe's in the house. That's family right there. Sell You Light Podcast. Bro, I like that name. It sounds great. He was I think he was the first one in here. I think it was like me and then him. So like he was the first actual person because I pulled these up so that I can navigate the different chats. My goodness, Lady Navoa is in the building. You know what I'm saying? Like people is rolling in from all over the place. Obviously, Bean stopped by. Nightish asked where the link was off rip. You know what I'm saying? He started the clamoring for the where's the link. Big Bad Bull, the mod father. So much respect for this man. I'm going to be tapping in with you over on Instagram. I'm going to message you because I got to pick your brain about some stuff because we always looking for ways to improve around here. And I always know where I'm at with things. And while I'm not trying to be the guy on YouTube, I got a business. I'm busy. I do like to be good, and I do like to make sure I'm always offering the most value possible because basically I do this so I can talk to people. I don't have enough friends. So I'm here talking to you guys. And, you know, everybody's rolling up in here. So, Cece's in the house. What's going on? Cece just got in as well. Mr. Youngblood City is rolling in, you know. It's a different time. Jesus Christ, I might have to start the show earlier because this is the most people we've had. Fatty can't make fun of me now, y'all. We got 13 people watching. Like, oh, yeah. Okay, so you know what? You got to be happy with the small wins. And we making progress, which is dope. So first of all, let me jump into my monologue so we can get right into it, get to the business. Okay. Like, share, subscribe. Also, definitely want to see that happening. But when it comes to okay. So when it comes to the importance of your pack, which is my first order of business that we're talking to, and it was on my video this morning. So what I have pulled up here is the success rate of Angry Snowman. Hold on, I'm dropping it. Is the success rate of lions that hunt. Now, this is lions when they hunt in groups or by themselves. And the success rate for lions is 17 to 30%. That means they only catch what they aim to kill 17 to 30% of the time. And as I said this morning, when I released the video that I recorded for you guys this morning over on my channel, Future Financial Strategies is the playlist. That's the show that specifically talked about this topic. I'm for real not scared of lions no more, man. 17 to 30% is pretty pathetic. Like, you got to be a bad. You got to have bad luck. That's bad luck. 17 to 30% of the time. Like, if stuff goes bad for you 17 to 30% of the time, I would consider you unlucky. Which means that if a lion somehow caught my ass in the Serengeti, I'm going to consider myself unlucky because, like, you had to have done something wrong. God didn't wanted you up out of here. You're slow. If you're American, you're fat. I mean, something had to have happened to facilitate you getting caught by that lion. If their success rate is 17 to 30%. The other thing that I pointed out is that means lions are running around in a state of starvation. They are so bad at what they do. But we call them the king of the jungle. And I'm not agreeing with that anymore. So like I said in this video, don't call me Young Lion. I swear to God, Chicago Rilla shows up and says Young Lion one time to me, bro. It's an insult, and I'm clapping back because that's insulting to insinuate that I only hit the mark 17 to 30% of the time. That's pathetic, especially if you're trying to build anything. Now, you out here just want to struggle indefinitely. 17 to 30% is great. So I'm going to start calling all these average and broke dudes lions, because they are. Now, Feminine Melanin University in the building in the middle of my monologue. You might have to roll it around because I'm hot today, because I'm very passionate about this. Now, me and... Oh, no, I just deleted it. Hold up. So me and my peoples, I'm going to tell y'all how we rolling around. This is how we roll, bro. Me and my tribe, me and my pack. I'm about to share it. Oh, hold up. Wait a second. Before I share this, shout outs to CC for dropping the 20 ball. We hitting the 20 ball early. I haven't even gotten through the monologue yet, and CC's making it rain. Props to you. Thank you so much, CC. I appreciate you. Now, see, I'm redoing some clips and stuff for like my channel so that I don't mess up Beans stuff when I go live. So I don't have all the cuts, because Beans be putting in the work. All the good cuts that I had last week were all Beans. So now everyone gets a personal effing thank you from me for giving me anything tonight. It's a special, and I will stop exactly what I'm doing because I took a power nap before this. I had a snack. I've got my water. I've got my drinky drink. Like, I'm ready to go, people. And like my ADD, all the gerbils are firing. I'm on all cylinders right now. And I'm going to be until I go to sleep, which will probably be around 11 or 11:30. But until then, we are getting gut punches all night. That's what we're doing. So anyways, this is how me and my people are rolling. Like I said this morning, we rolling around like some dogs. Let me move myself out the way. So I'm gonna go down here. I'm gonna make myself smaller because I am not pretentious, bro. This ain't about me. This is about y'all. But we are rolling like some dogs. And I just remade the dinero position over on this channel because I didn't save it it didn't save over here last time. We running around like some dogs. Wild dogs have around an 80% success rate. These dogs is always eating. And I'll tell you what, in my pack, these dogs is always eating too. We get into the bag. We get into the mark. And I know that money doesn't buy happiness, but money buys every fucking thing else. Everything else. Unless you about to go take it. Now, I seen some dudes today on the panel before I got over here, and yes, we gonna speak on this because like this dude did not want to have a conversation with me. First of all, they passed it over like I don't know what the hell I'm talking about. But apparently everybody who got a job is a slave. But sitting around asking for people for money on the internet, that's freedom. By the way, hit the Cash App. That's apparently freedom. That's what these dudes do all day. So, and they didn't want to, there was no expounding on what slavery is. But I'll tell you what, I happily would go to work and secure this bag at 80% and build what I'm building for somebody else. Because I understand that first of all, I'll be the first person to tell you, I'm the worst employee. And it's not that I don't work harder, because I outwork everyone everywhere that I've worked at, because most jobs, in my opinion, that I have had are beneath my intelligence level. And before I jump too far into that, and you guys are like, "Oh, Ray, you're arrogant, you're pretentious, you're too high on your horse." No, I'm fucking not. So the reason I say that is when I say something is beneath my intelligence level, that means I'm the best at it. Now, I've never had a job where I wasn't the best at it. The best, which means I'm working circles around people that have been there for years. I've been there for a month. I've been there for weeks. I've been there for days. Because people are not built like me. And I'm 100% believe that. I don't think a specific group of people are better than other people, but like me personally, I think I'm better than most other people, especially when it comes to jobs and working. Not a question. Like, the other reason that I'm a terrible employee is, while I know this, I'm not there to be a great employee. I'm there to get my bag, which means that any job that I take, which realistically, before you start talking this slave talk, the question is, why are you working? Why did you enter into this agreement to take money from someone else who built something and then expect them to also take care of you? That to me is messed up, in my opinion. It's a bad way to go in. Now, see, the way I go in is I'm going, what can I get out of this place? And how does this get me to where I'm going? And if the math don't math, or we are not aligned, I'm going to be out, because I know I'm good enough to go. I can go get a job anywhere and I'll be the best at it. And them's just facts. I've worked a bunch of different careers in my life. I spent 6 years in mental health. I worked 3 years in a warehouse building furniture for Nebraska Furniture Mart. I've worked at FedEx. I worked 2 years at FedEx. They was trying to promote me, and I thought I was moving, so I didn't even take the promotion. And I got the interim manager that was working above me. I worked so hard that they didn't want to give that person the management position. They wanted to give it to me and move them back to packing the trucks, because I'm that ridiculous when it comes to work. Like, if I'm going to be there, I'm going to give you your money's worth, but I'm getting my money's worth, because I'm about my business. Now, with that said, I'm now partner in a business. So like, I own a business. So like, it's not the same. Like, now I'm in there busting my butt for myself partially. And I'm cool with that, because I'm building things. But like, if you want to have an asset talk, like, somebody asked if I was flexing because I was explaining to them that I didn't need their help with credit repair because my credit's already over 800. And they were like, is that a flex? And I was like, no, net worth is a flex in this house. Like, if you're not having that conversation, not being built like a sack of shit is a flex in this house. Being able to go, not only do I have more money than you, but like, come and try and take what's mine in this house is a flex in this house, because I can both protect and provide. Now, this brings me towards the end of my soliloquy, because I've been ranting for about 20, but I'm bringing it back home, because me and my pack roam around like some dogs. We set the target. 80% of the time we're hitting the mark. We're hitting the mark. So before you go tell me that I'm a slave, I'm like, who are you rolling with? Who are your associates? Who are you associated with? And I understand that I have a different take on this than a lot of these other dudes who want to talk money in this market, because I'm still building, because I'm the broke person in my group of friends. I'll say it again. I'm the broke person in my group of friends. And you hear me talking my shit. So when I tell you that there ain't nowhere to hide in my circle, and like, most of these cats that are out here on the internet would not fit in, because I run around with a bunch of thorough dudes that are not just black. Some of them are, but not all of them. But I got a lot of white people that pour into me too. And most of them are most of them are in the net worths of $1 million and over, and own a bunch of businesses as well. So like, while you sitting here telling me I'm a slave and begging on the internet for money, talking about we ain't gonna have roads because like ain't nobody supposed to be paying into none of the stuff that this society's built, not realizing that we've all won the genetic lottery to be in first world countries. And I'm speaking as an American. But if you are in a first world country, period, you are lucky, because it is much worse. All these other places where these pie in the sky ideologies that these people put together and expound on the internet about how they want shit to work, that we have historical evidence that like, when nobody pays taxes or when nobody contributes to the collective good, roads don't happen. You want to talk about people who don't pay taxes? Go look at every third world country in Africa where they are living in huts and have no air conditioning. That's what happens when there's no collectivism. Just throwing it out there. But that's the importance of having a pack. Now, I understand from the perspective of a lot of these YouTube cats, and like, I understand I'm not built like these dudes. I cam up. And the reason I cam up, which apparently I heard asking people to cam up is now gay. And I'm going to tell you straight up that I see you in the back, Sell You. I appreciate your patience, brother. I'm sorry, but like, I've been hot on this all day. So I got to, you know what? Look, I'm going to just bring Sell You on with me, but I'm going to keep ranting. So Sell You in the show now. Sell You's up here with me. Hold up. Let me make this to where y'all can see him too. Okay. So apparently asking dudes to cam up is gay now. And the thing is this, the only people I've asked ever to cam up are these dudes who are out here talking about they're not getting any type of respect from women. They're not getting women that are submissive. Women don't want to act right about me, but I got all the money in the world and I don't know why she don't act right. And I'm like, well, cam up. Oh, that's gay. Oh, I must be gay because I want you to cam up. Like, no, I'm trying to ascertain whether you're built like a sack of shit. I'm trying to ascertain if a woman ain't going to act right around you, because if you walking through an alley and you walk past a motherfucker like me and I want your stuff, I'm taking your stuff and her. That's not safety, bro. That's not protection. You are only hitting one of the marks. And if you're only hitting one of the marks and you're overcorrecting for it at the expense of your health, now you got some fucked up genes. Who wants to have you blasting babies in them if they're going to have weird ass kids because you are built weird? You are built weird. Thank you, Bull. I'm going to dial it back. See there? Bull got my back, bro. I always be looking for Bull to dial it back in, because I do start running. And all these gerbils are running together up here today. In accord. They're in lockstep. The gerbils are on code today. So and I have a lot of smoke for the men. I do have smoke for the women, but like, I really don't care about what women on the internet say, because they're not women that I deal with or see, because they can't afford to be in the places I'm at. So that's the reason I'm trying to get context. I'm like, where are we meeting these women? Where are we having these problems? Like, I need to see the full scope of a picture, because a dude saying I make 6 figures with an avatar that's that's Patrick from SpongeBob bent over looking between his legs, bro. Like, first of all, anybody can say anything on the internet. And so I'm trying to figure out how, if I don't make 6 figures, but I own a lot of stuff, and you do make 6 figures and you can't get a woman to act right around you, I'm trying to understand where the discrepancy is. Like, what are you building? Do you have a plan? What does your circle look like? Are you respected by men that are notable men? Like, do men that command respect you? I can say that about myself. These like one-off Aaron, everybody wants to be a lone wolf. Like, cool. Good luck with that. Good luck with that. I got a team of millionaires. Like, we figuring stuff out, million and up. Like, what are we doing? What are we doing? That's cool. Good luck beating me by yourself. Like, awesome. Because we're competing for everything. Oh, we're gonna isolate our community. Y'all kick me out once a week, but our community, we're gonna isolate, and we're just not gonna deal with people. Like, good luck with that. Because that's not gonna work either. It's not gonna work. So when I talk about pack, like, I'm not talking about a specific community. I'm not talking about a specific race. I deal with people that are going the same direction that I am, that have the same drive that I am, that will keep me from running off the ledge. They keep me driven. Like, hey, are you on your stuff? Like, what do you mean you're not on your stuff? Like, you sitting around watching TV? How do you have time for that? You're not up here yet. How much work are you putting in on your YouTube stuff? How much work are you putting in on building up these processes that your business needs? Because you're not up here yet. What do you mean you're sitting down? You ain't earned that. And I haven't. And they keep me accountable. The people that you keep around you, if you're around a bunch of people that got Cheeto crumbs in their belly button and are sitting there playing video games all night because that's what y'all do, and you want to scream and talk hard and cuss each other out on Call of Duty, and then you're also going to sit around and complain about what other people who don't have Cheeto crumbs in their belly button and cussing people out on Call of Duty, you also want to complain and shoot shots at them and then wonder why they don't respect you and then want to sit here and say we're all the same. We're not the same. If you're not built like me, you're not hustling how I am, and you're not making the moves that I'm making, I am not going to sit here and act like the sacrifices that I'm making that you aren't. I'm not going to sit here and gratify your shallow, weak egos by saying that I'm the same as you. I'm not. At no point, unless you do the work, do you get to be the same. We have hierarchies for a reason, and as much as y'all want to go into this feminine state and be like, oh, kumbaya, and we're all equal, we're not. Women don't even think we're all equal, because as much as they tell you they want dudes that cry, I don't know no woman who lists off I want a sad dude as anywhere on the list of things that they're looking for in a man. Nowhere. I want a dude who cries all the time and is in touch with his emotions and is just super sad and depressed and has mental health problems and is going to a therapist and doesn't make any money and is broke and is short and is not in good shape. That's not a list for any woman on this planet that specifies. Like, we have things that we want and they have things that they want. And Mayo Monkey's in the building. Georgia Swan is in the building. I love it. Oh, Jesus. Hold up. Wait a second. I got to pause because I don't have my thing. God dang it. Georgia Swan hit me with the 5-ball. Thank you. I don't have my clips because I haven't uploaded the clips yet. So everyone gets a personal thank you. And Georgia, I appreciate you. I appreciate you so much. Thank you. And hold up. What else we got? We got some stuff has happened. Jeep. Oh, okay. Never mind. Got you. We'll be setting that up here soon, Jeremy. I just saw that. We'll get it done. It'll be done this weekend. Okay, so some more craziness is coming. So I'm going to have updates for y'all this week because Casey Mo, we making moves. So, okay. I just saw that. And I do have updates for you on the other facets. So I got some things I need to hand off to you over the weekend anyway. So like maybe we can get some hangout time on Sunday. But when we get back on the importance of the people around you, they mold your thought process. They are people who are going to go, like, if you're a dude, like my circle, when we have down days, and we do, because like I hang out with people who are I prefer to hang out with people who have military experience, that special forces, stuff like that, or own businesses, high stress, people that work out, stress. And when we're down, it's not necessarily that I'm like, yo, I hate you now. You aren't part of the squad. Like, we work through it, but it's a productive work through it, not, oh man, like, let's just be sad and go sit down for a while. It's like, okay, cool. Like, let's game plan this. Let's work through the problem. How long are we sitting on the couch? And like, I have friends who literally wanted to be sad and depressed. And I'm like, bro, like, when you get off the couch, I'm here and I will hold space for you. And I'm going to be the biggest cheerleader for you as soon as you get up. But I am not sitting there with you. And the issue is we have a society that's become so soft, and I'm speaking directly to the men on this, that has become so soft that now when we are sad, we're looking for a bunch of dudes that want to sit on the couch with you. I've had friends in my circle that in their friends group have been like, hey, and this is in a checking on someone's health type of way. Like, hey, like, you're putting on some weight. Like, you okay? And the dude ran in, and this is out. Dude ran into the bathroom and cried. What the hell is wrong with you people? What the hell is wrong with you? Gonna run into the bathroom and cry about the weight that you actively put on to the point that your homie noticed it? And I told him straight up when he told me the story, because I was the first person he called. I was like, you know, he can't hang out with us, right? Ever. I don't even want you to tell me who it is, but I want you to understand that he can't be around the group. That's your soft group of friends, and you can go spend time with them all you want, but don't bring them around me. I can't with it. I can't deal with it. And, you know, like, that's the nature of how this society has weakened these men. And so when women say there's no good men, I kind of believe them. Not gonna lie. I do think that there could be a discrepancy in expectation, but I'm like, just by and large, salt of the earth men, like, ugh, if dudes are going to the bathroom and crying when their homie asks them from a health perspective, he wasn't like, yo, bro, you fat. It was like, are you all right? Like you're putting on a lot of weight. Like, are you good? Because, and this was during the pandemic stuff. So he was like, like that's one of the things that'll get you up out of here if you catch this, apparently per the news. Like, I'm concerned, like you putting on some weight. And he gonna go cry about it. Like, what happened to somebody giving you some feedback and you going to the gym and doing something about it? I'm gonna reference Lady Navoa's comment earlier. Like she kept pushing me. She was like, you should stream a little bit of this over to your channel so that I can catch it. Cool. You take the feedback. I didn't scream at her and go, listen, lady, I'm gonna do what I want to do, and I'm not listening to you, and I'm doing it my way. I'm like, cool, like you want it over here after I hit a certain metric, sure, I'll put it over there. Like, I don't navigate these YouTube streets like any of the other panels y'all see me on. Like, I support the people I support regardless of how other people feel about them. Most of my, especially my YouTube friends, none of them like each other. None of them. None of the people I support for real mess with any of the other people I support. And you see me rolling around here clean as days. I'm not getting messy with nobody. I'm not talking trash on nobody because, like, A, this isn't real life. That's A. But B, I don't ever want to find myself in an echo chamber. If I end up in a space where I'm like, everybody just implicitly agrees, like I argue with the people in my pack because I've got very conservative and very liberal friends in the group of people that are in my pack. And we argue all the time. All the time. We argue about stuff all the time. There's always pushback. There's always those good conversations. And it always ends with like, cool, how we get into this money? Like, we don't agree on this. But like the other 65, 70%, we agree on. Let's roll. These dudes out here in these YouTube streets trying to make this sound like it's tribal, like, oh, it's a black versus white. There's going to be a race war. There ain't going to be no race war, bro. The only races that are going to be fighting are the poor of all races, which is basically going to just be black people and white people. Like, on some made up stuff. Like, because they ain't never left this country. They've never experienced being an American. They've never experienced the privilege of seeing something happen to somebody else and being like, man, that's terrible. Dang, happy it's not me. Wouldn't trade you. Like, yeah, they just don't know any better because they don't have the opportunity. And that's the reason I'm always say, if you are the shining star in your group of friends, it's time to start expanding that group. I'm not telling people to dump people. You ain't got to be like me. Me personally, I'm an advocate of just dumping people off. I do. I cut people off all the time. Like that's me personally because I ain't got time. I don't have time. Like I'm already a bad friend as it is. I don't have time to be like nurturing non-beneficial relationships or relationships with people that aren't trying to move forward because then they just get upset with me. And I'm not gonna do that. What's going on, Jay Rillo? Jay Rillo's in the house. But the thing that I wanted to get at here and closing with this is you have to expand your group. You have to go talk to people that you wouldn't normally talk to just to find out what they're about. Like if you think all white people are racist, you should go meet some. Like, go meet some people. And if you're white and you think all black people are criminals and that we're all murderers, go actually meet some black people. You ain't got to go to the hood. Go meet a black person with money. I guarantee you. Because if you have that opinion, you're probably broke. I guarantee you that no black person who has more shit than you is trying to kill you. I promise. I'll be one of them. I'll tell you right now. I ain't even trying to be around your broke ass because you probably smell funny. Like, it's just what it is. So you should expand those circles. Also, the thing that doing that will do for you is allow you maybe some opportunities for growth. Because generally speaking, if you're the broke person in your group, everyone else in the group don't like you being the broke person in the group. They're like, you got to get up here with us. Like, we're sick and tired of having to take you places, and we always catching the bill. We need you to be able to afford some of these bills. We like hanging out with you, but like, you need to be in this realm so that you can catch some of these bills, so that you ain't got to feel like a handout all the time. And it will make you uncomfortable to where you start putting in the work. And I'll tell you this, all of you who were talking about rich people don't talk about money. They don't talk to yo broke ass about money. I'm going to say that one more time. Rich people don't talk to condescending, upset, broke people about money because they don't want your poor ass to rob them. They don't talk to you. Amongst themselves and in their groups of friends, they are talking about money. So if you're around rich people and they're not talking to you about money, it's probably either the way that you're presenting yourself, or they're viewing you as some sort of liability to where they can't speak to you. So like, maybe you want to step your game up, or maybe you want to look like you're trying. I mean, that's what I've always done. You look like you're trying, people tend to help you with shit. It's the truth. Like, you look at all the people who are supporting me. The only person who I knew and had any type of relationship with, period, was Natasha Vincent. And you'll see her in the chat. She was the only person that I knew when I started doing this. And she's also the reason that I started doing this, because she asked me. And I said, yes. Like, everybody else who's in here that you see with these mod wrenches, everybody who's a part of the movement that I'm trying to put together, that's not just going to be a single faceted movement. It's not going to be a single ideal movement. That's really just my own narcissistic way of finding people that I jive with around the world. It's what it is. I'm selfish, and I ain't gonna lie about it. This shit's for me because I like talking to y'all, and I like having my opinions and things molded, because 90% of the time, prove that I'm right to myself, or to find out if I'm actually off and I need to pivot. Because that's how you improve, and that's how I improve. So this just makes me better. Now I'm going to introduce Cellulite Podcast. You in the house, bro. I'm sorry, and thank you again for your patience. That Detroit hat is dope, and you look exactly like Royce the 5'9", bro. And I was like, dude, if this is Royce, I'm on my live stream, bro.
You ain't shit.
I love Royce the 5'9" on like literally top 5 favorite rappers, bro. Hands down.
Yeah, that's my guy.
Royce. I love Royce.
Yeah, that's my guy. I never met him. I shook Eminem's hand once.
Oh my God, you got to meet him?
Yeah, his restaurant down here, Mom's Spaghetti. I went to it when it first opened up. It's literally right down the street from my motherfucking house. But yeah, I met a few Detroit legends and natives. Like if anybody know Trick Trick, you know who Trick Trick is. I met Trick Trick once. Blade Icewood, met him once. So it's a lot of Detroit legends that a lot of people don't know about unless you're like really from Detroit and know like the area and the environment and the people. But yeah, I met quite a few people.
What's happening, man? That is freaking dope. What's going on?
Nothing much, man. I appreciate you putting that monologue out there, man. A lot of people need to hear that, because and I'm just speaking primarily to black men. A lot of black men don't understand that your tears don't amount to nothing. It's all about what you're building financially, and that don't necessarily mean you got to have the biggest gigantic bank account in the whole wide world. I tell people straight from my front, when I was going to through the Detroit Public Schools school system, I didn't learn about stocks and finances until I started working at my first warehouse. Like, this is after the Army, and it was this driver, white guy. He was like, hey, so so how much do y'all make here? And I didn't want to tell him because, I'm just like, why is this white man asking me about my money? Yeah. But he's saying that I was working hella overtime. So he was like, hey, man, so he's like, so did you got your future set up? I said, what the fuck you talking about my future? And he was like, you know about stocks, you know about this, that. I was like, no, I don't know about none of that shit, man. I'm from Detroit. I don't know shit. He's like, you need to stop talking like that. He's like, because if you really he's like, surround yourself around the right people, you got to learn the language of money. He was like, man, no one wants to talk to a motherfucker who just sound like he just complained all the damn time. So for a whole year, this white man took it upon himself to include me into his group of people. And they taught me about the language of money. And since then, I have changed how I maneuver, especially with my money, especially with the people who I have around my circle. Because if you already been broke and you start to come into finances and you start to increase your credit score and you start to now worry about your future, you will find that a lot of your people in your social group, they actually don't bring no value to you whatsoever.
Right.
They're there to have fun. They're there to, crack a joke and all this, that, and the other. But when the conversation of money come up, the first thing, hey, Ray, man, I heard you talk about money last week. Can I hold 20? Bro, why you always asking for money?
Yep.
Like, what are you doing to build your money? Man, I had this guy, man, I'm too good for a job. So you are comfortably broke. No problem with it. No problem.
Facts.
Yeah, man. So I'm glad that Beans, he directed me over, and I'm glad that you had that monologue, man. A lot of people need to hear that.
Well, like I love Beans to death. He reminds me of me when I have to do stuff that I don't like doing. Like, me and Beans have an understanding because, like, I 100% think that Beans just complains as he moves through the process, which I also do as well. If, like, we come up with a problem, I'm going to complain the whole time from start to finish. And then once I get to the end, I'll be like, oh, that wasn't that bad. Like, okay, whatever. Like, next. And then if it ever comes up again, I know how to fix it and I don't complain. But, like, if it's something new, my default is, man, I get upset at work. Like, I'll be like, man, this is ridiculous. And I don't know how to how are we supposed to do this? And then I'll do that the whole time I'm actively doing the work. And, like, with Beans, I think that a lot of people, because of the angle that he comes at with his journey, feel like they have some sort of right to disrespect him, which is twofold. And this is the thing that I hate seeing, is when black people do this to other black people. And it's the same thing that I get on conservatives about, because it's a black conservative attitude, is if you're not doing exactly what I think you should do, you don't qualify. And not only do you not qualify, I'm going to be disrespectful to you. I'm going to try to hinder your progress because I don't want to see you win, because you ain't winning the way that I want you to, or the way that I did it. And I'm not going to see the value in you trying. Now, I'd 100% hate that attitude. And what I always circle it back to is, when I'm navigating in conservative circles here in the state of Kansas, I don't care. I'll dox myself. Come find me. It's Kansas City. You won't make it from the airport here. But I mean, the last person who came here with smoke was Mac Dre, and we all know what happened to him, bro. We sent him back. It's what it is. You can't navigate these streets if you ain't from here after a certain point. And I can go into those points and just sit. So it is what it is. But the way that people look at things, like I see people of value. So, like, I have friends who are felons. I don't have a record, but I have friends with records. And, like, my family, like, if Roz doesn't do the whole YouTube thing anymore that much, but, like, he came through town, hit me up, and I was like, bet, I got you. Took him out. He met my folks, like my mom, my stepfather poured into him. Had some, like, real deep conversations. Like, they give all that they can, because, like, we grew up in a family where it was like, my mom was a detective. Like, she ran Kansas City's gang squad, first officer assigned to it. First officer to survive a gang initiation where you had to take out a cop and come back with the badge.
Nice.
First to two. Like, she a scrapper. But even after all that, like, I can bring somebody around and be like, yeah, this is my homie. He's got a Fed record. Like, it's cool. And she's like, cool, we're going to pour into him. Like, what are you trying to do now? I don't care. She's like, I don't care what you did. I want to know what you're trying to do. The issue is when they have somebody like Beans come into these spaces, they feel like by default, because of his journey, that they can go in and try. And the thing is, it's realistically looking at black people just tear down other black people. Because he's like, hey, yo, I'm trying, and, like, this is what I'm trying to do. And, oh, I got you. What's going on? Hold up. Sir Hale Speaks is in the building. What's going on, Sir Hale? How you doing, bro? But the way that he navigates so when I go, like, I got invited to go meet. I got to go to some campaign stuff back when we were trying to vote out our treasurer, which we were not successful at, but our treasurer in Kansas sucks. And I got brought in by one of the people in my circle who was hosting another Republican candidate that, so like, it was very conservative. I was one of 2 black people there, but like the thing is, so I showed up first. I was the first black person there.
Mm-hmm.
And he brought me in, and it was like one-on-one with this dude who was running for that position for like an hour with just like 5 people, and I was one of the 5 people. Goes into the event, there's like another older black dude who showed up, and as soon as he saw me, he gave me that look like, what are you doing here? And I was like, I was here first. Like, I don't understand. And so then, like, after it was over, they had like it was a men's discussion. Like, it was just the men that were important at this event, and I was one of the people who got to stick behind for that. So we're sitting there talking, and this dude immediately launches into like, oh, black people this, and like, we got to do that. And I'm like, and so I checked him in front of everybody, and I'm like, no, like, dude, like, you're giving no context for this, because I was like, technically all this stuff is your fault. What do you mean? And I'm like, well, you're the generation that fought for this shit, right? But somehow we're here now. Like, if nobody asked to be here, I didn't vote myself into existence, right? Like, so y'all made what's here now. And you're part of that community as well, because you're old. And like, he was just like, oh, well, and I'm like, yeah. So like, you looked at me and saw the afro and assumed some shit. And now that we're having the conversation, I'm going to dog walk you just like I dog walk these cats online, in person, to your face.
I think what a lot of people hold, I'm sorry, I don't know if you.
Oh, no, go ahead.
I think what a lot of people do is, especially when you're a black man, they hold, and this is just society. They hold a type of bias against you, right? When I first walked into the company that I'm into now, I already had the mindset, I'm going to be a manager. I'm going to be a general manager. I'm going to be something, right? You know what I'm saying? But I never had that stagnant, remain, in one spot mindset, because that's just not the way I am. Coming up in Detroit, militarily trained veteran, and I always want to win. That's just me. When I came into this company and when I started negotiating my contract, a lot of people, we don't, of course, within companies, you don't talk about contracts with other people, like how much you're making, all this, that, and the other. Right. But we had this asshole of a fucking RM who pretty much tried to put everybody's business out there. And once everybody found out how much I was making, they was like, why the fuck he get to make this much? This. I said, listen, I negotiated, right? I said, because being that I'm the only black, or at the time I was the only black man in the Michigan area who was the fucking GM at this point in time, my thing was, y'all look at me with the disdain that I'm just another nigga, right? Excuse my language.
Right. Oh, no. You good. You good. Cool. We can let it rock over here. Like, it's cool. I like my streams a little edgy. Okay, cool. We have fun. We have fun in this house.
That's how they look at a lot of black men, especially when you walking into somewhere where they usually not typical of seeing black men in certain spaces or sitting at certain tables or around certain conversations. You automatically looked at it as less than, or you just another nigga. And unfortunately, you then have to show your intelligence. You have to show your degree. You have to show your knowledge base to be accepted. My thing is, look, accept me for just as a man first. Fuck the fact that I'm black. Just know that I'm knowledgeable, that I did not get here by accident. I didn't beg. I didn't get on my knees. I didn't kiss no ass. I got here because I worked my ass off. A lot of people a lot of people feel like, oh, I deserve this because I'm black. No, the fuck you don't.
Right.
Because you're black don't mean shit. Because there's a lot of ain't shit black people, men and women.
Facts.
I mean, if we're really gonna call a buck, let's call it what it is. Just because you have a certain characteristic about yourself, and I'm not talking about just looks, or you have a certain skill set, don't necessarily mean that you belong at this table. Maybe you at the wrong table. And we as people sometimes don't want to hear that, because the table that we probably sitting at is probably the table that's not for us. Right. But that's okay. Right? Because we didn't put in the time to be able to earn that spot at that table. And then when you do earn that spot, I hate when black people do this shit. When you do earn that spot at the table, don't think that you remain in that spot just because you got there. You still got to put in more work. You still got to put in. You got to put in more work to show that you would not only belong at that table, but now I'm looking at the neck. I'm tired of sitting at this 4-seater. I'm trying to go over there with the 3-seater with the big heads.
Yeah. I mean, well, the thing is, everybody wants to be at those tables without seeing any of the work that went into it or any of the stress that carries. You know what I'm saying? Like I tell people all the time, like I'm not a believer. Oh, and shout outs to Nightish and Mr. Youngblood City. Like this isn't just the two of us talking. I'm sorry for not greeting y'all as you came up. That's rude on my part. I'm still
disrespectful.
Hey,
Disrespectful.
Bro, come on.
What up, big dog?
Bro, I'm sending you all the midget funnies on Instagram now. I hope you have
BBW midgets
all week. Huh?
BBW midgets?
Oh, Jesus.
Yes, sir. That's me. I'm that guy. Yes. I don't mess with nothing I can't live. I mean, I'm sorry. I only mess with what I can live. If I can live it, then I can mess with it.
Cellulite. Bro. So this is why Bean sent you over here. So, he was like, hey, bro, I know who you need to. He's like, I know who you need to be with.
Yeah, cellulite is a wordplay on cellulite. So when I first came up with it, because like when I first came into these YouTube spaces, everybody was like, man, well, all you do is talk about how your love and appreciation for big girls. I'm like, hell yeah. 15 minutes, Lizzo, one room. It's me, baby. I'm in there.
Bro. Oh, Lord. Hey, we gonna be sending some women your way that got high expectations.
I ain't got no problem. I'm the wingman, right? We all go out, and it's that one big chick over there. That's me.
Hey, that's how it is. That's how it is, though. Like, you know what? That is an under respected position in the squad.
Hey man,
is the dude who actually likes big girls, bro.
That is the guy who you pull off the bench when when bases loaded, it's bottom of the knife, and the motherfuckers who is supposed to swing, his arm hurt. All right, and you got and they pitching the big ball. It's like, all right, cool, go get Will. Bet I'm in this motherfucker.
Oh my god,
about to send us home.
Oh, okay. So you got to rock out with us every Thursday. I like this. This is a good dynamic, bro. I could be like, I got Royce who likes big girls on the panel, bro.
Come on now.
I'm set.
Come on now, goddammit. Come on now.
Oh my goodness. Okay, so question, because you're from Detroit, right?
Born and raised and still reside.
Okay, sorry for doxing. I don't know how other people feel about that. But hey, Detroit's a city, bro. Y'all have time of day robberies, bro. Ain't nobody coming up there to see.
Ain't nobody coming up there. And listen, it ain't about to be no protesting up here. It ain't about to be no bullshit up here. Ain't nobody about to flat to. Now I can't speak for everybody. I was on Bean Stream and I seen they was talking about the whole Anton thing and Big Bad Bull, I think his name was. Yeah. He asked me how I ever met. I've never met Anton. Don't know the guy. It's a couple of people that's like on these YouTube streets that's from Detroit. But you know, they fake flexing, and it is what it is.
I mean, you know, they do the same thing here. So like, there's Kansas City, and then there's like all these areas around Kansas City, but everyone says they're from Kansas City. But like, if you're from here, like when I see people from out of town, because we always find each other, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm from KC," and I'm like, "Where?" Kansas City. I'm like, "No, exactly where I live there." Oh, I'm like, oh, okay, bro. So
when I see people say they're from Detroit, right? I ask them one question. I ask them, pronounce this street name, and I type it in the chat or I'll spell it out.
Oh Lord!
If you can't pronounce this street, you ain't from Detroit. Period. It's as simple as that. Facts. So like a lot of people, like I myself, I'm only 34. I just turned 34 this year. And I learned a lot of my history about Detroit from when I was working when I was doing security at the homeless shelter, also from my father, my grandfather, he's passed. But the more I learn about my city, when I see people like, oh yeah, I'm from Detroit. Oh, you is? All right, cool. You know about the Best Friends gang? Man, who the fuck is the Best Friends? Okay, I need to talk to you. You know about the gang? I don't need to talk to you. I need to talk to you. You know about the Cheddar Boys? You know about Cheddar Boys? Okay, cool. What about Maserati Rick? Oh, you don't? Oh, man. What about BMF? Not the TV show. Fuck the TV show. What about the real BMF? You know them? You don't? All right, cool. No problem.
Bro, I love it. Dude, it's like that everywhere. Like, there's ways to tell where you're from.
Yes.
But, God dang it, I lost my train of thought. I'm having so much fun. This is great.
My bad. I threw out BBWs. No. My bad.
Right. No, okay, so... No, because so that's an important role in the pack, right? Is the dude who's going to go defuse the hand grenades. So, be like, "Hey, Flak Jacket, come
Hey,
here."
I got you, bro. I got you, baby. Mhm.
Like, he about to defuse this whole situation. We getting
I
that
got
whole
you.
group tonight. Like,
Yeah, the whole group
bro,
of friends, the whole group of girls that came out, and it's that one
Yep.
angry big chick. It's just like, hey,
Yep.
I'll go take care of them. I got what's up, big girl? How you doing? Cool.
yeah.
Hey, we ain't gonna pay attention to them. You will, right?
No,
now.
you know, I love that perspective though. Like that's no, because this is the thing, and this is another thing. Actually, fine, we're just gonna rant about shit that annoys me as it comes up in conversation. This is another thing that annoys the hell out of me is people being like, "Oh, yo, girl's ugly." It would be like, "Thank you." Like, if like as long as I want to hit it, like I'm good, bro. Like
all that matters is I'm fucking. That's it.
Well, it's such an arbitrary thing because people be like, "Oh, well, like she's a 10," and I'm like, what if homeboy? Because like that'd be like if me and you probably got different tastes in women, considering you like big girls and I don't at all.
No problem. I got you.
Right. So, but what I'm saying is, like, if we're looking in a room, we are looking at totally different chicks, and like that's okay because you gonna be happy with what you get.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna be happy with what I get.
Mm-hmm.
These dudes on these YouTube streets that are so concerned about who everybody is busting down is weird to me. They're like, "Oh, well, yo girl ugly." Like, it's not your girl though. Like, I mean, technically speaking, any girl that don't want to fuck you is technically ugly as far as you're concerned, right?
even if she is your girl, she's still not yours because she's not your property. She don't belong to you. You see what I'm saying?
100%. But it's like, that'd be like if I was going, "Hey, let me tell you, Cellulite, what to do in your household because your house should be my house." Like, no, I don't live in your house, bro. Like, how you navigate in your house, is how you navigate in your house. Yes. Which brings me back to one of my points about these conversations that have been going on lately between all the wealthy people and the poor people in these YouTube streets. The one thing that I will say is this. I ain't never sat around with none of my rich friends talking about poor people. Ever.
No.
Ever. I ain't never sat around and been like, "You know what? These motherfuckers sleeping until 10 pissing me off, bro. Like, I want to sleep until 10. Like, the only reason, and it's always a one-way conversation, because brokies are going to be upset about people having money, and they're like, "Oh, well, I want to be able to get on a plane and go wherever the hell I want to go." And it's like, well, just work 100 hours a week. You can do that.
Go put in the fucking work.
Yes. And then they melt down and they're just like, "Well, no, the system's rigged." And like, I'm just like, bro,
I used to be stuck in that victimized.
But this is the thing. We have internet. I give game on my channel 2 times a week, bro. I've been in cryptocurrency for 10 years. Over 10 years now.
Yeah.
I built a portfolio from scratch that I'm tracking this year, right? With the mythology and why I'm doing the moves that I'm making and explaining my stuff. I also have a future financial strategies channel where I'm talking about stuff like getting involved in private banking, which, like, if you are involved in any type of banking, you should be working towards private banking relationship because it's different and it's better. But documenting that journey as well. And I'm like, bro, like, but the caveat is, the disqualifier for me is I'm not rich yet. And I'm like, well, when I am rich, the stuff that I'm documenting right now for you as I'm doing it with my money isn't going to work. And that's the thing that people don't understand is, like, all these gurus, all these dudes that are sitting at the top of the mountain, the shit that they did to get there don't work no more necessarily. In concept, sure. But like the boots on the ground aspect of it, somebody who's actively making those moves and like showing you like, "Hey, like this didn't work. I lost money," or like this didn't work, or this did work. And like, this is what's working. So I'm going to keep doing this. Or like, these are the moves I'm making. This is how I bust down a check right now in this current economy. Yeah. Because I'm in the trenches with you.
Right.
They don't want to listen to that. They want to sit there and talk to somebody on a mountaintop that's like, yeah, 10 years ago, if somebody's telling you what they did 5 years ago, that don't work now.
Well, the thing is, it's good to have an understanding of the blueprint, but you got to build on it, right? I can give you the foundation for 500 square feet, But you better flip that. You better flip that 500 to 15, and then from 15 to 25, 25 to 50, and then when the next person comes, I think that's the other thing that happens as well. A lot of people don't want to share that knowledge, right?
Well, dude, I've literally had like some of my guys, like one of my clients. So my business is in home automation. We do Crestron systems. We're the largest. The firm that I'm a partner in is the largest residential Crestron vendor in the Midwest.
Okay.
We're very good at what I do. I've done that for also 10 years now. But one of our clients, so like we only deal with people, we're dealing with $1 million and up housing. So all my clients and like the way that I went about navigating into the circles that I'm in is my business. Like that's my segue in.
Right.
But one of our clients, he's a surgeon, and I was talking to him, and he went and looked at a couple of my videos, and he was just like, I cannot believe you're actually telling people that. And I was like, what do you mean? He was like, you're giving them the actual game. And I was like, yeah. He was like, are you getting paid? And I was like, no. He was like, I can't believe you're actually telling people this at this level and breaking it down for them. Yeah. And more people aren't watching this video. He was like, no, he was like, everything that you said and like, he like took a couple of my videos. He was like, everything you're saying is right. He's like, that's exactly what I would do if I had to start over. And I'm like,
here's the caveat to it. The caveat to it, as much free game as you give out, how many people do you really think? And I'm not saying this as a shot at you. This is just a question. As much free game as you give out, how many people do you think actually pay attention? Right.
I mean, I would say very few, but the thing was, and this is the deal. Like, if you'll look, like my average viewer count is between 5 and 10 because these are boring topics.
Now, here's the thing. This is why I brought that up. I'm sorry to cut you off, but there was a reason why I brought that up. The reason why I brought that up, I learned this from an old boxing coach of mine. He was like, just because the knowledge is there does not mean that it's for everybody. Right?
Facts.
It may be the table may be set, but everybody ain't ready to eat. You might not eat pork. You might not eat beef. You might not eat fish, but this table is set. And if you're willing to come eat, then here's the knowledge.
Dude, Angry Snowman, shout outs to you. Hold on, I'm going to get back to you, Cellulite. I just want to acknowledge my chat.
Well, go ahead. One of the things that's... Hush up my dogs. I'll be right back.
Oh, okay. Word, bet. So, obviously, the chat. Reese is in the chat. Angry Snowman's in the chat. The chat makes this show, and I appreciate you guys so much, and I always want to acknowledge you when I get a chance. Angry Snowman's doing yard work. I hope your yard looks amazing. I'm sure it's probably the best yard. Actually, I don't even think you have neighbors, so like it's just the best yard. You have the best yard. Congratulations. But whenever you want to tap in, dude, anytime, you got a spot up here. Mayo Monkey, crypto isn't the same game as it was 2 years ago. Absolutely not. You're 100% right. Like, stuff is constantly changing. Like, that's, dude, Georgia Swan, this chat is lit. Oh, yeah, always, Georgia, because you guys are here. You guys make it awesome. Feminine Melanie University had a really good one. One of the biggest things I tell people is once you make 100, you should be able to double up totals every month and its basis. It's not about the 100. Ooh, I like that. Oh, Move a J swung through. Uh-oh. Look at this. Like, I got all the homies rolling through. Hold on, I'm dropping the link because I saw Reese. He normally comes up and raps with us. Just in case y'all want to come kick it. Uh-oh. Oh, Sugar Bum in the house. She about to tell me my legs are weird and my head's shaped funny. No, so check it out. So Sherelle and Sugar Bum are my own personal trolls because like Sugar Bum trolled the hell out of me and then I just made her my friend. So dude, Sugar Bum's dope. Yeah. She be going in on people, and I'm like, hey,
she other people trying to be seeing her in the chat, and she be going in. I be like, damn, Sugar Bum, don't hurt him that bad. God damn.
No, dude, no, Sugar Bum be putting dudes all the way out they square. I like it.
Hey, I'll be back, Ray. I'll come back on later on, but I'll be listening.
Okay, word. Right. So shout out to Sugar Bum. She's my troll. Don't let her hurt your feelings. She does bite. So
you good over there, man?
What's going on, Nidish? How are you, bro?
He's muted.
I'm good. I'm just listening to you rich people talk. I'm gonna come in with my broke ass after I hear you.
No. You don't have to look. This is the deal. when we're up here, your merit is as good as your argument / ideals. That's all I care about. I care about intelligence when I'm online. Like, because the thing is, we can if you get in the right circle, you're gonna get put on game. But if you're dumb, I don't want to talk to you. So so no, go ahead and go in, bro.
No, y'all good. I'm just listening. I'm trying to learn something.
Okay. Well, so but the thing was, the reason I got into the field that I was in, I worked in mental health for 6 years before I got into this field.
Okay.
And the reason I segued into this field was I established relationship with all of our clients, obviously, just because like I had to talk to them anyway. So I'm like, I want you to have a good experience with me at least, because the facility that I was at, I was like, you're not here for like the greatest of reasons. And like, it's a high stress environment, high stress situations, and you're dealing with children's mental health. So not the funnest at all. So my whole goal in that was to set myself apart. And I was like, well, if I can make your experience with me a little bit better and reasonable, then, at least one part of this didn't suck so bad while your child's getting treatment to get better. And so the person who's my business partner now recruited me out of there. And it was one of those things where when I was lining out the job, like I consulted my mother because that's who I had. So, and like I was asking her, and one of the things that she told me, and it's really interesting because I was raised very different from most other Black people that I know, period. Right. One of the things she told me, she was like, well, what's the nature of the job? And like, I explained it to her and she didn't understand it because it's very techie. My mom's not good with technology, but she was like, so you're learning a skill, right? And I was like, yeah. And she was like, then you should do it. And I was like, what do you mean? And she was like, it doesn't matter what you're getting paid. She was like, they can't take a skill away. If you learn it, then the only thing that they can take from you is the job, because you're going to have the knowledge. And that never leaves.
Nope.
The other thing that I keyed into after I went out, because like I went out and like kind of tested it out before I fully put in my 2 weeks and switched over, was I went out and like got to see the nature of what it was. So I'm like, oh, okay, cool. We're in mansions. Oh, okay, cool. All these people are rich. And I'm the type of person who the way that I learn is observation. So I'm like, okay, like I'm trying to get my stuff together. I'm trying to do this financial thing. But like, if I was just around a bunch of rich people, some stuff's going to come together. Cause like, I'm going to see something, I'm going to hear something, I'm going to have a conversation. It's going to put me in a situation where I'm in line to get the game that I'm actually looking for. Mm-hmm. So I switched the jobs, and the rest is history. But being able to like break down and like look at job opportunities, because like that's how I look at jobs. I'm like, okay, cool. What can I get out of this? Where does this position me? Like, where is this going to put me moving forward? Do I have a plan for how I'm going to do this? Oh, Sugar Bum used my whole name, bro.
Damn,
Sugar Bum
put
being
your
nice
ass
to me.
out there.
Hey, bro. No. I'm fine with it. With it. Because check this out. The fact that Sugar Bum used to be on my neck so hard and like now we're cool isn't an accomplishment for me. There you go. Like, and I'll tell you this, like, this is what 6 years of mental health does. Like, those are things that I find fun. I like turning people who don't like me. Like, I really do. I'm like, you hate my guts? Yeah. I'm going to make you my friend now. I hope you're happy.
When I was doing security in a homeless shelter, that was a eye-opener for me. I did that for about 10 years here in Detroit Rescue Mission.
Hold on. Let me pause for 1 second.
Go ahead.
Sugar Bum said something nice about Nidus. She's being nice to people here, period. This is awesome.
Reckless.
This is a time of new leaf.
No. Reckless. Listen to this. Sugar Bum loves black men. She don't like weak men. So
Facts.
I
can see that.
Facts.
She's after you. She on your neck. Right?
She only on the dusties and the bandits, not the real.
Yes. And listen, when I say men rest in your masculinity, I'm trolling a little bit because the women say rest in your femininity, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Because when I see dudes that can't have no order, structure, standards, and basic stuff, and they're yelling all over each other, that's a little feminine to me.
Yes.
So I
very
tell
much
him,
so.
rest in your masculinity because you're supposed to be some kind of leader, right? You're supposed to be this protector and provider and all these YouTube talking points, but you're not even showing that. So I'm trolling when I say rest in your masculinity.
I like that. I
Facts,
like that.
Nightish. Facts.
Well, all the red pill guys hate me because the first thing I ask them, I'm like, have you read The Rational Male? They're like, what? I'm like, did you read the book that your talking points came from? Did you actually
They don't know
read it?
who Rollo Tomasi is.
Nope. No, they don't, dude. I be going in and they're just like, well, you know, these women. I'm like, these women, did you read the book? Read the book and it'll give you the rest of the context for what you're saying.
I graduated the third grade with a master's in recess and lunch. I'm not good at reading.
Bro, you can get the audiobook. The audiobook's good too.
Yeah, but
the audiobook's good too.
When I was working in the shelter, man, so like because I didn't understand the dynamic of like the homeless environment, even though I picked up a lot of who I am today from growing up and also in the military and boxing, all this and the other. When I worked in that shelter, you talking about 200 to 300 different people or the same people with different mindsets every day. It changes you. You learn how to work with people. Yep. And the only time like it really got hectic for me was when guys come in and they either have a mental health issue or they off drugs or they off alcohol or anything that they're dealing with. I had to learn then, because I used to be a hothead when I was younger. I had to learn then that 9 times out of 10 people who actually have a problem, and it don't have to be medically, it don't have to be psychologically. People who having a problem, they don't necessarily have to have it with you. You're just in the present.
Facts.
You're the one that's now you're the I'm having a problem about something, but Nightish, your motherfucking ass keep asking me questions. It's just like, damn, bro, I'm not even the one you mad at. But when I learned that, I was like, all right, so I can use this to my advantage, right? I use it to my advantage not only in the dating market, I also use that in the financial market. I also use that in my personal life. I use a lot of different things that I can relate back to other things. That way I could understand where I stand in my position and how I don't need to come off my square or motivate others to come on to my square because I know where I stand.
Yep. Well, I mean, it's the deal is your square is your square. That's the reality of it. But when I have those conversations, especially like you see some of these personalities and I'm like, you're a personality, like you're a caricature. Like you don't actually have knowledge and you're not actually trying to share knowledge. Like you make your money here, which is fine. Right. It's just that I don't. So I don't have to play that game because I don't make my money here. And the money that does come my way comes from me being me, which is why I'm like when we have those conversations, I'm like, well, are women treating you that way? Because like I don't see these women. And that's the question I always ask people, because I'm like, if you curtail your reality, these modern women, when I see them, the gas station and other cars that are nowhere near me, and I don't have to speak to them.
There you go.
Like even when I go out, I'm like, the places I go, like women don't act like that with me. Like I've seen, like my favorite example is my friend D. She is a very attractive Samoan woman, and she's the only Samoan woman that I've seen that I thought was attractive, but she's super nice to me. But when I first met her years ago, and this was like back when I was working for the Sicilians and we had like a bar that I managed the restaurant and like counted the money at the bar because like the owner didn't trust anybody up at the bar. I met her. She was in the bathroom, the men's bathroom, having a conversation with the dude who was peeing in the toilet. And like we walked in and it was this cook who, I'm not going to dox him, but he was a skinny white dude. And he walked in and he was like, whoa, there's a girl in here. And, it's like, that wasn't a normality in the area that we were in. So he made a big deal out of it. And she was very brolic and turned around and started calling him everything but a white man. And explaining how she wasn't going to leave. And if he had a problem, she was going to beat his ass and all this other fun stuff. So I was like, yo, you can't talk to him like that. And so like me and her had an issue. And I was like, and I had to explain to her, I was like, I just want you to understand that, like, if I have to put my hands on you, like that's an end. That's an end. Period. Because I don't believe in fighting. I'm like, if I got to put my hands on you, there needs to be a definitive end to that interaction. Period.
Yeah.
which was how I got that job. So they so I grew up with Sicilians, bro. Like Italian people, unlike Nick Fuentes, do accept me.
I thought Nick was Mexican.
Hey, bro. Yeah, I mean, you would think so with a last name like Fuentes, because that don't sound Italian to me. But I digress.
What that motherfucker that was on Pearly Things?
Yeah.
Oh, him? Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah, because he thinks he's Italian, even though he's never Okay, hold on. Let me talk on this real quick. I
Go
don't
ahead.
think Pearlie's. First of all, I'm going to state it, and people aren't going to like it. I do not think Pearlie is racist. I think
She's
she's
not.
a grifter.
Oh, wait.
I've called.
Before you go on, Ray,
No, go ahead.
she's not racist. She's just white.
That's it.
I don't even agree with that. But
She's not
I don't
white.
agree with you. She
She's
is
not
white.
white?
She is white, but I mean, I don't agree with that standpoint because white doesn't exist and neither does black. If you left this
I know
country.
it's supposedly a social construct, but
It
here's
is.
what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when you go along with the social construct,
Yes.
she likes Nick.
Mm-hmm.
So she was
Right.
lightweight flirting with him, and whatever he had to say, she kind of was going along with. She wasn't really even listening.
Nick ain't gonna fuck with her. She already done gotten busted down by black dudes. Like it's shit's
No,
over.
I
for her.
understand
But
that. I
he
understand
knows
that.
there's no room for him in there. He ain't gonna find a wall or nothing. Like
Wait.
Go ahead.
He has been through that. That doesn't stop
Yeah.
the fact that just go. If you look at the interview, she
Yeah.
was lightweight flirting with him, and whatever he said, it was giggly.
Okay.
Here's the thing.
So,
And,
well, no.
go
Hold
ahead.
on. I've got one, and you're probably not gonna like me after this, Nidish.
go ahead.
But I personally, from my upbringing working for the Sicilians and where we were at and the area that it was at, I personally have had men who are in the clan
Mm-hmm.
take up for me when their clan brethren have said racist shit to me that didn't know me.
But
Like to the
let's
tune
talk-
that they
Ray,
almost. But no. So check this, and this is the same reason I can't be president either, because like literally, if you're nice to me, I have some morality perimeters there. But like that dude that did that for me, I would vouch for him.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, but Ray, here's the thing though, and I think people don't understand this, and they also understand the let's talk about the clan first.
Okay.
They are race first. They don't really hate you. They just don't
Right.
want to, dilute
Integrate.
what they are.
Well, no.
If you stay over there
If-
and you don't mess with them, they're kind of like out of the way. It's
no,
really
but
more of an ignorant, poor person that's coming
okay,
after you.
there we go. Well, so what I was going to add to that was, oh snap! Hold up, pause. Angry Snowman. Everybody tells me I'm racist because I'm his friend. Thank you for the 15 ball. I love you, brother.
My man.
No, okay. So in regards to that, the thing that I would posit to this also is most people that are that level of racist don't know anyone outside. It's the same premise as people who live in the hood that have never left their block that say, oh, all white people are racist. You go anywhere, white people are going to treat you funny. You better not leave us because the white man's going to do this. They don't talk to white people. The only way you can have that, and you're right, it is a basis of ignorance, but it's also you're insulated from it. So you get to make an opinion. You get to have that opinion echoed back to you by the other people who believe and perpetuate this. And then you don't know anything counter to that opinion.
Also with
That's all
that,
they know.
Because literally that same man that almost took out one of his friends over me when I first started working for that family when I was 15 said everything under the sun to me for 3 years to try to get me to quit because he didn't want to see a black person there.
Also,
So what I'm saying is as soon as you start, so then he got to the point to where he was like, okay, you're fine. I still have these opinions and we'll argue about it because I would still check him. I'd be like, nah, that's not how it is. Like, and add context, just like what I do with everybody out here. I've been doing this since I was 15. I've been arguing with motherfuckers since I was 15. But for him to go against his race because he was like, you don't talk to this kid. This kid's been through the fire with me, and I see him as a human now. For him to do that, I don't believe that racism, in the sense that we ascribe it to white people, exists. I think there's an ignorance to the levels of like what other, because like I can't live my life and be like, I understand what it's like to be a white man. Like I can't live my life and even say what it was like to be you, Nightish, because we've had different experiences. Like even the anecdotal differences between how black people have navigated society. Like I could tell you that my father growing up, which God, this comes up every fucking week now. The father that I had, my stepfather, not the stepfather that I have now, but the stepfather that I had growing up, literally beat the shit out of me as a grown man. Like, and that man was in my life from 2 to fucking 16.
And I'm still looking for his ass.
Any opportunity he got, hey Mova, I see you down there. Any opportunity he had to put hands on me as a grown-ass man, he did, because I'm light-skinned and I had white friends. And he experienced some really messed up traumatic racism, and I believe he experienced real racism personally, himself.
Mm-hmm.
To the point that he couldn't even compute the fact that like white people were accepting of me after what he'd been through. To the tune that like after he was no longer in my life and ran back into me at 25 after I'd been with the Sicilians for a few years, he was worried that I was going to put him off this planet because I had the capability to do that.
That's that old. I'm sorry, this is your conversation. You go ahead. I'm gonna hang back.
But what I'm saying is, so like I've seen the worst from everybody, but the only people who have ever tried to harm me or impede my progress in life were black people or Cubans, because apparently Cubans just don't like Americans. But that was because I was an American. It wasn't because I was black. It was because I was an American and I was like, hey, I'm not having this. Because I've been with the Sicilians, so I was like, bro, we can step outside. Like, I know what to do with this. Like, if you have a problem. But
here's the thing, though. When I think about white, because that's that's you like us. That's white Anglo-Saxon Protestant. So Italians and all that other stuff wasn't considered white when they got here. They were not considered that. They might as well have been a slave too.
Right. Agreed.
And the thing, if you go over there, Sicilians and Italians might as well be niggas.
Right, 100%.
They don't even. So when you're not knowledgeable, you think white is just white skin. No, Irish people, Italian people, Sicilian people, Neapolitans, they are fragmented up just like we are. They have a group of those people that look just like them that they don't fuck with at all. They look at them like the scum of the earth. They wish they wasn't here. In this country, they call them white trash. The people that's in the Appalachian Mountains wouldn't get along with a rich man.
Right.
So
100%.
Poor people have more in common than rich people.
100%.
It's class, it's race, it's a bunch of different levels to this. But when you're a base person, it's just white and black.
Right. So with the just Pearly things, this was one of the other discrepancies that I had, because all the people that are coming at her, and I've seen all the people who are coming at her, like E-Black got up there and fucking cried, like, don't let that, he can't talk to me. We're not the same. You don't cry at white women. That's literally. I got no respect for that motherfucker. Wait. Let me finish.
Go ahead.
Let me finish. I'm just pointing that out because it's frustrating. That was a hard thing to listen to. It was just that pathetic. But when we're talking about this, because all of these people talk about, these are the same people who are saying that she's racist, or the same people who were talking about ADOS this, and like, we got to disqualify these immigrants coming over here and talking about us. Okay, why are y'all mad about what happens over in Europe with a bunch of Africans? Make it make sense, Sway. You ADOS when it's convenient. Now, when something
here's
happens to the
what it
Africans,
is.
all of a sudden we the global
Rex,
ADOS police.
Here's what it is. ADOS is Cornell. No. It's Yvette Cornell and Antoine Moore. They got their thing. Then FBA, that's Tariq Nasheed. Neither one of these people are leaders. Yvette Cornell is lighter than me and you.
Yeah.
Antoine. So Tariq used to be a player. He used to sell books about Mackin and game.
Yeah.
So the thing is, you have a lot of us that need a leader. So it's basically that movie, The Warriors.
Yeah.
They're looking for Osiris.
Yeah.
When is the Khalifa coming back? We're looking for Jesus. Instead of having a mind and understanding that you are already great before you become the best version of yourself. If you understand your greatness, you want to become the best version of yourself. The best version of myself was 21.
Yep.
High at 53, I'm this guy now. I'm not the same guy as back then. And the thing is this, I love my president over there in the Black House, but some of the things he says is self-defeating. The war is not over with if there is a so-called war.
Right.
Well,
We have to find some commonality in
the-
people that's like us and form groups inside of this. That's why I asked him to go watch that movie, The Matrix.
So
Some people
agreed.
want the blue pill. They
Mhm.
do not want to change anything. You're
Right.
not going to change them.
That's because they're comfortable in the delusion.
Yes.
When
But
they're
the other piece of it is when we talk about the war has shifted because, dude, can anyone on the panel, and I'll pose this to everyone, and this is a very succinct, specific answer that I'm looking for. What's the cost of racism in America?
It is so high because it is so profitable.
No. What is it? It's specific.
I don't know the number.
There's
No, it's not a
monetary
number.
value on it.
It's poor and middle class white people.
There you go.
That's the cost of racism, because the only way that you can be systemically racist at this point is to attack classes. Now, if you whittle a bunch of people into a specific class and then you put policy in place that targets those income levels that you have now done all the work to get these people, most of them are in these income levels. You also sacrifice your own, which is the reason I tell people all the time, there's no fucking white landia. There's no white utopia.
I got
Because
pushback for you, Ray. I got pushback for you.
Shoot.
I am a poor person. I have 2 houses.
What's the
Why do you think you're poor?
Because I don't have any money, but I knew enough to manipulate to get these 2 houses. And they were fixers, and I'm fixing on them. But here's the thing. America's for sale right now. Get your ass up off of your ass and start buying up some shit. And right now they talking about a depression, right? We're in recession now. They talking about a depression. There's no better time than in a depression to buy up every fucking thing around you.
Exactly. So you're not poor. You're not poor. You're not poor.
Mentally, I'm not poor.
Well, no, but what I'm saying is what you are doing, you are not poor because you are not going to be poor. You are planning. That's the thing that everybody likes to skip over, is the fact that, like, if you choose to not be in the pool that you're in, you can move. You can make the actions, because what happens is, as you're making, see, dude, like, this is a disingenuous argument coming from you because you're better than this, Nightish.
I'm just not willing to give up. I'm just willing to fight as long as I'm breathing.
But the thing is, I don't know anybody. I can take myself for an example. I don't know anyone who puts their mind to something and actually goes in on it. When I started my workout journey, I'll tell you right now, I have the body fat percentage of an elite athlete. It's 9%. When I started, I looked at myself, got on my scale, looked at it. It was like, your body fat's 20%. I was like, that's not acceptable. Dude. And I went in and fixed it. The difference, the deal is this, though. Me at 20%, if you looked at me, it doesn't look that much different.
Yeah.
It doesn't.
It's mind over matter.
See, here's the thing.
So, it's you're putting in over matter.
You're putting in the work, though. So, like, if you're doing the actions, a poor person to me is somebody who's going, well, I'm in this spot. I need to be accepted at
this. Everyone else's fault.
Exactly.
It's everyone else's fault.
Nightish,
but
you are
here's the
nowhere,
thing, Ray,
you are nowhere near
and
poor
Sel,
because if you
here's the thing, though.
how many
People
people
are
do you know?
broken, and they come from broken people.
Right.
But just because
right.
you come from broken people don't mean you have to remain broken.
But you have to wait. Here's the thing, though. So you
Go ahead.
have to understand that you're broken first.
Mm.
You
Okay,
do.
I'll give you that.
A lot of people don't understand that they're broken. It's so normalized to them
Mhm.
to be had that defeatist attitude and think it's something outside of themselves instead of understanding it's inside themselves they got to fix.
Mhm.
Yeah.
They think it's an inner me instead of the inner me.
Ooh,
Yeah,
that
that's
was a bar.
that's because they have implanted with them this victimized narrative and this
Not only that they've implanted in them, people outside of them are telling them, yeah, it's somebody else.
I'm glad you said that.
It's
Here's the
them.
thing, though. Here's the thing, though. If you don't change your environment, it's almost all right. Let's just relate this to just being at a restaurant, right? If at each table within this restaurant is a different class, right? And you tired of being in this class, but all you hear is the same type of talk around this table. Get up from the table. You need to move, right? Because I'll just use us on the panel for right now, right? The three of us on this panel. If all of us sitting around complaining around talking about how it's everybody else's fault and why we so broken, we can't get above and we can't do this and this, that, and the other. If one of us don't get up from the table, right? I'll just use myself. If I don't get up from the table and I go to a different table where actually they're talking about, hey, look, listen, you can invest into this. Hey, look, listen, it's the housing market. It's like this is actually down. So now is the time to buy. Oh, well, I was at this table and they was talking about, no, listen, fuck all of that. How much do you make? How often do you work? How often do you get paid? All right, cool. Now we can build out. Let's write all of this shit down. We can build out a plan, right? Within 8 months of what you have, you should be able to do this. And it's just like, well, what about this? Stop with the excuses. We got to stop making excuses for ourselves. We got to stop using
Sel, when you finish, I want to go out right after you.
Go ahead. But we got to stop making excuses for ourselves. We got to stop using these same generational pain points to continue to remain where we are. If you want better, you go get better. You don't remain in the same place. It just doesn't happen. Go ahead.
Go ahead, Nightish. You good?
So I like to say this and y'all be able to relate to this.
Okay.
Self-actualization. People never get there because you look at these Karen videos. It's one Karen acting up. And then a security guard or something will grab her and get her up out of there. And then a crowd will applaud. You know what the problem with that is?
Everybody pulled out their phone to record it.
Right.
No, that they gave a fuck about what this one little white woman was doing. You're supposed to ignore her and let the security guard go on about it.
Situation,
100%.
That's exactly what it is. So here's the thing. You have people that's sworn against, right? You know where I was at when it came to Pearly?
Yeah.
That's what they do.
Yeah.
I didn't give a fuck about what
same
Pearly was
shit I
doing.
said. Where are we as black people? We are so, I'm sorry, not we, because I'm not a part of that. Black people, or the ones who was offended by what the fuck she said or outraged about what the fuck she said, y'all are mad about two white people having a conversation. Really? Y'all really that upset on the other side of the world when you won't even police your own fucking house? You let yourself get disrespected. You allow yourself to go unchecked. You allow your bad behavior because you're entitled and you deserve, just because you're black, just because you're a woman, just because you're a man. You don't deserve shit. My thing is you only get what you earn. And two white people on the other side of the world having a conversation. Oh, well, this, that, and the other. I don't even see what the hell she said that was so outrageous. She didn't say nothing that we didn't already know, which was already
here's the thing about it.
Okay.
I call it the Howard Stern effect. And the most recent example of it is Andrew Tate. What he did was he just says what he says, and he says, I'm not going to have a platform. You guys just take it. So 1,000, 10,000, 100,000 people said he's saying what men say your uncle and your dad should be saying to you, right? So he didn't monetize them. They made money from the fact that they advertised him, and any good or bad advertisement brings the money to you.
Facts.
So the fact that you was for or against Pearly brought her money. It's
True.
free advertisement.
That's all it is.
So hold up. So hold on. Let me hit the chat real quick, and then I got a couple of points that I want to respond to. Mayo Monkey said black people think white people think about them 24/7, 365 when most don't think of them at all unless they know them. Big facts. Hold on. Reese said also 9% also. Cece said you can't say that after saying that you're poor. Hold on, wait a second. The mod father, though, he's cheering you on, Nighters. There we go. That's what I'm talking about. Hold on. Casey Moe in the building said, my guy thinks he's poor because he doesn't have cash. Those houses are worth more than cash and will grow, whereas the money will depreciate. And then Angry Snowman said, bro, cooking. Fire. Keep spitting that fire. Hell yeah. You know we gonna. Hold on. And Latoya came in right at the end of it. She knew what was going on. She said, I was curious as to why men were subscribed/following her when I thought the men were/are the leaders. Heard her once and she barely held my attention. Okay, so
say that first part again louder for those in the back who got a hard time at hearing.
I was just curious as to why so many men were subscribed/following her. Now, to that point, which is good because I got 2 points I wanted to touch on that I heard that perked my ears up. So to the point of Just Pearly, my whole thing with her as soon as she came into the space was she is a grifter. I do not believe in red pill women at all because a female imperative, they're incapable of actually giving a fuck about men beyond how it benefits them. So from that perspective, you're not going to have a woman in the red pill space that actually cares about you. What happens is, though, let me break this down, is men, we are stupid. And most men who don't have options, when they get into this space, they come in under the red pill rage side of the space.
True.
Now, hearing any woman, including one that looks like a wet mop, is still pleasant because you can assume that she smells better than we do writ large. Okay. So then they go, oh, well, this chick agrees with me. And like, that's comforting that there's some women out here that are agreeing with the stuff that I'm learning. And that makes me feel good. And I'm going to give her attention because we're men. And again, we're stupid. The other piece of this is when she came into the space specifically, and this is coming from somebody who is very educated on red pill content. I came from the white side of the manosphere. That's where I got my shit sorted out because you get results over there. And then I found this. And I realized that when she came into this space, she tried to go over there. Rolo busted her out and then publicly disavowed her and said, no, she tried to pay me to coach her. I didn't take the money. Now then you look at what happened over here. You got the lead attorney. And yes, I'm going to name names, even though these are people that I do kind of fuck with sometimes. Anton Daniels, Angry Man, Tommy Sotomayor.
I don't want to stop you, but here's the thing. They hate their women too.
Anton Daniels is married to a black woman and has a black child.
No, I'm not talking about.
But what?
Rolo
No, will you
Tomasi,
let me land my plane?
Rolo Tomasi does not want to hear some white bitch saying something because he hates his. Before the black manosphere,
He does not hate his women. You know, he did coach Jedediah Vila over on Valuetainment. He helped her. He's a regular on her show.
I'm not talking about women that go along, but somebody that doesn't go along that he feels is a wobbler. He's not sure of. He's going to destroy them instantly. And he saw her coming from where she came from and had a black boyfriend.
That is not why she did not coach her. He literally had he expounded on it because she was looking for an in, which is what the black manosphere gave her. She wanted the fast lane into building an audience and a segue in and a shield. Look at how they did her on Fight Club when she came in and basically said the exact same shit B. Taylor said, and they just moved past it. But they destroyed B. Taylor over it.
Broken men.
They took money. They're paid men. This has nothing.
No. Broken men.
No, you're not talking about financially.
But what I'm saying is they ushered her.
I'm not talking about financially either. Yeah, they took the money because they're broken.
No,
they
I was agreeing with you.
But Rolo, but the thing is, on the white side of the manosphere, the men are men. If you're coming in and you're not actually there to take in the knowledge and understand where we're coming from, because the white side of the manosphere is not saying like, hey, black people can't be over here. That's the reason Donovan Sharp is over on that side of the manosphere and not here.
I thought they went after Donovan.
The white side of the manosphere and Rolo, no. Donovan got busted out, and they didn't. I mean, he got his lashings, but he's still over there making his content. But the point of the matter is, and Rolo has said this multiple times, and multiple other people on that side of the manosphere have said this multiple times. There shouldn't be two manospheres. There is manosphere, because regardless of how the only difference is the race issue that we bring up because we want to say everyone's racist. Mm-hmm. But they're not talking about they're not for real bashing black women over there. Like, they're dealing with their own women. They have a whole podcast now where they're pulling up college-age chicks that are white and just destroying them over and exposing them for who they are. They're dealing with their own. They're not talking about us, but they're going, hey, this should just be the manosphere. The difference is we gatekeep and disqualify on this side of the fence because we got 5 motherfuckers that are making money. And they don't want to have an actual conversation with somebody who has the results, is built for the thing, and on his fucking square, because I will destroy them.
Do you think if the two sides of the manosphere come together, what do you, outside of just the racial aspect, because we know it goes deeper than that, do you think that other problems will prevent that from ever happening?
Well, I don't. My deal is, I think that in the black side of the manosphere, we are so stuck in the red meat. We all like there. When I'm looking around this space, I found one content creator whose stuff that I'm getting into. So I'm not going to name him yet, but I've been over there. I haven't had a chance to panel up, but realistically, the only person in the black manosphere that I will vouch for that's looking for solutions is Sir Hale, and that's it. At this juncture that I've seen that's dedicated and firmly planted in the black manosphere, that I'm going, hey, I didn't see you over there. You're doing your thing over here. And like, you're actually trying to facilitate conversations that can come to a solution. And you're willing to break code to check other men that are being egregious. That's the only person I've seen doing
Reckless.
it.
Who are the 5?
Well, Anton, even though he says he's not a part of the manosphere, but he lets himself be named. Lita's Turney, Angry Man. You got Sir Hale, and God dang it, who's the other dude? I just found him, and I'm like, Coach Greg Adams. He's also over here, but like, I haven't really delved into his stuff. I don't have an opinion. Because I don't know exactly what he's doing over there. But when the people that we see all the time, the Lapeef Network, that ecosystem of men, I do not see anyone getting any results or any improvement, because none of it's about actually improving beyond a point.
Well, out of those 5, I would leave Sir Hale and Greg Adams out, but them other 3, that's the beef sector.
Yeah.
I think what's happening is in those in their respective lights. And I've said this before, and my thing is, motherfucker, I'm in Detroit, pull up, find me. Right. I don't really care. But when it comes down to it, we're spending too much time defending ourselves rather than building ourselves.
Right.
We're trying to justify and validate why we are the way we are instead of just being who we are. And when we go, and I've been on Jay Prince, well, I didn't say his name already. I've been on Jay Prince's panel. I didn't been on Angry Man's panel. And on those 2 panels, I just go to show my support.
And you've been to Fight Club giving information.
On Fight Club, that was a different story.
Listen, they don't want it. I try to get your email in the back. This is the beef sector.
Didn't I get my email?
I don't care for every solution you have, they got a problem.
No problem. And with that, like, I support people just because I like to see men win. That's just me. And on that side, even in building my own channel, like, I took some of the biggest heat I've ever taken in my life, and I didn't been in some shit. But when I put out that video on my channel, when I said Will is not for the culture, and I was pretty much going on a black community about how fake they are, like the heat that I was taking is just like, wait, so let me get this 100% correct. I'm pointing out and I'm calling out the real problems that's within the black community, and y'all have a problem with it.
Wait, before you go on, what are they?
Rec, are you okay with me talking about this on your channel?
Hey, bro, no, because I got some points. I'm a dip
Okay,
for
cool.
a hot second,
So
but I'm
y'all
coming
don't-
right behind you because I got some problems too.
Yeah. So some of the points that I talked about was no one wants to question that one uncle that always come to Thanksgiving that comes around the Thanksgiving table, but probably touched everybody that's been there. We don't want to call that out. We don't want to call out Mama and Papa lying to little Joey about how his uncle, who is actually his daddy, but y'all been lying to him for years. We don't want to talk about, you know, that one family member who like to go in little family members' room 2, 3, or 4 o'clock in the morning. How we need to keep it a family secret.
So family secrets, that's one.
Family secrets is one. We don't want to talk about how it is that we're not actually trying to build anything. We're just trying to flex everything. Right?
Bars.
How it is that we destroy ourselves financially. We don't set nothing up for generational gain. Another one of the things I pointed out is how it is that we always want to blame everybody else for our problem when it's our fucking problem. It just so happens that we shout about our problem so much that other people outside of the black community hear it and they have a comment on it. But then we want to police what they say, but we don't want to police what we do. Right? I don't like what the white man is saying. All right, well, let me know what they're saying is not true and how it's not true. Right? About how it is that we exploit our children, how we sexualize our children, how we destroy our children, how we put people on pedestals that don't belong on pedestals. We glorify, justify, and validate all of the negative behavior because that's our people. No, fuck that. If you're not going to hold them accountable, then what the hell are you doing? You're not adding to the value of the community. You're actually just validating everything everyone else has to speculate about our community. Period.
Okay. Now here, let me jump in on this. I've only got two. I mean, everything that he said, I 100% agree with. I've got two things. Thing number one, financial illiteracy. We're financially illiterate. Actually, I've got three things. First thing is financial literacy. The second thing is these ashy-knuckled, broke, pro-black people that think that they know how finance works, talking about we need to just divvy up money between ourselves.
It doesn't work.
Doesn't work like that. You have to bring in resources from other groups.
Period.
That's how money works.
Period.
You dum-dums. Third thing. And this goes back to how I was raised versus how everybody else that I know was raised, and my results and everybody else's results. They're just not the same. Stop teaching your children about racism.
Preach. Let
them live their lives and experience people not of the culture on their own and make their own opinions. And then when they become of an age that they can have an intellectual conversation, then tell them about the fucked up stuff that happened to you and how you didn't get your lick back.
Go deeper.
Case in point, my family, when I was a baby, my grandfather worked for the government. And they moved into a nice, at the time, well, I mean, it's still actually a pretty decent, it's a working class, like lower working class neighborhood. It was a middle class, upper class neighborhood at the time that they moved into it. But when they moved into that house, it was a house that I knew my entire childhood. The white people in that area, because they were the first black family to move in, literally showed up with torches and pitchforks and shit and tried to scare them out of the house. And my grandfather made a call, used his government connections, and no one ever came back. Don't know how that sorted itself out, but, you know, sometimes making a phone call helps. But They never told me about that. Kansas City, we had a definitive color line that when my grandmother and grandfather were still together, they never got to go to the plaza. Ever. Now, as I'm growing up, no one said any of this shit to me. Ever. My grandmother took me everywhere she did not get to go. She put zero limitations on me. I wasn't raised in a household that was like, you got to be scared of these white people, they'll kill you. The first person that called me an N-word when I was a kid growing up in middle school, I beat his ass in front of my house. I've been rocking like that ever since. So when I hear all these woe is me and the white man's superior, I never grew up with a superiority complex for white people, ever, because I fought them and won. You can, I mean, if Casey was here, he's mostly white. He thought he was Native American his whole life, and then hit me up like a few months back and was like, bro, my great grandma was black as hell. I saw a picture. Like, but I digress. He'll tell you, we used to roll up in the clubs. If you wanted business with us, you got business. It didn't matter what you were. Like, we didn't look at it as like, oh, we fighting people, we fighting black. We was just fighting people that had issue, regardless of color. Yeah. So I don't carry that weight. Now, had my parents said something to me about that, oh shit, hold up, Casey's on there. Hold on. So Casey, tell him how do we used to get down at the clubs, bro? Like Casey. So me and Casey known each other for a long time. He's known me since I was probably about, like, I think 16, 17 years old. We was going to the teen clubs, whipping ass and humping chicks.
Yeah, humping everybody.
Just getting out there. If you looked at me, you was getting humped.
But not no fat chick though.
No.
No, that's all you. That's all you, cousin.
We save him for you. No, but he'll tell you, like, we used to scrap all the time.
To your point, I was raised in that household. That was my grandfather, the white man, the hunky, the cracker, this, that, and the other.
Yeah.
It never fucked with my head like that, because once I got into the military and I started serving with dudes who came from different nationalities and different backgrounds and different walks of life, I don't give a fuck what your skin color is. If I end up on the other side of the line and it's just me and you, can I trust that you're gonna have my back? I don't want to come home in a motherfucking box. I don't give a damn what sexual orientation, what belief, what value, what moral is. We both coming home. That's what all I need to know. If I take one of the legs, you gonna drag me. If you take one leg, I'm gonna drag you. That's all I care about.
Yep. Yeah.
I think a lot of people miss out on that. My bad. I didn't mean to cut in front of you.
Well, no. You're good. It was just when I have these conversations, and like when I reference the e-blacks of this space who want to cry at white women. So when I look at this, it's always older black people who actually, and I believe that y'all experience actual shit happen to you. And this is coming from 6 years in mental health. If you are victimized and you don't get any resolution, it fucks you up. It will change your purview on how you interact with people and things and stuff.
Reckless, how old are you?
39.
Damn, bro, you make me feel like a baby. I'm 34.
Yeah, like, and so when you don't get your lick back.
So when you say old people, what age are you talking about?
People, like, I mean, if you're 10 years older than me, you probably experienced a little bit of naked racism, bro.
That's a good fucking question.
I experienced no
fucking question.
Like, that's
I want to know. I'm offended.
If you lived in certain parts of this city, certain parts of this country, you probably experienced some real messed up stuff. I'm accepting that.
No. What it is, and I want people to understand this. I'm 53, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm a Gen Xer.
Right.
I was a latchkey kid.
Yep.
And even though I come from an enormous family, it's a bunch of these motherfuckers all around. Kids, they had 100 kids and all that other shit, but I don't really fuck with people like that. So I've always been kind of a loner. Mm-hmm. So I never really got to that point where you could sit up and tell me, well, a white man did this to me and this person did this to me. And I grew up in Oakland, right? And this is a fucking melting pot. I had Puerto Rican friends, Laotian friends, Samoan friends, Tongan friends, Filipino, across the spectrum,
Right.
because I wasn't ever taught that racist stuff. But here's the thing again.
Mhm.
I've never mentally been a broken person,
Mhm.
but I am conscious when I'm talking to a broken person, because a defeatist person says it's something holding them back.
Right.
You can just listen to them talk. They'll say, I went to the job and the Mexican is up there and he the manager and he only hiring Mexican people. Nepotism is healthy. You're supposed to hire your own people. The thing I see amongst us though is we see all these things around us and don't copy them. Everybody else is kind of raised first. Small head people want their children to marry small head people. If you don't, they say you're marrying a shiksa.
Yeah.
Shit, yeah.
If you're Italian, everybody want their people to be this so-called pure thing.
Do you think that's true in 2023? Because like when I'm driving around now, and like this was a city where you normally did, like, I mean, it was like rare. Like you had like the one-off dude who was dating a white chick, and now it seems like nobody gives a shit anymore. Everybody dating everybody. People are rocking with people who rock with them.
Well, here's the thing, Reckless.
Mm-hmm.
20 years ago, they were talking about the browning of America.
Yep.
So no, I don't think in 2023 people think like that anymore. I think everybody's banging everybody.
Mm-hmm.
They kind of always have been though. So real quick, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. It's 6 people on this panel. Each one of you, tell me how many grandparents back do you go before you get to your first white ancestor?
2, 1.
I mean, all of
my grandmother.
Right.
So
right.
For me, my family's been mixed for forever, and like we don't know. I like our genealogy. The only thing that I know is my great grandmother on my mom's side was an actual slave. So probably around somewhere in there.
right. Knightish.
And I know my great grandmother on both sides. Neither one of them. So it had to go back further than that.
Yeah. All right. Sel, you still on here, Sel? It don't look like it. Move on.
Oh no, Sel dropped. Hold up. Let me see if he.
No, he said he just stepped away.
He's here. Yeah.
Wait for a second. Okay, so when he gets back, we'll save that for him.
Right, and you know that for me, I only have to go back to my great grandmother, 100% black. So.
Oh, okay. So Jeremy's more black than I thought. He just don't look black, so he can't say the N-word.
Please.
You can't have a pompadour and say nigga, bro. Like, it's not acceptable.
Anybody can. It's just consequence with it. The thing is this, though, and that's why I started off saying self-actualization, because I hear people say we kings and queens, which is a little bit absurd because they have to look at it like the Game of Thrones. There were kingdoms, yeah, but they look at Africa like it's a country when it's a continent with countries in it. Well, they don't understand how enormous Africa is, nor do they understand that Africans don't call themselves Africans.
Don't get me started on that.
They're either Nigerians, Eritreans, Songhai,
ready for that. They ready
Igbo. They do not call themselves Africans, and they are fighting amongst each other.
Mm-hmm.
So when they talk about this big white man came with a net and grabbed black people, no, they came and saw people already fighting,
and they bought them.
Yeah.
No, they didn't even buy him. They said they already fighting. We're gonna give him a gun since they're using spears.
Yo, I want to go for
give him a gun too, and they just let him
go ahead
fight with each other. And while they fight with each other, we'll just take everything that's of worth. Napoleon never stepped foot in the Congo.
Right.
What happened was Mansa Musa passed away, and the Moors were kind of like soldiers of fortune. So they sold themselves to the highest bidder.
Yep.
They didn't even have enough artillery, so they were lining Congolese up and use one bullet to shoot 5 or 6 of them. Why would you line up? So it's still the same today. They call us minorities, right? But if you go into these jails and prisons, it's more prisoners than there are guards. but they never think
Yep.
it's more of us than it is them. We can take this shit over whenever we feel like it.
Mhm.
They always go, they're gonna let a few of us out, throw smoke bombs and gas. When the smoke bombs and gas happen, if everybody decided to kick their doors open and just take over the thing, they could. To me, I like to relate it to the Planet of the Apes. We believe in superstition and boogeyman and spells and curses and all kind of bullshit. We don't have a mindset, which is everything African that was cursed and whatever else is in Rome or somewhere or in Europe.
Right.
Tutankhamun and everything else. You can't go in there because the spell is going to get you. They didn't give a fuck. They took everything. They don't care about it. And who does the Pope pray to every day? A black god. But they don't know it. Because they took the original shit.
Reese said he wanted to go.
Oh yeah. Go ahead, Reese. Get in.
Oh yeah. So look, I think we all can agree that how chaotic the whole world is, right?
Okay.
And when you're dealing with chaos, right, the only way to get rid of it is with something really, really extreme, something inhumane, right? That's the belief that I hold. A lot of people don't agree with that because they're soft-hearted, but that's just the way things work, right? So I'm a Game of Thrones fan, and I think things should happen. I think the book should be burned, right? Anything that mentions slavery in any culture, Africa or before that, right? All burned, gone from the earth. And some words removed from language. Like you take the word, you take colors off of everyone. Anymore. No such thing as a white person anymore. You identify with the land where you
The
are.
Lord is working. He don't want you to talk.
Right? And all the adults, right? We have to hide this from the next generation. Listen, and the adults have to come together and hide this from the children of the future so that none of them ever find out that any of this happened. It has to be hidden from them. It's the only way. You could have 1 million YouTube panels and try to address this 1 million different ways. Extreme measures is the only way to deal with chaos. That's it.
Hey Reese, can I give you a little bit of pushback?
I'm after Cellular.
I love it.
When it comes to, and I'm not saying that you're wrong. I'm not challenging your ideology.
I'm having fun.
Okay. So my thing is, when what's hidden will be sought after, and if you take it away, all we're gonna do is fight that much harder to get it back, right?
If it's gone, though.
I mean, yeah, it can be gone, but now you're dealing with the retaliation of, so I don't have access to no more, right? Because when we was brought over here, and I don't want to go into this.
I got pushed back at him and say you like then.
Okay, that's cool. So when it comes down to like what happened before, like of course we already know the story. We was brought over here as slave, and we lost our language and our beliefs and all of our epitaphs and all that and the other. A lot of that stuff we can't get back, and we'll never know, right? And as Black people, and this is coming from just a narrative that I used to be a part of, it's like, oh, I blame the white man because I can never learn a language or a history that was stolen away from me. And then once I came of age and I got out of that narrative of, oh, I have to be a victim, then my eyes got opened up to the fact of I understand. And this is why I can kind of get where you're coming from, is that what happened in the past is in the past, but we still need to be able to learn from it.
Go ahead, Nidish. I think you up, man.
A lot of people from the past. But let's talk about what you learn. You know what I mean? You learn hatred, violence, and one group of people raped and did something to another. That does something to the psyche of a child. Remember, we're taught this at an early age in school. You know what I mean? I didn't get this in the 12th grade. I learned about this in like 8th. If it was hidden, right?
Okay.
Yeah, I don't think it should be done, man. I don't think children are disciplined and mature enough to handle information like that. You know what I'm saying? Remember, you're still tripping off of cartoons a little bit when you're in 8th grade and stuff. You know what I mean? So your mind doesn't mature completely. You're still doing goofy stuff, and I don't know, man. I just think the information should be hidden because I've been on the earth and everybody's tried every fucking thing except extremism.
They tried extreme at one point in time, and when they tried extreme at one point in time, it didn't work. It's the
What they do?
it's the type of it's the level and the degree of extreme. I mean, there's nothing new that's under the sun, right? But it's all on how you do it. It's all the method. It's almost like religion, and this is the only thing I'm gonna say about religion. When it comes to religion, it's all these different subdivisions, almost like martial arts. You got kung fu at 86,000 different schools of kung fu. Same thing with religion. You got Christianity or whatever it is, and then you got all these different ethicists and all these, that, and the others. It's all talking about the same thing, just in different methods of how you practice it. When it comes to extremism, it all may be the same, probably offering different results. It's just a method at which you go about performing that extremism. Now, how that goes about is it's always going to be
this here is the mind of a man. This here is the mind of a man. So let me see. Reed said,
writing down too.
Yeah, I wrote it down. I was going.
Okay.
So Reed said something about chaos. Well, most people thrive in chaos. They have weapons of mass distraction. So while you're dealing in the chaos and the confusion, they get rich. They need the chaos. They need you to be all over the place. That's one thing. Then when Cellulite was just talking about religion, if you break them all down, that's just about belief.
That's all it is.
I started this conversation off talking about self-actualization.
True.
So if you believe in self, white, black, Latino, whatever, which they try to do, my people, you don't need to have no fucking people. You could believe Bugs Bunny is your God and you want to be like him and always be on top of everything. You could believe Max Julien is your God and it's about pimping, because capitalization means capitalism means you come out on top at the end of the game. People keep talking about game, and all game is the truth. Baby, I want you and everybody else, but I'm gonna treat you the best.
Well,
you're gonna be the bottom bitch. It's not as complicated as people make it. Then the other thing is the devil isn't hiding anything from you. The devil is like Dracula. You have to accept him in. So what does he do? He show you in movies, he show you in advertisement and everywhere else. This is what you can have. But if you self-actualize that you're like Jesus and the whole universe is yours, how can you be tempted?
None of us is like Jesus. And
So,
I was about to make a joke.
You are. You
Well, hold on,
are.
hold on. Wait,
If you believe
I was about to
everything
make a
is
joke about
yours,
it.
how can somebody give you something?
I was about to make a joke about what you said when you said if Bugs Bunny is your God. If anybody worship Bugs Bunny as a God, they have to follow the simple act of that every hole bears a hair. And there's
like
no such thing as a hole without hair. So
The devil is not a liar.
Well,
That's a bullshit
so-
statement. The devil, and God is a coward. God is a coward.
I don't know. I think get real subjective when I get to that. I think the concept of God as a person is our way of rationalizing, but we are growing embryos in sacks, and we've made sack sheep.
we're going from one gender to the next operation.
It's not even that. But
even
what?
that concept is inside of that woman, you are a woman first. The decision is if you'll be a man or a woman. But when you begin off,
well, so how does it work with sack people?
I guess they eventually say, "I want some nuts instead of some ovaries."
Well, no. So when we get to the concept of God, and this is the way that I've looked at it based on what we are capable of doing at present, because as technology evolves. In the beginning of all of our biblical stories, they're all the same story. Any religion can be set up as long as it's based on universal truth. You can't refute the religion. The way religion spread, all of the great religions have some story where they went to Egypt and figured out how to do stuff, right? And they told
what is that
them.
game called? Phone?
They
Will you say something to one person?
It's not that. The mystery schools in Egypt, when they handed out that knowledge, this came back up during the Crusades when the Inquisitions were going on, and Saint Aquinas was showing up on people's islands and being like,
"Hey."
"Hey,
it down, they sang it right from mountaintops, right?
They chiseled it. They drew stuff, but it's the same story. And they said, adopt this to your people. If you believe in a God that does not look like you, you are broken. That's my first point. The second point is, if you go back to the way the Sumerians, which is where the story of Genesis came from, you look at the Sumerian text, they said, hey, some people came here and made us. And they did a bunch of experiments, and not all these other versions of us worked out, but we did.
Hey guys, I gotta bounce. It's been a pleasure. It's been fun.
All right, later, Cellulite dude. Hey, you gotta tap back in. You gotta tap back in, man. I subscribe to your channel.
Pops in and you bounce out.
You got
don't try to pull that scared black man stuff, Angry Snowman.
Oh
What?
my goodness. No, hold on. Let me finish.
No, Nidus said something to me. I was curious what he said.
He said something about black man stuff, but we can talk about our dicks later. Okay, so hold on a second.
No, I'm not talking. I'm live streaming. Something happened on my way over here.
Oh shit! God damn it, Nidus. No, so anyways, the story of if you look up the Sumerian story of creation and how they said that they got here, and like who told them like where the stars were and stuff, because they did not claim authority over that. Yeah, however you want to describe it, yes. But if you look at that story and then you look at how we got pugs, can you explain to me what the difference is?
I think people put too much emphasis on the differences.
Well, no, I mean, there's not an emphasis. It's not an emphasis on the difference. It's like, if we can create pugs and we now have the ability to grow an embryo in a sac, if we were to find another planet with something on it that was similar in genetics to ourselves, and we wanted to put ourselves there, we could make that in a sac. What would that thing look at us as if we knew how to do everything and it knew how to do nothing?
That $15 Cash App I sent you earlier.
We created a salmon. Right.
The thing is, this proud.
We created a salmon.
Proud Cracker. Next time, send $30. Anyway, now the thing is this: when
he's lucky I sent 15. I don't send nobody money.
I told you I love you. Damn. Treat me like your damn wife, man. Never know.
Proud Cracker can't appreciate it. When a black man says he loves you, that's like $30 back for your 15.
Hey, dude, I do appreciate it, man, because I don't hear that enough from you brothers.
Well, I'll never say it.
That's also true.
At best, I'll say you're cool.
I love you, Angry Snowman.
Hey,
there we go. That's 2 out of 3.
I love you guys too, man. And
2 out of 3 ain't bad.
And you're
2
cool
out of 3
too,
ain't
Nidus.
bad.
You know what, Nidus? You're cool too, man. I've listened to you quite a bit, man. You're pretty base, dude.
No. So what I'm
body, man, because the word is bullshit to begin with.
What I'm trying to get
hold on, man, because I want to come in here and derail, because Mayo said something earlier that was just, categorically untrue. He said that white people don't think about black people at all. And that's a lie. Dude, we get up every morning and we take a shower and we bask in all of our white glory, and then we sit down and we have our cup of coffee and we think about how we can oppress a black person every single morning.
I mean, some mornings you actually send me a text of oppression, so I can vouch for that.
Yeah, I don't believe that, but I've had enough conversation with my pale dude, and they know too much. I can tell by your forehead and the separation of your eyebrows, you're Eritrean.
A what?
So why the fuck would he say that to me if he's not examining us?
Who said that?
Not Angry Snowman, but other pale people.
Where?
In life.
Jesus.
I can tell by your forehead and the separation of your eyebrows, you're an Eritrean. Who the hell? I wouldn't know.
I don't know what the hell an Eritrean is. Bro.
Yeah, but you're not one of them, so of course you don't.
Yeah, I don't even know what that
examination when you listen to them talk.
Look, dude, you are right. There are some white people that are like that. I will give you that. That they're interrogating you while they're talking to you.
Yeah, bruh.
And generally, those tend to be the ones that walk around talking about how they got white privilege. I'm telling you, that's the truth. White people that go around telling black people they have white privilege are actually the real racists.
Bro.
Yeah, and here's another thing: when you see one of them that just start reaching towards your hair.
Oh, dude. So at the club, girls try to touch my hair all the time, and they'll walk up and they're at least polite. They'll ask, they'll be like, "Hey, can I touch your hair?" And I'll just be like, "Can I touch your titties?"
Dude, I get.
Sometimes I get to touch free titties, bro. Like, don't hate, bro.
Bro,
You're not
get
taking
women trying to
advantage of the situation. If a girl grabs
women,
your hair, grab her titties, bro.
Dude, I get women trying to grab my beard.
Grab their titties. I'd be like, bro.
Dude, grabbing my beard is like a bitch asking if she can get on my motorcycle without asking my wife first.
Bro, it's rude. It's rude as hell. But I just double down on the rudeness.
But see, listen, that's two separate things. We're not talking about the dark triad. We know the end of that.
Hell yeah. I'm just like, hey, if you want to violate my personal space, I need to violate some of your personal space.
You know, and I have long curly hair, so I get a lot of people wanting to touch my hair all the time.
Bro, you should be having handfuls at all times then.
No, I just don't like women for the most part, man. I like my wife, but I can't stand women.
Hold on a second.
Listen, Angry Snowman, that's what attracts them. Your disdain for them is sexy to them.
I know, and it fucking irks me to no end. Me ignoring them is actually like a fucking pheromone being put out saying, let's attack in numbers. We don't care if his wife and kids are right there. We're going to go up and put our titties, our ass, our cooch right in his face. See if he can say no.
Okay, so hold on. Charles asked a good question. He asked, what is something a person can do to fix these issues right now? And he gave an answer later on in the conversation. But for me personally, I think that we should probably start looking at the ones with, me personally, you already know how I feel about this. I already know everybody ain't going to make it. And like, in all honesty, I have no problems with, like, somebody got to move these chairs and somebody needs to fix my sandwiches.
What color is Uncle Wallingford?
He us, bro. He one of us.
Oh, get you a white woman.
That doesn't even necessarily have to be a white woman. Just get you a woman that is willing to be taught and is willing to learn.
Yeah, white
like that too.
You need a woman that is willing to cooperate with you.
See now, Nightish.
Look, dude, I'm gonna tell you what, Nightish. I've grown up around white women my whole life, and white women can be some of the biggest fucking bitches on the planet.
Thank you. Like I was about to say, Casey Mo will come in here. The call sign from when we used to go out was where the white women at.
Yeah. I'm not talking about one you have to get. I'm talking about one that wants you. See, people go after women that they want instead of the women that want them.
Well, my question is this, though. So I think that from that perspective, a woman who wants you and wants to be on your program should be looking to submit to your leadership and authority, period. Absolutely. If a woman wants you, it's not going to matter what color she is because women are just women.
And a woman that is willing to do that is willing to do that right from jump.
Facts. And
you don't have to put a ring on the finger. You don't have to do all this other shit. She's willing to submit and take that role right off the rip.
Thank you. Facts. And the one other thing that I would say is back to because I didn't finish my story about my friend D, the hot Samoan chick. She is very much about that life. Like I've been out with her at the clubs. Like she hangs out in one of my friends' groups. And that woman literally refuses to fight women. She will beat your boyfriend up with her fists. And I've seen her do it with girls that have got popped off at her at the club because she's just I
have a biker chick friend just like that, dude.
And so D, when she interacts with me, she like a little kitten. Oh, how are you doing? Like I introduced her to my girl. She's loving on my girl. Like we're cool. And then she turned right around and went to everybody else in the group of men that were around and was like, what's up, niggas? Like, and just immediately like just on their necks, like just talking to them like she's one of the guys. And they're like, well, why does D interact with you like that? And I'm like, because I'm not like you. Like we are different people. And like, if you didn't know before, let the interaction with D Let that be a shining light.
Because she loves me and she don't love you.
Well, no, it's no matter how hard of a woman you are, if you are in the presence of a man who's on his square, that you can look to and be like, hey, if somebody swings on me in this club, like this dude got me. He can get in between me and some blows. I ain't got to fight this dude myself. Mm-hmm. There's a different level of reverence and respect for men. And it's just like what they were saying. Latanya was saying that earlier, where her and Sugar Bum, they were like, they're anti-weak men. A woman who has to keep that masculine frame on around you as a man, if you're around women like that, they don't respect you as a man. You can have all the money in the world, but like if she don't think you can protect her, like now she got to be a thug with you.
That's a fact.
Y'all are thugging together.
And I'm here to tell you, if you're a real alpha, you don't have to get on and pronounce and let everyone know
Facts.
you're an alpha.
100%.
Real alphas don't tell people they're alphas. Everybody just knows it.
Big dog in the pack.
Just saying. People can feel it on you when you walk in a room.
Yeah.
You know, and other alphas tend to gravitate to each other.
Right, because, well, I mean, what man wants to be in a room with somebody where you're with a dude that you legitimately, if stuff breaks out, you know this guy's going to cry and crumble. It'd be like, now I got to drag you out of here to make sure you get safe too. Like, you were extra work
Right.
at that point. Like, there's no reason to keep you around.
Yeah, if we can't get back to back and do some damage, then what's the point in having you around?
Facts. Or having friends where it's like, hey, we losing this one, and they're just like, well, I'll meet you at the car. It's like, no, that means we're getting beat up. Like, what are you talking about? You better come in here and catch these licks with the rest of the team, or you're off of it.
Now, you guys were actually having a really good conversation earlier. I was digging it, man.
No, you know, I'm trying to step the game up. I got 100 followers, right? I broke the 100 mark, and I'm trying to make sure that I am fulfilling the oath, because Big Bad Bull told me that I was a kept secret in this space. So I gotta live up to that. I don't like compliments because it's just more work for me. I'm like
within the top 5 hated white dudes in this space.
No,
you're infamous.
We don't even know you.
Yeah.
Oh no, people know Angry Snowman.
I'm messing with him. I see him a couple times.
Oh,
he knows who I am.
What's that movie with Benicio del Toro and Ryan Phillippe when they are kidnapping that girl who's pregnant by that rich guy?
Hold on.
I gotta look it up. Yeah, they've never won fights. They just got in there, got back to back, and just got stumped and got some alcohol after it and got in the car and drove off.
Right.
They never won, but they always fought.
Yeah. And I mean, like when I look at the things that go on in the space, and like I have the opinions I have, which I don't have very many, unless you're crying at white girls about racism. That's a trigger for me. Because like I don't like weak men. Like I find them
about racism in general is a trigger for me, because to me that means you're weak.
Right. Well, that's where I'm coming from with it. I'm like, I find that level of weakness from men. Like if it was a woman, I'd be like, cool, whatever, keep it pushing. Oh, she's upset, fine, emotions, whatever. But like when I see that level of weakness from men, I'm just like, what else can't you figure out? Like what else? Like, how did you let something on in Fantasyland get in your soul so much that you're living over here? Because I you know what I guarantee you didn't happen. I guarantee you Nick Fuentes ain't gonna come back and be on a podcast next week with a pure blood Italian girl talking about we's getting married, because it's not gonna happen. Because as far as the Italians are concerned, he's a mutt.
Well, look,
in Italy.
You know,
so
the movie was The Way of the Gun, but see, the thing is, patriarchy keep telling Angry Man and Anton to have a convo with Nick.
Oh,
I don't see nothing wrong with it, man.
Jeremy got the answer for you, Nidus. She said it's The Way of the Gun.
I think that more people should have conversations with people like that. I mean, it's better to actually know from the horse's mouth how he really feels and thinks about things, rather than to assume.
See, my thing is this. I like my racism overt, not covert. What's this all this secret shit about?
Yeah. Well, it's not even that though. Like he did a panel with black men on it and was not talking that reckless. That's what I'm saying.
The thing is though, with that dude that you guys are talking about though, the stuff that he talks about really is no different than the shit that these black nationalists talk about.
100%.
Look,
it's literally the same rhetoric. They're just changing.
My bigger issue with it is this: we didn't see this level of pushback when Nick and Yamanopoulos, or however you say his last name, was with Kanye going on this damn press run.
Right.
Well, that's because he was co-signed
had
by
Nick
Kanye.
and them together this whole almost a year, and you didn't hear all this nonsense.
Well, my deal is this, and this was the what I got from it from the two different interviews. He just says stuff at this point, like that's his brand, is like, I'm gonna say some outlandish, quasi-racist stuff. He didn't say outlandish, quasi-racist stuff in the presence of men who he knew could bash his little pinhead in. So at that point, I look at him as a white woman. That's how he is identified as far as when I look at him. I'm like, you a white bitch. Like you have no power to stand on this square face to face with a man. Period.
But
because he's weak. So I don't care about weak men, because all you are is a body that I'm going to step over to get to where I need to be. You are at a distraction at best, and if you become a problem, you will become a body. That's how I live my life.
I don't know about that, because when I think about when you say things like that, they look for soft targets. They pop 100%. Up like ghosts.
100%.
So I'll go into church and sit down while everybody's telling me, oh, you're so great and it's okay. And then you get to take all of them out.
100%. They do look for soft targets. That's the reason, as a man, period, you can't afford to be weak. Period. Soft targets get what soft targets get. We do not live in a world. Hold on, wait a second. We do not live in a world that's fair. We do not live in a world that's right. We do not live in a world like all these people talking about karma existing. Bruh, there's a white dude running around this city right now.
You want to know what happens when you get complacent and you start becoming weak within your own faculties? You get your house ran up in by 6 motherfuckers in the middle of the night.
Yes. And the thing of it is, what people don't seem to understand is that I said the devil does not hide himself.
No, he doesn't.
He shows himself all the time. So what's happening now, which people don't seem to understand, is that this might be the most calmest, most peaceful time ever. When motherfuckers talk to me about this is the hardest time ever, they don't know about 1923 when motherfuckers had dirt floors
100%.
and was worried about people coming and invade their house when they had kerosene lamps. There wasn't no internet to escape into. You couldn't be in the matrix. You had to live real life. If your ass wasn't hunting something or growing something, you was going to starve.
Yeah, your survival was all based on whether or not you got up and made shit happen.
Facts.
Yeah. So now we're at a place where you can sit in your house and DoorDash and Uber Eat and Instacart and Amazon. You soft as fuck, so every little thing triggers you.
Yes, that part.
Hey, dude, that's why I say all the time, man. People in this country specifically, they don't want real freedom because they can't handle real freedom. Real freedom means that you don't have the government daddy safety net saving your ass when you fuck up. Real freedom means that you have to get out there and you got to make shit happen by the sweat of your own brow, that you ain't getting the fruits of another man's labors, that your survival is solely dependent on what you make out of your life and how you play the cards that were dealt to you.
So the problem with reparations is if they set a number and give it to you, that's the end of welfare. That's the end of low health care. That's the end of everything. We've given you your money. You're equal. Now what?
Well, but by that definition, there's still more white people on welfare and all those social services that you just listed.
That's not what I'm talking about. I'm saying if they give these people who's asking for reparations some set number, then it's over for you. They'll keep taking care of their own. Nepotism is a healthy thing. You're supposed to look out for your own. See, when people talk about racism, I don't understand the problem with you taking care of your nieces, your nephews, your uncles, your own people. I don't get that that's necessarily racist.
I don't think that's racist. But when you have somebody, for instance, like an Umar Johnson, who says the exact same thing Nick Fuentes says, where he says we shouldn't be mixing races, which means that like myself, Reese,
no
and
demons.
you, Nightish, are mongrels in that society because we would have to be run out. We're not a part of that.
You know them damn snow demons taking up all the
right,
black man's wealth.
100%, because we got pilgrim blood or whatever, however the fuck they want to label that shit now. Because like every day I hear a new pejorative for like you're part white, and I'm just like, I don't understand why.
Look, bro, let's keep it 100, man. Anyhow, and me and Casey were talking about this earlier today. Anybody that isn't first or second generation immigrant in this country is mixed with white and black. Yep. We all have white and black in us. Every fucking one of us walking this on this land. Every one of us.
Yeah. So like when we're coming at it from that perspective and somebody says something like that, I'm like, you know what? I don't think it's racist when somebody goes, I personally want to marry a black woman and have a black child. I don't think that's racist. But when you're saying, hey, everybody should do this, and we're trying to figure out ways to enforce it, and the people who aren't, we're gonna shame them, and you got Courtney Michelle sitting out here spouting the same rhetoric, and I literally has none of the results, none of them. I've never seen a woman for as long as she has been that she's been out here publicly, got these dudes simping on her, trying to smell her socks, and she ain't giving them the time of day, say, I want to marry a black man and have a black family with my kid that I already made, and not get one. Ever. I've never seen a woman who's like, I'm trying to get married. Wives are found. All wives are found.
It's like I've been saying. They don't like weak men. She can never really love her prey. It's hard for her to love a trick.
Right.
If you sniffing up under her ass and do it all, she can never love you. I mess with Platinum.
She's been out here, my brother. She's been out here for years, bro.
Phone is ringing.
Oh,
yeah, you got to remember, women. You got to treat a woman like a praying mantis.
Well, 100%. And the reality of it is, that is one of those universal balances. All wives are found.
Yeah.
Because it's not up to her. Wives are found. My chick, trying to be a wife, found. She's gonna have a good life.
Actually, when me and my wife found each other, we weren't trying to have anything.
Yeah, but she fell into that role, and you saw a wife, and you found her, and you said, "Cool."
Well, that and I tested her
100%
over and over again, man, and she passed every fucking test. You know, why would I give that up?
100%, which goes back to my point. All wives are found. If she's been out here publicly, because like it's not like you found your wife on YouTube. You went to a physical place and saw her. This woman is sitting.
Well, actually, I found her on Facebook.
But
believe it or not,
but she wasn't on live panels for years, having thousands of people see her going, "I want to be a wife. I want to be a wife.
No,
I'm trying to have a black family," for years. And actually, not be found? Like, how do you that's like putting yourself in the middle of a highway and never getting hit by a car. How does that work?
Here's the thing. The social engineering is working. People are not going to be getting married no more.
They will.
It's a done deal.
Wealthy people will.
No.
Beneficial.
I'll be honest with you.
And when I hear these conversations about, I want a man with this many figures and this size and more, that's an elitist conversation. So I'm not even in it. I don't even pay attention to it. Don't matter to me.
But the reality of it is,
people will not be getting married because everybody wants the so-called dream.
Right.
Well, that's the thing that that's the fallacy that Gen X was sold, though, was the American dream.
Right. Well, I don't think it's a fallacy. Like me personally, I have options. Like I have a plethora of women, and the woman who I'm with knows that, like, I'm like, if you don't want to be here, I'll get somebody else up in here.
To a degree, it was. Like, man, listen to my reasoning behind it, though. That whole chasing the American dream, to go out and have the brand new car, to have the house with the white picket fence, to have the go on vacation every year. The keeping up with the Joneses shit. That's something that was sold to Generation X, man. And we spent so much time worried more about chasing paper and not enough time worried about, maintaining our home.
With Gen X,
go ahead.
That so-called dream, they pick and choose, right?
Right.
Because another part of that Gen X thing was you're not going to make it past 18.
Yeah, that's true.
You're going to rock out with your cock out. You're going to live fast and die young.
So
they pick and choose what they want.
But the way that was sold, though, like if you think about it, Gen X went through a wealth transition, not so uncommon as to the one that we're going through now.
Well, Gen X was the first generation to not have generational wealth handed down.
Right, Gen X.
Facts, but like they also, you guys also came up.
The American Dream was sold to was the Boomers.
Well,
they actually lived it.
But the Boomers didn't go through a massive wealth transfer. They went through a massive wealth
They
reduction.
stole everything and
they
kept
stole
it to
money
themselves.
from them. Well, no, the government literally stole money from them. The Boomers went through the gold reclamation process, where for 10 years it was illegal to own gold here.
Right, because the gold standard ended. But here's the thing, though.
Yeah.
The Boomers had property and money and everything else, and their children was left to the Gen Xers are latchkey kids.
Yep.
Yeah.
Because the Boomers was out going to get it.
They were out spending their wealth.
And I can bring home the bacon.
They weren't worried about handing anything down.
This is private schools, and they didn't fuck with the kids at all. So we are the generation who had to figure it out by ourselves.
So with that said, though, if I'm going to sell you a dream and we're competing for resources, I want you to go flex. I want you to go buy a Gucci belt. I want you to go buy a new car. I want you to try to keep up with me. And while you're doing that, I'm going to buy up every single thing around you, and now I'm going to finagle your movements like you're an ant in my fucking ant trap. I'm going to just
as I said when I began this conversation, is self-actualization. But
right.
Here's the thing.
Right.
The me era was when?
I mean, the me era was that's basically my generation, pretty much.
No, the me era was the 80s. So you had to be born in the yes.
Oh, okay.
Yes. You had to be born in 65.
When did it stop?
So you have to be 15 and up.
So you don't think that we're in the middle of a me era right now?
This is me era 2.0.
Oh, okay.
This is the 80s again.
Okay.
This is Reagan again. This is Snowfall again with the internet. And what is the biggest thing that everybody want now? Attention. Money don't even really matter now.
Yeah.
This is much worse. This way you could fuck the whole world up in a day.
Facts.
Yes.
You can fuck 1 million people's minds up in a few minutes.
Yes.
Back in the day, it took months.
Well, that's true.
A perfect example of that is in the 80s, an album, Janet Jackson, whoever, that album would last 6 months to a year.
Yep.
Now, consumption, instant gratification, you good if you can last 3 days.
Which is, so Nitish, that's the reason I told you that you can't say that you're poor, because the reality of it is when you're, LaTanya, thank you. LaTanya hit me with the 5 balls. She's supporting the movement, supporting the channel. I'm really happy that I hope you're enjoying it. I hope we haven't scared you off. You're a nice person. But Nitish, that was the reason. And this is my thing. I always call stuff for where it is. And like a lot of people, including myself, I'm a horrible self-promoter and I'm very self-deprecating. But the reason I said that you can't say that you're poor is because the state that we're in, the fact that you've made the moves that you have made, that's a very stoic stance. And people who are disciplined and stoic build things. Everyone else is going YOLO right now. Everyone else is flexing, and like you're sitting up here and people probably are disparaging against you who don't know what moves you're making. But the deal is you are willing to go through discomfort and sacrifice. I too am willing to go through discomfort and sacrifice for very long periods of time. Most people can't do that, which means that during a wealth transition like what we're going through now, it's a battle of attrition. And people are so weak they can barely show up to work on time. So you are not poor. Your results haven't shown yet. And that's the way that I look at it. When you told me your story and I got the context, I'm like, okay, you're not poor. The dust hasn't settled yet. The tide hasn't gone out. Everyone's naked. You have your swim trunks on. When this works out the way that it's going to work out, you're going to have even more opportunity, and you've already gone through the hardest part of it. So you're going to just start eating people's lunch. You're just going to take everything, and you're going to be sitting up here, and then we're going to have this conversation about 10 years, and I'm going to go, hey, Nitish, remember that conversation? You're going to be like, yeah. I'll be like, yeah, you ain't poor. You never were.
Right? You know why
because
that
of your
is,
mindset.
Right?
Because of your mindset.
Because the boomers didn't take care of me. Their parents and their I know my great-great-grandmother and my grandmother. So the boomers, it was latchkey, but the greatest generation, those other people. So I understand about having a deep freezer. I understand about preserving food. I understand about having a garden. So I can eat beans for a week. I can eat burritos for a week. I don't need to go out to a restaurant every 2 seconds.
I can go a couple days without eating if I have to.
Oh, dude. Well, I mean, it was funny because like when the pandemic first started and everybody was buying everything out of Walmart, like it was going out of style. Like I went in there and I was just like, okay, so like what didn't people eat? I was like, frozen pizzas, bet, let's go. Like I was like, I grabbed like 5 frozen pizzas and I was going in there every week and I was like, whatever the menu is what's left, and like I'll just eat that because people are stupid. Like,
bro, to be honest with you, me and the wife were I'd already had us so prepared that when the lockdown started, the only thing we had to go to the store for was milk and bread.
See there? You're smart. I enjoy the adventure of the store during that time period. I was like, oh, I wonder what we're going to have in the frozen foods. Because like, apparently people don't have freezers. So like they pilfered everything and then like people just don't eat pizza anymore. I was like, pizza's awesome. Like, it's got all the stuff you need.
They apparently were eating toilet paper though, because that
I bought one big ass thing of toilet paper, and like because the people that I'm house hacking with are all dudes, we had toilet paper through the entire pandemic and didn't refill till it was damn near over. like I was just like, hey, bro, like we're good. Like we're gonna have toilet paper.
Yeah, guys don't really use much toilet paper.
No. It was so crazy. Like I saw people getting toilet paper and they were like, do you have enough toilet paper? I was like, I will sell you toilet paper if you want to pay like triple the price for it. Like I have all the toilet paper.
I'll be honest with you though. The one thing that I was glad that I stocked up on, and I wasn't aware that this shit was going to happen, but I stocked up on baby formula. Before
That's
the
actually
pandemic
real
hit,
smart.
man.
Yeah.
And
yeah.
I'm glad I did, because it was only like maybe 2-3 months in after having a baby that they started having formula shortages, and I had formula by the cases in the house.
I tell you, it's but that's the thing. It's like whenever I see people with a mindset like what Nidish has, and like they're explaining to me like what they're doing, I'm like, okay, like I can, like one of the things I'm really good at putting together is like where things are going. And so I'm like looking at it and you're like, I'm poor. And I'm like, no, you're not. You just don't know it yet. But like, you're there. You just, the dust hasn't settled. Once the dust settles, you're going to be in a good spot. And then you're going to build on that because like you already have the mindset. And like, once you get a couple of wins, shit becomes fun. Like it really does. And I tell people all the time, it's like the hardest amount of money I've ever pieced together was the first $10,000. And after that, it was rinse and repeat because like I knew how to get 10 grand. I was like, well, if I can get 10 grand's a good demarcation point to make a move to do something else. So I was like, I'll just keep saving up $10,000.
I'll be honest with you. The hardest thing I ever had to do was dig me and the wife out of the financial hole we were in and actually stay consistent on a budget.
Yeah. No,
that was the hardest thing. Because look, dude, I'd never had anybody to teach me that. I used to be one of those guys that was, robbing Peter to pay Paul on my bills all the time, constantly having late notices and shit. And it wasn't until that I finally got all my bills caught up and started paying them on time and didn't have late fees that I realized it wasn't until that first month that everything was finally square. I had an extra almost $400 in the bank.
And once you can do that, and you can budget, now you can see yourself up out of that.
Well, see, the thing is I was confused though when I saw that first time. I thought, dude, I spent a week and a half going through all the bills, thinking that I
you thought you forgot to pay something.
I did, and I did not look. That's the thing is, people aren't taught that.
Yeah,
they're literally costing themselves $300 to $400 a month just being late and behind all the time.
Yep.
It isn't just 10. It isn't nickels and dimes. It isn't 10 or 20 bucks here and there. It's hundreds of dollars.
Yeah.
And I didn't realize it until I got myself on track, man. And I refuse to allow myself to get off a track like that again.
And I call that unconscious spending. When you don't have your little notebook and you say, put all your bills in order and you know exactly what they are, you're just spending. And that's what people do. Well, I just want it. You're not even thinking about it. But once you're conscious of what you're doing with your money, you can itemize things and know, well, like in the pandemic, I didn't because I got a bunch of tuna, bunch of salmon, canned goods just overstocked because just how I shop. Period.
Yep.
So when the thing happens,
once every 3 months.
Tuna for a minute.
Hey, I'm like that night. It's about once every 3 months. I'll go up and I'll spend like a couple $100 on nothing but canned goods. Buy it by the flat.
Dude, Latoya chimed in. She said, "Oh, Latoya said it's really it really is all about budgeting. You need to know what comes in and what goes out. Facts, big fact.
And you need to have one person.
I got a special guest that's in the pack, and I've wrote down where we're at because this could get pretty hectic. It's a volatile guest, and I'm going to welcome
Patriarchy.
No, Patriarchy's not. I don't think he would want to chime in on these types of conversations. He tends to have a brand. Also, he is also from Kansas City, and we sound alike, so he doesn't like being on panels with me. So, no. So I'm going to present to you all Be Bold and Stink.
Oh, shit.
Welcome to the panel.
Okay, listen, I've heard you guys talking this whole time, and everybody wants to talk like we're all experiencing the same things, but we're not experiencing the same things. It's when I look around outside my trailer park, I don't see white people having these problems. It's only black people. Now, listen, you guys might talk about books like those are super important, but I don't have to read a book. Come on now. Now, sir, before you start looking around and like, oh, you have something to say, just listen. What you have to say isn't nearly as important as what I have to say because I've been saying it my whole life and nobody's ever told me I'm wrong, so I must be right.
Well, I mean, that was
sir. Now, sir, I let you talk. I let you guys talk. And are you still talking? Why are you?
Are you married to a lot lizard?
Oh shit!
Listen. The problem is they got all these big fat black ladies out there.
Answer the question.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Are you married to a lot lizard?
I knew you were going there.
I'm just gonna tell you. Look. The only people that these beautiful, sexy black men have the ability to even try to mate with are these big fat black ladies. Sir, now listen, sir. I let you talk. Okay, so listen. It's not my fault that I just came in here and kicked your ass.
No, I can understand. You have queer desires, and when you see somebody affecting me, you really want to pole your mouth. But we have to pause on that, and I mean PAWS. These fists, not slow the movie down because the gay scene is happening.
I just want to go home.
I don't even know what to say to that.
I love YouTube, man. This shit changed my life. Listen, before YouTube, you couldn't get shit like this.
That whole shit gotta get clipped.
Ray, listen to how valuable this is, right? Before YouTube, right? He couldn't have the freedom to do that like in a barber shop or a bar. He'd get his ass whooped. That's what makes YouTube so good. Because nobody can choke him. You know what I mean? You got to let him just go. And you can laugh.
Nah, dude, I swear to God, that white dude is the white dude that makes white dudes look bad. I can't stand that motherfucker.
He's real, funny dude. As a motherfucker.
No, dude, he's ignorant as a motherfucker.
No, he let us know that black people are in trailer parks too.
He's the white chaotic truth, man.
Oh God.
Fucking.
I don't know, man. I like assholes. That's just me.
Nah,
I like Trump. I like, Ric Flair.
If that's the level of trolling we're gonna get, bro,
Kobe.
I'm with it, bro. I'm here for it because that shit was funny as hell.
Yes, it was.
That was funny what just happened. I'm just talking about the guy that he's impersonating.
Yeah,
he's a complete and total fucking dick face.
Oh yeah, no, 100%. I actually still need to go back and download that and clip up my interaction with him because he did get dog walked and it was great. And then I made him my friend.
Well, that's the saddest, right? He takes pleasure in pain.
Yeah. No, you're not wrong. Okay, so we were on budgeting. I had to write it down because I kind of figured we were going to get completely derailed, but that is
well, let him come back up here. I'm sure he'll tell us how white people budget better than black people.
And I disagree with him. I'm black, so I've never read a book in my life.
What? I read a book a month, at least. Sometimes 2.
I went on a binge for 4 years.
Yeah.
But you're light skinned.
You're Nightish. Bruh, you are light skinned too. Like
I don't
us
get
together-
that motherfucking joke
Bro,
right there.
Nightish, if our powers combined, we make
He the lightest one on the panel and shit. Maybe Snowman is lighter.
I was going to say, dude, you're whiter than I am, Nightish.
Oh no. You summoned him back, Snowman.
There you
What
go.
you got for us, Be Bold and Stink?
Listen, I think Nightish and I could be friends. I mean, honestly, we have the same kind of ideas, especially when it comes to where you learn your information. So, I mean, you know, everybody wants to divide us. Of course, white people do the budgeting better. We invented it. We invented everything, including peanut butter.
Not the peanut butter. You invented the peanut butter too?
Jimmy
Of course
Carter.
we did. George, what's his last name? Washington. George Washington. That's the one who did it. I don't know what you're trying to carve out. I don't know what you're trying to carve out some kind of new thing for yourself, but it was George Washington. He invented everything.
Right.
Yeah. He believes that because he puts it on his rectum so his dog can lick it off.
Of course I do. I have a beautiful dog.
Damn. Woo. Woo. That might be the harshest comment I've heard in YouTube.
I mean, hey, bro, like if your dog's
Has anybody ever went that hard before, yo?
Didn't they just arrest a chick for the dogs?
You know who Jerry
in
Penacoli is,
Mississippi?
Reckless Ray?
Who is?
Jerry Penacoli.
No, who's that?
Damn, I'm about to hit you with one of Angry Snowman joints. Google it.
Oh, jeez.
Don't do it.
God.
Don't do it.
Go ahead, Google it. Jerry Penacoli.
Oh my God.
Blow
What's
your
up,
fucking
Casey?
mind. This is
Jerry-
right up there with the OJ chase, the move fires. This was good news. This was big. Go ahead and find it. God
So
damn it.
this ain't nugget porn.
Nah, this is the biggest news in history in America.
Okay, so what did he do?
Sorry about that. I had to bounce back in. What happened, guys?
You don't want me to say it, do you?
No, well, I'm trying to find what I'm supposed to be looking for, but it's just like a bunch of acting stuff in IMDb.
A gay guy popped up here and said he wanted the 3 black men on the panel to violate him in some kind of gangbang.
Hey, Snowman, I got the name right?
That sounds legit.
What's that?
Jerry Penacoli.
I honestly don't know who you're talking about.
Jerry Penacoli. The
All right,
only
wait,
thing
I
I
might
got
be a
for
wrong
him
name.
on the news is him being nice to Obama and a bunch of pictures of him smiling. He's a very happy white man.
All right, so back in the day, a news reporter had to go to the hospital because he let a gerbil crawl up his ass through a toilet paper tube.
Oh, you're talking about the Pet Shop Boys.
Nah, one newscaster did this and it became the biggest news in American history.
Yeah, it turned into the Pet Shop Boys. Is what it became.
Funny
I
as
thought that
shit.
was
I was a
Rod
young
Stewart.
kid. I laughed so hard I cried, man.
That wasn't Rod Stewart
Nah, hell no.
Or Richard Gere.
Rod Stewart is a legend.
or
Hey, yo,
Richard
so-
Gere?
How'd y'all get to this from like Money Talk?
Because
some angry fucking ignorant red-faced fucking fake Santa Claus looking motherfucker came up here and derailed shit.
I think I know who you're talking about.
And now look at us. We're talking about gerbils and butts. That's where we've gone.
Is that your other account? You got 2 accounts?
I thrive on
Nao
chaos.
says it's Richard Gere.
Oh,
It's not Richard Gere. He was a newscaster.
Richard Gere, Rod Stewart. This
Wait.
gerbil thing goes around a
Walter
lot.
Cronkite.
This happened more than once.
they all
Yeah.
did it.
Richard Gere, definitely.
It's called
No.
It's called felching or something like that. Felching.
What?
FELCHING.
Hold up.
That's
Wait a
where
minute.
That's where the whole Pet Shop Boy urban legend came from.
Google it, Ray. Felching.
No, I'm not Googling that. You guys got me once, never again. I don't trust none of you assholes. So, but
I will
Shut
say that if you just Google gerbil and then start to type in Richard Gere, it'll autofill it for you.
so my question is,
I'm about to do that.
how does a toilet paper roll stay open in one's buttocks?
Good question.
That's a
It's
really
like-
good question.
I mean, that your sphincter's literally used to pinch off turds. Like it don't just stay open.
Not
like
if it's
that.
accustomed to. Never.
Holy
Not going
shit,
there.
you ain't lying, dude. All I did was type in gerbil and R.
That's so.
And it came up.
Yeah. There's
gerbil
filching
Richard Gere.
porn.
Well, let's see
This
what happens when
porn
you
is
type
all
in gerbil
filtered.
and J.
What? How do they get the gerbils out?
Jerry
Man, I
Pentacoli.
don't even know how to spell gerbil. That's a shame.
Hey,
Jerbil.
Jerry Pentacoli pops up, dude.
G-E-R-B-I-N. No,
Hey.
G.
Hey,
G.
Reese, Jerry Pentacoli pops up.
That's the name I was trying to tell y'all about. Jerry Pentacoli is the man that made this famous. This was the biggest story in American news history. Period.
Maybe
This
they
ain't
got to
right.
use butthole dilators first.
I
Or
just
some-
don't.
Go ahead.
I mean, is there a dilator specific for your butthole, or do they use the same one that they use for chicks?
I don't know. You're asking the wrong dude, man.
I mean,
Nothing-
I'm just wondering,
nothing
like, is there a company they were like, hey, we made a dilator, we need one specifically for buttholes? Like,
maybe a hollowed out butt plug.
that would fit a gerbil, bro? Like, what?
I don't know.
Yeah. I'm tapping out. It's done went left on me. I
No,
think we're
okay.
talking about politics and black stuff.
Well, no, we were okay. So we can stop talking about the gerbil. Like,
No.
we
Keep
know what
talking
it
about
is.
filching. I don't want to change you guys' energy.
I don't want to talk
We got
about
enough.
belching,
The
Nightish.
energy
Like,
needs changed. Please change the energy.
thank you. That's what I was like. Look, we done scared Nightish off. He ain't gonna be my friend no more. I hope y'all are happy. This is the reason I can't have no new friends.
Hey, Natasha, I broke Chat GPT one night.
What was your question?
I was asking it all kinds of questions about racism and the transatlantic slave trade.
Oh boy.
Did it shut itself down?
It literally shut itself down.
Well, you know who's not going to be able to live in the People Zoo once it takes over, right?
Yo, you know, Chaotic
it-
Truth went, Snowman, on your show, right? Chaotic Truth went so hard. My homie cut me off, yo. We've been friends for 10 years.
Wait a minute.
Are
He
you
still doesn't talk to
serious?
you?
Yo, he has cut me the fuck off. He sent me text messages right after that stream while I was still on the fucking stream. I just didn't say anything about it. And he was like, hold on, let me read this shit.
Dude, he wasn't being set up.
Bro.
Like I said, the only thing Chaotic did, and everybody that was watching saw it, that all he did was sit and challenge both me and him, the two people that were talking the most, on whether or not we were really going to act in the same way we were preaching to everyone else.
Hey, Reese, don't read those text messages. That was just between him and you.
Yeah.
Shit, crazy. This guy says,
Do it
I
for
knew
the
it.
do it for the culture.
Hey, he's staying on code.
he said, I knew I shouldn't have came up there with these fucking white devils. Don't ask me to come on this shit no more.
White
You're supposed to be my man, and you let these motherfuckers disrespect me and shit, and you
Oh,
want to
no.
cozy up to these fucking crackers. That's
Oh,
nut
no.
shit. And I said, you shouldn't have let that clown get you off your square. He's a troll. I wanted you to air this panel the fuck out, and you did. But how you let that clown pick at you? You peeped what he was trying. No, he said, I know you peeped what he was trying. You could have just outsmarted him and left him looking stupid. You were wrong this time. Then he comes back and says, I knew exactly what he was doing, and you co-signed that shit. I don't even rock with you no more. Because of this, you sold out. Don't ask me to do nothing with no devils no more.
Oh.
You want to be cool with them. Treacherous devils, that's on you. Don't ask me to do nothing with you them. There's no periods. That's why I'm reading it like this.
Bro, why'd you have to point out that there were no periods, man?
I don't bang with you like that no more. You bended the knee to them devils, and you tried to make me look like the bad guy. You let that dude insult me and disrespect me, and you didn't step up.
No, he
for
let
me.
that dude to insult him and disrespect him.
Wait a minute.
You vouch for those people, so because they did that and you vouch for them, I can't rock with you no more. Go ask those white dudes for help when you need help. But me and you are done.
Hey, I got
you
you
want to
back.
side with them. I can't rock with you.
Wait. So he's mad that Chaotic, a black person, went onto a panel and poked at him and got him off his square while white people were there.
And he's blaming it. He's blaming it on me because it was on my show.
Nah, he's blaming it on me, and I'm gonna tell you why.
Because you's white too.
After him and Chaotic were done, Homie stayed on the panel, but then he kept over talking everybody. Then Chaotic jumped back in and tried to get at him again, and my homie would not stop talking. Snowman had to shut the panel down. He had to mute everybody and come up by himself like 2 or 3 times. And then he still kept jumping in. And he does this, 1 second. He keeps doing this over and over so he can keep talking. He sits in here right in this studio with me and does it for hours. We argue and stuff. So when he cut me off, like there's no reaching out or none of that. No trying to rekindle or nothing. I'm done. Years I've been putting up with this shit. I'm done, man. He's too fucking woke. My grandmother's white. I'm not on this whole racist black power shit. I can't fuck with it, man. It's toxic. I got gray fucking hairs in my beard from this bullshit.
Well, look, anybody dude, I'm gonna tell you what. Anybody that knows that one of the things that I hate more than anything is having to mute someone. I hate it.
So hold up, guys. I'm bringing a special guest to the panel, and I need everyone to be on good behavior.
Oh Jesus!
We need to use full words. We need to use periods, and we need to be respectful. Okay? Because Latoya, see, she back there cheesing right now, but Latoya is coming up to hang out with us for a little bit. So we're not talking about gerbils.
Show your face.
She always cams up, bro. And Reese, you keep your eyeballs to yourself.
She can get it.
Oh, she's lucky. I'm gonna tell you what, you're lucky I'm married.
I got all of you. Y'all are the worst friends ever. Like,
she has an echo.
Hold on 1 second.
She got an echo.
She said she gonna fix that. Reese, Jesus Christ, and Snowman.
I'm just saying she is lucky I'm married.
Savage.
I'm single and I got every box checked. Fuck out of here. She need me.
I hate you so much. I knew it was coming.
Married.
Yo, they all do. They all do, man. It's bullshit. Yo, listen. These chicks been on YouTube for fucking years. Y'all were talking about it earlier. I'm currently
trying to talk my wife into having a harem at the house.
Wait a minute. Watch this, Snowman. Y'all were talking about it earlier on this show, or I think it was it might have been Bean's show. They were saying these chicks been on YouTube. Y'all referenced what the fuck is her name? Chantel
Michelle.
Yeah, Courtney Michelle. Been on YouTube for years. Bad as a motherfucker. All the talk for years is high value this and high value that. So what happens when a man is in front of you with every fucking box checked? What you gonna do about it?
I mean,
you gonna make some more YouTube videos, or you gonna take advantage of it?
No. What's gonna happen is, hold on, in Reese's voice, verbatim, what Reese said. I believe that he would say, "Well, listen, Courtney Michelle has been on here for years, talking about how she want a high value man, and then one is in front of her, and you know what I did? I fucked her wife." That's what you meant to say, because that's what would happen. And then I went to her neighbor's house like I'm the fucking Tooth Fairy, and I fucked his wife too, and I worked my way all the way down that street, and that was in the 70s when I was on my shit. Close? Am I close?
You got like 88%.
Yeah. Okay, so Latoya, how are you this evening? And I'm sorry that you had to hear that.
Oh, it's all good. It's Latanya.
Latanya.
Ah! See, how you gonna call her a friend and can't even say her damn name?
Because y'all done embarrassed me. You've all embarrassed me.
That ain't no excuse. You a weak man if that's what your excuse is gonna be.
Man.
Oh no! See now Sugar Bum's gonna come back and tell me I'm ugly again, bro. Thanks.
It's okay. You know what? Everybody
y'all go ahead and talk. I'm gonna fade the ballot. No, that's cool.
No, I think Reese from Philly was saying something. He was saying that this is my point. You were saying that women are on YouTube for years, and I've only been on for a couple years. This is actually the third time that I've cammed up. I'm just trying to face some fears of mine.
Are you single?
He was not trying to hear nothing else I said.
Hell no, you gotta be careful.
Single. No.
Are you single?
She's married 3 times, bro. Get the hell out, bro.
Oh, married 3 times? What does that mean?
I don't know, but that just means just lay off, bro. Damn.
It shouldn't be.
Did not sign up for this.
You know you're cute. We all know it. So what's the deal?
She's about to come join my compound anyhow, Reese.
I appreciate that.
Look.
But I used to live in Philly. In North Philly.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Oh. Broad and Susquehanna particularly.
We were neighbors. My whole family is from Broad and York.
I know where Broad and York is.
The Salon, that's my family on Broad Street.
I used to ride the Orange Line all the time.
There are way too many crackers popping up on this panel now.
Bro, she done conjured up Mayo Monkey. Y'all just, man, bro.
Who's Mayo? Who's Mayo Monkey?
Hey, she's a prepper. She's a prepper. She's on my team.
I am a low key. I am a low key prepper. I am a low key.
You can't even be below her.
Let me finish with Latoya though. Hold on a second.
No, you can't. Latanya.
Here's the deal, right?
Oh my God.
I got every box checked.
All of them.
I'm 6'3", 195 pounds, and I got 9% body fat.
You need to eat a cheeseburger, fool.
I'm single. I got a good job. I don't even know how much money I make. My kids are grown and gone. I don't even know where they at. You know what I'm saying? I'm vegan. I have a program on how to carry your youthful look late into your 50s, 60s, and 70s. And it's foolproof. The proof is I'm cam the fuck up right now. I could have told you I was 33 and it would have been shit you could have did about it. You see what I'm saying? So here's the receipt. I don't want your number. I don't want shit. My name is Reese from Philly. Get at me.
Hey, bro.
Get at me.
My response to that is I will.
Is get him the fuck up on out of here, bro.
My response to that is I will.
She said I will.
Yeah, my response to that.
So this is how I do things, right? I don't put people on blast on panels, right? When I want to fight somebody, I leave a message in their YouTube studio so only them can see it. Right? I'm not a tough guy up here, and I flirt with a lot of female YouTubers and all that. But any communication, do it in the YouTube studio. Leave a comment on the video. I'll be the only one that sees it. I don't do the phone number thing or none of that shit, or Instagram, none of that. It's corny. I'm a grown man.
She gave you that Canadian, she's a cutie patootie compliment.
Hey, Reese, respect, man. All I'm saying
Natasha
is if I wasn't already married, me and you'd both be fighting her.
Yo, I don't have any colorful lines or game or any of that shit. I don't even know how to talk to girls, yo. I just started talking.
I don't either, dude. I would have said the white version of what you just said to her.
The white version.
I was like, at this rate,
I have a 401k.
Oh my God! Come on, bro. I hate all of you so much.
I got 2 acres of land.
She faded to black, bro. This is why we can't have nice things right here.
I got 2 acres of land and I make pretty babies.
Oh God.
Oh boy.
Oh, I hate all of you individually for different reasons. This is fucking wonderful.
I need a reason to go get a driver's license, yo. I live in a city, so I don't drive.
You take the Broad Street. You take the Broad Street line.
Yeah, you know how it is. You lived here. You don't need a car in the city. You get anywhere in the city in 20 minutes.
Yeah, but I would have preferred to have a car when I was a kid.
Not here.
I eventually, well, yeah, it's kind of hectic. But...
Cars cost too much.
Get a motorcycle.
Well, I mean, they cost too much if you get these expensive cars. You know, I'm cool. I'm cool with the cute foreign, like a Mazda or a Honda.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think cars fuck up your discipline a little bit. I only drive when I have a whole lot of money, and I go buy a fancy supercar or something and just floss for a couple years.
You know what, Reese? I agree with what you just said because I was in my peak physical fit. You know, my greatest peak physical physique when I didn't have a license and didn't have a car. Seriously, once I got a license and a car, that's when it all went to shit.
Oh no, Mr. Youngblood is even chiming in on this. He got a Starbucks gift card. Why are y'all like this, bro?
Hey, if you
had to fade to black on him.
Hey, if you go subscribe to the Angry Snowman channel, I'm giving away a $50 e-gift card to the place of your choice online once we hit 500 subs.
Oh my goodness!
See,
and I will make sure you get that e-gift card, Miss Latanya.
Oh, Angry Snowman! I'm gonna have to come check you all out.
Actually, I'd rather you check out the Mosh Pit. The link's in.
Bro, do not send her over to the Mosh Pit.
What is that?
It's us white people gentrifying black YouTube.
is Fight Club for white people, basically.
Oh, I want to go. I want to go see what you guys like talk about. You know, all this YouTube stuff is so interesting.
Well, I need more. Well, see, this is the interesting thing is I actually need more melanated females over there because they're the only ones that are going to be moderators.
You know, I get a lot of people who talk about my skin color still. You know, I'm 43 years old and it's still a thing. So
it is.
Are you serious?
Yeah, you know, they still talk about that
you
racial
43?
stuff. I'm 43.
Wait a minute, you 43?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Yes.
For real though?
Yes, I'm an 80s baby.
You are a damn lie.
I am not.
She was born in 80. I'm 44. I was born in 79.
Well, I would not believe for the life of me that you are older than I am. That's
Well,
ridiculous.
I don't have a lot of the stressors that a lot of people have. So
Hey, I know us white people age like spoiled milk, but for 44, I think I'm doing pretty damn good.
yes, sir. Yes, sir. So back to your thing, you need more melanated. I'm kind of light, but I would.
Yeah, but well, it's the thing is it's more of a play on the space itself in general, you know, because it's supposed to be the white fight club.
Oh.
It's going to be one of them things where it throws people off that the only people that are moderators are black women.
I'll come check you guys out one day. What is it on the weekend as well?
Dude,
I know
it's going to be every day of the week.
Okay.
He said he's gonna be over there screaming at people every single day.
Like,
hey Ray, I got to bounce, man.
Oh, go ahead, ma'am.
That Starbucks card beat me, so I'm gonna take my shit home. So.
Oh my god.
Nice to meet you, Latanya. Keep on prepping.
Yes, yes. No, that's important.
So, Latanya, you're still in Colorado now, right?
I'm actually in a southern state.
Oh yeah, don't dox her. She a female. People are creepy about that. Ain't nobody coming looking for none of us.
It's not.
No,
about
that's not
time.
even. That's not even why I'm saying it. I'm just like so embarrassed to live here, but I live in Atlanta.
You in Hotlanta?
Dude, put up Natasha's last comment. That is so fucked up.
And real
What'd she
quick,
say?
Head into the mosh pit. It's like Fight Club, but with mayonnaise, good credit, and other such stereotypes.
Wow.
That is
And then
literally
she gave the link.
the funniest thing Natasha's ever posted.
That makes me
I'm
not
telling you right
want
now.
to, not want to go.
When I start coming to the mosh pit, I'm going to be documenting and writing down all the nigger jokes for years. I'm going to compile them.
Reese, you're going to be on the first 3 or 4 panels.
Absolutely.
Talking about
because I got to get a hold of you. I know for sure it's going to be on the first few panels. I plan on having Mayo, myself, Jay Rillo, Bumpkin, you, fucking
Chaotic.
If he'll come over, absolutely.
Oh, you know Chaotic will come
I want Ray. I want fucking Jeremy. You know, I want a very basically the first 3 or 4 panels. I want it to be a clusterfuck, and I'm gonna have very contentious hot button topics. Like one that me and Jeremy came up with today is one topic idea is the fake Southern strategy.
Question: do you want me to bring over people that are polarly opposite of your view?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
I will be bringing people from the House of Consciousness. Black Skin is amazing. Taz exclusive. I'm gonna.
Oh, bring Taz's fucking black ass over there,
yes,
dude.
Sir. I'm gonna invite every Black Power person I know.
If there's any way you
I
can
know
get E-Black
Taz.
to come over,
I
to
might
cry
pull
about
some
racism.
Israelites right off the fucking street and let them in my house.
Hey, dude,
I might let them come.
You want to know what's crazy?
I might let them come right here and sit right the fuck here.
Dude, Platt tried to set me up one time. I was on his show and he pulled up a real Hebrew Israelite man and tried to get me and him into a debate about racism.
Bro, I mean, you could have just broke that down real simply. He has a super suit and you don't, and that's racist.
Listen, I'm not a coon. I'm not a coon, and I'm not a sellout, right?
Right.
I thrive off of chaos.
Same here.
That's why I love Game of Thrones and House of the Dragon. I want to see. Listen, I loved when the pandemic and George Floyd. Oh my,
bro,
this is a good time to be alive, man.
Dude, chaos is where I flourish.
Because I'm righteous. I'm righteous through and through, 100%. I've never done a wrongdoing to another human, right?
That didn't deserve it anyhow.
So, yeah. So
Also
yeah.
true.
So look, man, the rest of the
look,
world.
dude,
I feel like it's only a few people like me. So the rest of these motherfuckers, I want to see y'all destroy each other. Shit. I want a perfect world now while I'm here. Fuck my grandkids.
Dude, that's what I want.
I'm here right now.
Dude, that's what I want the mosh pit to be. I want it to be complete and total utter chaos and complete the destruction of mankind being witnessed in real time.
Bruh.
Yep. Right on time for World War III, Biden getting indicted, digital currency.
Because look, dude, look, while you're bringing all them people over, I got Bumpkin on the task of bringing over white supremacists, white nationalists, people from the Aryan Brotherhood, that, and the third, dude. Because
I got smoke for all of them.
You gotta find a.
Dude, straight up.
Somebody go get pulled up on out of that shit.
The main reason why I want that is because there needs to be someone also out there that's putting an end to this myth that white people are this great big monolith and we're all the same and we all act the same and we all think the same and that we all operate the same, when that ain't the case at all. Personally, really, in all honesty, you know just as well as I do, I'm Irish, so I was never considered white anyhow.
Italians are on some bullshit too.
And if you really, really, really want to get technical, like me and Jeremy were talking about earlier today, if you want to get technical about it, none of us are white. We're all black in the eyes of the elite because they're the real white people in this country.
Just for anybody who's confused, when he says Jeremy, who he's actually talking about is Casey Mo.
He said use his code name.
Listen,
and show some damn respect.
Right now, for the past 3 years,
the white man's water isn't colder, but his ice sure is.
Listen,
bro, y'all got different freezers.
As of today, and over the past 3 years, record numbers of white people are being attacked by niggas all over America.
Where?
And listen, everywhere. It doesn't even matter, man.
Damn.
There's an anti-whiteism movement growing in this country.
Listen,
what?
Listen to me, man.
Bro,
I'm talking.
I've been
mollywopped for
grade,
nothing.
bro.
I catch the subway to work, man. I'm telling. Listen,
they just beating up white people on the subway.
Yeah,
it's insane, man. And old people. And old people.
They'll come up and I've watched I don't know how many videos of like, and it is older white men that like they'll come up
and look, our handlers
sucker punch them in the back of the head and they don't even see it coming.
Yep. Our handlers know this is happening, and they're funding it. What do you think all this defund the police and shit is for? They want the crime to increase, and that's why they're pushing the race narrative in everything. They're trying to change characters that been white for 100 fucking years in cartoons and make them black. And all the commercials got some woke hip hop shit to it.
Bro, I'm gonna tell you this right now. If I see any of these mongrels hit an old white man that's minding his own business, bro, I'm gonna get you up out of here swiftly.
Well, dude, it's like
swiftly.
It's like
and I'm gonna say that when you hit him, your elbow touched me, and it's gonna be self-defense.
Yo,
I know you saw that news footage of that big black dude that beat the shit out of that little Asian.
Come on, man. Yo, that motherfucker was.
No, 100%. That's a demon. That ain't even a big black dude. That's
he was the size of Refrigerator Perry.
For real,
that's a monster. That is a monster.
And that chick was 115 pounds on her bike.
Bruh. No.
And he was kicking a lifeless body, and it's a miracle she ain't in traction with a fucking halo in the.
Ray, come on. You've listened to some of the sound bites of shit that's been said to me.
Yeah.
You know, and imagine if I said some of that shit, that same shit, just directed it the other way.
Man.
You know, but for some reason in America, that's okay now to do that type of shit. I don't get it. I don't understand it for the life of me. You know, and this ain't I don't want you to take this as being a victimhood thing. It's just me pointing out what's going on right now. Because we actually have a government that's actually proliferating this.
Ray, you know I work for white people, right?
You're muted, Ray.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, I work for white people, right? I'm the only black guy at the job. 5 other white people work.
Are you saying are you saying you're a token?
No, he had the. I came in there by accident.
So you're a token.
He had a situation that had to be fixed that day, and I was the only guy he could find, and I ended up with the job because I came in there and got it done.
Oh no, Lante's shooting his shot, bro.
Yo, when I tell you that they treat me like gold, right? They give me gifts on top of my paycheck and invite me they want to take me to Canada, the Poconos, and all these different places.
Are you allowed to leave the country?
So that I can make money with them, huh?
Are you allowed to leave the country?
Not till next January.
That's not that far off.
No, for real. I was about to say, I was like, you can plan all your trips for like starting then.
I thought for sure I was on a no-fly list for the longest time. That wasn't the case.
I haven't left the country in a long time.
But I did find out that I do get put in, that I get the extra long fucking search every time I go to the airport.
Get your TSA pre or blue line or whatever the hell they have there to make the shorter line. I had to do that too. But so I got stopped in Kansas City, and like we had a deal because like my business partner, I travel with him a lot, and they kept checking me at the airport in Kansas City. And so like one time it was like this old white dude that did it, and we get there at like 6 a.m. So there's like, it's like 5:30, 6 a.m. There's no one at the airport. So we're going through and they check my stuff. And so like the dude's going through and I'm like, you know, like we kind of had our little joke, like, oh, they stopped you. And this old white dude like turns around and he's like very like smug and has an attitude and is like, do you have anything that could be a danger to yourself or others in this bag that could cause harm? And I was like, there's nothing in that bag that I would need to cause harm to someone like you. And so then I got frisked twice.
Have you ever been pulled over by the cops and them ask you, do you have any explosives like hand grenades on you?
No, but if I get pulled over in Kansas City, period, if it's not a state trooper, I get at least 2 cars. So
that's pretty much everybody, though. That's almost everybody in Kansas
I mean, that's everybody. That's everybody in America now, dude.
Well, I mean now, but like I've had it historically since like my mom was on the force because like I have training. So
no, I'm just saying,
like,
dude,
they're just like, you need another car back there with someone else in it just in case. Like
I've been asked if I got fucking knives, guns.
They probably pull
grenades.
up your YouTube videos, bro. I would assume
this is before YouTube.
Yo, honestly, I'm on every list there is, dude. I'm a gun veteran with anti-governmental like rhetoric.
Hey,
Ray, you in the mood? You in the mood for some Roach Clip Chronicle?
Roach Clip Chronicle. What do you got?
What's that?
So what's that?
These are my little stories. I got thousands of them. Right,
geez.
My life is a book. So my brother was shot.
About real roaches. Oh.
My brother was shot. Look, and way back in the 90s, my brother got shot 35 times. Right. So
like at one time.
Yeah, he got killed. He got shot 35 times. So at the funeral,
I got some cockroach stories.
The FBI showed up to the funeral, right?
Seriously?
Yeah, the guys that killed my brother hired the same lawyer that I used to beat all my cases. They did it out of mockery, and my lawyer mocked me too. So the FBI showed up at the funeral, and then they came to my crib, went to my mom's crib, and talked to us for hours, right? They had us under indictment. Me and like 8 other people. They was gonna throw the book at us and send us away forever. But my brother being killed threw a monkey wrench in their whole case, right? And the guys that went at him were a bigger deal to the FBI. They told us, they said, all of y'all, stop what the fuck you're doing today, and we'll leave you alone. You know what I mean? They had my girl's name in her picture. Her mother, her sister, her cousins across town. The girl I messed with before her, they had her picture. My brother's girlfriend. People from my mom's job at a party. My mom at a party with people at her job. All these pictures, all these people I knew. That, yo, these people have information you can't believe. We're talking back in the 90s, before these advanced computers. Atari 600, nigga. that's what we talking about.
Are you talking Atari 1600?
Yeah.
That's
the kind of technology we were dealing with.
He's talking about all the way back to ColecoVision and
Sega, Sega Genesis.
That's when people had to actually go snap them pictures themselves.
Dude,
like,
he's
I've been in fear my whole
He's talking about Polaroid
life.
camera shit.
Facts.
I've only, dude, I didn't start being in fear until I got involved with militia shit.
That's different.
Reese, I'm sorry to hear that about your brother.
Oh yeah, he was a. My brother got bullied as a kid. Me too. It damaged us psychologically. My brother killed about 12 people in Philly.
Oh,
ain't no fucking allegedly or none of that. He's gone, and ain't no look.
They can't RICO him.
Everything is all over now.
Nobody's bringing up no old cases from shit I did back in the 90s, and all those niggas are dead anyway. And not by my hand, so.
Hey, by the way, shout outs to Ricky Webster. He just showed up, said that he's digging the stream. I was like, yeah, see there, we're getting along. And LaTanya's hanging out with us. And she's okay. See? This is a nice, wholesome stream sometimes. Right, guys? Shut up.
When?
Shut up.
Let's talk about Biden, man. The GOP is coming at his neck. They want to prosecute him.
Oh, well, I mean, rightfully.
Why wouldn't they? I mean, they're going to do the same thing. It's just tit for tat at this point.
I want to. Go ahead.
Well, I mean, he's senile. He's not even going to know he's getting prosecuted.
But look, the thing is honestly, that's all it is tit for tat. The GOP said after the Trump thing that this is what was going to start happening.
Yeah.
Hey, listen, I said it on Mayo's panel. I mean, Snowman's panel. I don't think this is Joe Biden, man.
I don't either.
I'm not into this. I'm not all head over heels over this conspiracy shit, but my eyes work very well.
Don't let them deceive you.
I know what Joe Biden looks like. Joe Biden was a handsome man, had a smile that could light up a room. He was a savvy, slick talker, sharp. He even walked different. This cat walks like a fucking transformer, like a robot. You know what I'm saying?
That's what happens when
it's
you're
not the
senile.
same guy. Listen, and the old Joe Biden, right, had huge bags under his eyes. Huge.
Way different earlobes, too.
Hell yeah, it's a totally different man. That other guy is on the other side of the ice wall or something. I don't know what the fuck.
On the other side of the ice wall.
He's not here anymore.
He over there wandering with the White Walkers, bro.
Listen.
Reese, what would you call what we're seeing then? What would you call what we're seeing? If that's not him, what would you say that is?
I have no clue, man. Technology is a bad I don't know.
Somebody wearing a Biden skin suit.
See, the old guy left the panel. He's old like me. He remembers where our minds were back then. Like when compact discs came, we thought aliens took over the world. Secret. You gotta remember, one day we're messing with an 8-track tape trying to make it right with a pencil because it unwinds and goes everywhere. And the next day you got music on a fucking disc and it's invisible. At least on a record you can understand there are grooves and the needle is picking up the grooves and that sends the tone up the arm.
Do you remember the first laser disc, the big fucking 12-inch?
I had one. The movie disc. People don't remember. The movies were $100, dog.
For real, dude. We had one too, man. It was fucking insane.
I had a giant cell phone too. There wasn't no 8th graders walking around with one.
So
on this
VHS, I don't know nothing about the 8-track, but VHS on. So I remember everything from
Dude, I had an 8-track player as a kid growing up.
Pagers.
8-track is caveman technology to what we got now. They got watch phones.
But do people really know?
8-track was supposed to compete with cassette tapes.
Right.
What?
Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt you.
Oh, no, I wasn't going to say anything important. I just started hearing these terms sometimes through YouTube about the 304. I mean, it's not super new to me, but do people know where that actually came from? It was like the calculator. You know, some people don't even know why they're saying it, though, in the pager, but some people don't even know that.
I just figured out what that means last summer.
911, 911.
Right.
Yo, being old is fun sometimes because you miss a lot of dickhead shit.
Did you know how many pagers I got taken from me while I was in school?
Oh man,
pagers!
All
God
of them.
damn!
Yes,
Yo, listen
pagers,
to me.
dude.
Let me tell y'all some. Let me give y'all some Black history, right? When when everybody had pagers, right? The most dangerous places in America were not the corner stores. It was these fucking phone booths. Back in the day, there were these huge booths A human being could go in, stand in, and close the fucking door.
Yeah, I know. I used to collect calls from them motherfuckers all the time.
Yo, so many people got shot up in those phone booths. It was a thing. It was a real thing happening.
They
in
would
America.
shoot them inside the. Well, I mean, they got
in
nowhere
the
to
fucking
run.
phone booth.
Well, yeah, because but look, if you bad at aiming, like they in a box.
It happened hundreds of times. Hundreds of times. I haven't seen a phone booth on this earth anywhere in 20 years, probably.
I was talking
30.
to my dad, and I was talking to him a couple of weeks ago, and we were kind of going through the history of that. And I was like, Dad, where did the payphones go? Where did those big
They
yellow
actually they're
books
coming
go?
back now. They're just digital payphones now.
What?
Like they got them all over C-Bus.
That's just scary. This
Yeah,
digital
Columbus
age is-
has them all over the place, man.
You know another thing y'all never saw? At one point in time on our Earth, every elevator on this planet had a human being operating it on the elevator.
Yeah. I wasn't alive during that time. but
Mayo, I was wrong. Okay, I admit it. I was wrong because 8-tracks did not compete with cassettes. I was misguided with that. I was confusing 8-tracks and cassettes with Betamax and VHS.
Or 45s and 33s.
Or HD DVDs and Blu-rays.
Hey,
I'm with you on the Blu-rays. They were going backwards in time.
Hey, I'm gonna share something in the if you're interested in watching it real quick, man.
What you got? Shoot it.
It's highlights to a documentary that's actively being put together right now about the alleged Widmer kidnapping and the guys that were involved.
Whoa!
What?
Somebody's already done one.
Drop that.
Hey.
This guy right here that you see, his name's Barry Croft. I knew him personally. I used to talk to him daily. But,
seriously?
Yeah, dude, when I told you I was part of that whole deal, I wasn't lying.
Bruh.
That's what I had the feds stop at my house for.
That's why you got thousands of canned goods.
Boom. Throw the banner up just in case, because they be coming for me for some odd reason. Actually, not me specifically, because everyone loves me, and the people who come for me will get wrecked.
Yeah, that's best. Go ahead.
Call me. I'm the Midwest Andrew Tate.
But,
everyone who comes for me will get wrecked.
This has got Barry Croft in it. It's got this is Barry while he was at Waukesha County Jail, and it also has Adam Fox interviews with him from Waukesha County Jail in Michigan. One of the main guys that she's talking to is Brandon. What's his last name? Brandon Caserta. He's one of the main guys that she's talking to. He was one of the guys that was actually acquitted. Remember when they had the first federal hearing and 2 of the guys were actually acquitted, and the other 2 it was a hung jury.
So
or a mistrial.
Did they accuse them of kidnapping, or did they kidnap?
Well, watch this and you'll find out, dude. Because this is all from the horse's mouth.
Okay, let's shoot.
I feel honored and privileged to be able to address this esteemed committee, and in an effort to reveal truth and justice for not just myself, but for all. In early May of 2019, the FBI launched a full investigation on me. At our trials, rigged so that we could not reveal the criminality of the FBI's actions in our case, they cited 3 reasons for the investigation. First, anonymous reporting of me illegally possessing firearms. They knew that anonymous reportings are difficult to validate, and as the highest law enforcement of the land, they should have been aware of the governor's pardon that I had received in April of 2019, rendering that claim to be bogus. Secondly, they cited my exercise of First Amendment free speech on social media, which may have been distasteful, but didn't reach the threshold of criminal. And third, and most important, was information they received from the Dallas field office. I hadn't been in or near Texas in 2019. This was merely retaliatory for my association with Kevin Lindell Massey, a 2014 border defender from Texas who was discovered by federal law enforcement on December 23rd, 2019 with a gunshot wound to the neck, which they ruled a suicide. They monitored my every move for 8 months, and I hadn't committed any crime. This included warrants for every form of communication I took part in, use of 24-hour physical surveillance teams, and social media informants who had never met me. All to no avail. I hadn't committed any crime. but the FBI was determined to obtain a prosecution against me. Their answer was to send CHSs, or confidential human sources, at me in January of 2020. The term CHS is very misleading. It implies that they are using informants. In Black's Law Dictionary, informant is defined as one who confidentially supplies information to the police about a crime. But what happens when law enforcement knows that there is no crime? The CHS is paid and used as an agent provocateur. The definition of agent provocateur in Merriam-Webster's dictionary is a person hired to infiltrate a group and incite its members to illegal action. The court sealed the discovery information in our case in order to cover up for the FBI. If you investigate this case, I swear before the Almighty God, you'll find these words to be true. I apologize and have paid for my intoxicated ramblings that were recorded, but I did not conspire to commit any crime. In 1932, Supreme Court Justice Roberts stated in his opinion, courts must be closed to the trial of a crime instigated by the government's own agents. He also stated that preservation of the purity of its own temple belongs only to the court. But what happens when the court shields its eyes from the truth and through its rulings obscures the facts? I want to offer my sincerest gratitude for your obvious pursuit of the righteous truth. If we cannot rely on the judicial and executive branches to serve and protect justice, that awesome responsibility falls on the legislative branch, and all Americans should be encouraged by your efforts to do that. As for myself, and judging by my experience in this case, I feel that you are my only hope for the legitimate finding of fact in this matter. Thank you for hearing from me. God bless and protect the United States of America.
I have actually been a customer of BetterHelp for a little over 2 years now, and I was able to get matched up with a therapist.
Average people are getting paid with taxpayer dollars to be informants against those very same people and to monitor them and surveil them, you know, and essentially snitch on them and tell the government
This
what
is
the
Brandon
people actually
Caserta.
think about them, so that the government can justify using their own citizens as pawns in politics, political pawns, in the magnitude of criminality that government agencies conduct on their citizens. She might not ever be able to get to see her son ever again on the outside, you know, because of what the government did to her son. The FBI preyed on Adam Fox like a lion would an elk or a deer, you know? They stalked Adam Fox like a lion would a gazelle. And they all ganged up on Adam Fox, just like the lions do in the wild. You know, when they come across some zebra, they all gang up on that one zebra, or they attack the baby zebra. You know, they try to find the weakest thing that they can find to kill, the easiest target. And that's what the FBI is doing in today's age. Including members of the Wolverine Watchmen and members of the 1st Continental Army, including Adam Fox, Steve Robeson, and specifically the Wisconsin Patriot 3% militia, along with the Null brothers, Brian Higgins, Eric Moltor, and others. So this these groups that we're talking about here, like 1st Continental Army, Wisconsin Patriot 3% militia, these were groups that were created by the FBI. These are groups that they are the FBI. You know, their informants are the leaders of these groups. The agents are saying, make a group online, create an event, get people to show up. And then they write in their documents that they've discovered these groups, right? They've discovered these groups during their investigation of their subjects, when in reality, they've directed their actual subjects to specifically create these groups and name them in certain ways. To actually put CHS Dan in a leadership role of literally training all of the people at the training events, you know, because otherwise they can't really just put him up there and have him train everyone every single FTX. So they have to say, oh, well, we had to put him in that training position so he could make sure everyone was safe. And if you look at the data and you rewatch the videos or the audio, not one point in time was there ever a safe place to put your firearms before you went out onto the field. You know, there was never any directions or anything like that from the government to try to maintain safety at all. They allowed very untrained people to run these courses without actually showing them anything. And then all they did was train the other kind of higher level people to make them look more deadly than they actually are. training, the CHS frequently asked agents for direction on what weapons tactics were allowed to be taught. Now, this is an absolute lie. You know, the agents said
everything he's
that they
reading is
advised
right out of the
CHS to provide
affidavits
instruction
too.
to individual members based on their request for assistance
I was about to
while
ask. I was
shooting,
like,
and to provide general instruction to the group on marksmanship and form. Okay, this is an absolute
He
lie.
was literally
It's not
facing
like,
15 years in
we
federal
were
prison.
showing up and then
This
we were
guy
like,
right here was
hey,
facing
will you
15
teach us
years
how to
in
do
federal
this? Will you
prison.
teach us how to do that? We don't know every single, drill there is to know. The reality of the situation was we knew a little bit, but when we came into the FTX, the government already had everything set up and ready to go. We're going to do medical right
Mayo,
here.
I'm not
We're going to
arguing
run the
with
shoot
you
house
over
right
it.
there. We're going to run back and forth on these barrels right here. The hanging steel targets are over there. The barrels are here. It's already set up. So when you show up, everything's ready to go. And the range safety officers, I guess, or the trainers in the events are government agents and government informants. You know what I mean? It's not like they're standing around waiting for us to say, hey, should we build a shoot house? Or, hey, should we run this drill? No, they're doing it on their own. And then using that against us to say, oh, well, these guys, they're running this shoot house drill because they wanted to practice assaulting a building, or breaking into a building and killing people. Excuse me. And then when we pointed out, the defense pointed out, like, well, if they're supposed to be breaking in a building and shooting people, why do they have red targets with sad faces and then a bunch of smiley targets that are green? That means that those are friendlies. Those aren't people you should shoot. This isn't something that, people who are training to conduct violence are going to put. If they're terrorists that don't care about human life, why would they put friendly targets, that they shouldn't shoot in the drills that they're running? It doesn't make any sense. And then it also says in here, and this is probably one of the most important things to understand that's in their documentation, is that the CHS was advised that in his role as XO or LT, which is like, a commanding officer, that the CHS was not to initiate any ideas, help develop any attack plans, or help Joe Morrison maintain control of the group. And as we've talked about, that's literally all they did, was try to maintain control of a group that was splintering off into other areas and were no longer associating with each other, and then suggesting, criminal type behavior to conduct against politicians or other people that were aside from the actual conspiracy charge,
Yeah, and here's another thing. It says here that CHSs were advised not to use controlled substances or whatever, and not to participate and stuff like that. But at the same time, they're taking them out to get drunk. They're paying for their food, for their beers.
That shit really happened too.
Bro, they treating y'all like modern women, bro. They paying for all your food and beers?
Dude, they were paying for everything. And actually, Mayo, all I did was do a quick Bing search, and actually Black's Law Dictionary does define informant as a person who informs or prefers an accusation against another whom he suspects of a violation of some penal statute. So yes, there is a definition in Black's Law Dictionary, sir. You are incorrect.
Also, I do want to add in the lions comment. If the feds are stalking us like lions, then I'm not worried about it because they suck at their job. I understand that my Fed man who's been assigned to me is probably very upset right now, but I'm just saying, like, if we knew, I'm just saying, just be a pack of dogs, be wild dogs.
But yeah, dude, their main CSFH confidential informant, he had been given a credit card that was funded by taxpayer money that had something like a $30,000 credit limit on it.
So hold on, wait a minute. So you're saying I can get my reparations if I just join a radicalized militia?
No, you can get your reparations. You can get your reparations if you actually decide you want to turn into a Fed snitch.
Well, so I was gonna say, I'm just saying, the sore thumb in the room here, Latoya, are you the ops?
Latanya,
sorry.
No.
I keep saying
I corrected him.
I corrected him. That, and I don't know why. I don't know. A lot of people. But are you the ops? Because you came in, I'm just saying, because like you're nice. You came in. Everybody's trying to like recruit you to their team. The dude was in the chat was trying to find your Instagram. Like, are you setting us up, bro? Like, you gonna be the radicalizer around here?
No, I'm only nice because you guys are like nice to me.
I'm just gonna put it out there that if anyone would like to attempt to radicalize me, I do accept food and drinks.
That's been going on for a long time, like the Oklahoma City bombing and all that.
Yeah,
Like, what was it? The Nichols and McVeigh, like they weren't really even able to accomplish anything like that until the FBI basically did it and just scapegoated them.
Well, look, dude, the thing for me was, and myself personally, is that I didn't realize it takes a whole new meaning when you're that close to it.
Yeah.
You know, when you have the Fed show up at your house. When I was told by Adam Fox's private investigator, after he got arrested, that the only reason why I wasn't sitting in county with the rest of them facing federal charges is because I didn't go to a field training.
Oh, so they literally orchestrated your guys' field trainings so that they could say that you was there? They were like, sign your sign-in sheet, guys.
Dude. No, dude, they actually set up, it was, what you remember him mentioning, the 3% militia?
Yeah.
They actually set up 3% militia groups in the state of Wisconsin, Michigan, Indiana, Ohio, Delaware, and there was another state, I forget which one it was. And they specifically made certain people basically the CO or the XO of these militia groups. In each state. And guess who was it? I was the CO of the Indiana 3%er. They were trying to, they were trying to make us all out like Adam Fox. He's trying to make us all out to be these heavily radicalized, state militia heads that were anti-government, anti-American,
they co-opted.
Yeah, the every bit of it.
Right.
Dude, the fucking, how they said the Dublin meeting that they talked about on the news all the time, how this all started in a hotel in Dublin.
Yeah.
All right. I was at that meeting. Out of the probably 25 of us that were there, only 8 of us weren't fed or fed informants.
Holy crap.
The FBI,
Dude,
the
and you
FBI
guys
had
didn't even get a mansion out of the deal?
No.
Patrice Cullors got a mansion. Bruh. Tell me racism don't exist, bro. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, dude. Because of my heavy involvement with Barry Croft, because of my heavy involvement with Adam Fox, because I was at both the Dublin and the Peebles meeting, they were actively trying to get me involved with the field training. Apparently, the head FBI informant, Richard Trask, had actually reached out to me and messaged me multiple times to try and get me to go to these field trainings in Wisconsin and Michigan. For some reason, when it happened,
up criminal, they're making criminals.
Yes.
At this point, they're manufacturing the threat.
Dude, they were manufacturing it 100%. And look, dude, this was all. Look, what happened in Michigan was a precursor to lead up to January 6th.
Yeah.
You needed the Michigan thing to happen in order for people to buy January 6th being an insurrection. You needed January 6th to happen in order for people to be okay with the federal government saying that this is going to be the first time ever in American history that the population, the American public, weren't going to be invited to the inauguration of their president.
Yo, can we talk about that for a second real quick? The use of that fucking word.
And you asking me if I'm the ops.
But yo, like it bothers me. The proliferation of that word bothers me so much, because to call that an insurrection means that not only do you not understand the word, but you also don't understand our form of government. Like, do you really think it's like a game of King of the Hill? Like, if you're standing on it, all of a sudden you just run the shit? Like, nobody thinks that's true. but everybody's like, oh, it was definitely an insurrection. You think the most heavily armed group of people on this in this nation and really on the planet, but you think that they're going to come to a quote unquote insurrection unarmed? Stop it. Like, everything about that's so garbage.
If there was an insurrection, there would have been bodies everywhere.
Yeah.
And that White House would have been burned to the fucking ground, and the government would have been taken over. That's an insurrection.
Right. And the only people that died that day,
Ashley Babbitt.
Well, she ain't the only person that died. There were 4 other people that died too. But they were all quote unquote insurrectionists. There are a couple people who got beaten to death by the police. They also got killed by the gas canisters.
Mm-hmm.
If you want to actually watch something real interesting, look up a video called J6 Truth.
I think I saw that.
Dude, it's unbelievable. The main dude that they were talking about, how he beat Officer Sicknick over the head, even though none of that's valid at all. None of that happened at all. That dude, there's videos on there where it's him trying to protect the lady that they are beating to death.
Well, Tucker Carlson released some videos of that J6.
Yeah, with them just being led around, escorted through, come on in, taking the gates down. Dude, it was a whole thing. It was a whole setup, and everybody just...
They were like, "Can some of y'all climb the wall, please?"
No, that's just it though. The people who were leading people to quote unquote climb the walls and break down barriers and being like, "Let's take it over." Those are your FBI informants.
Yeah.
Those are your plants.
They didn't even do that much. There's a couple broken windows and some chairs turned over. That's it.
Right, but you got people like, what's old boy's name? What's the dude? What's the dude that nobody can find anymore? Ray Epps.
Jimmy Hoffa?
No, Ray Epps. Ray Epps. He was literally the day before talking about we're gonna have to go inside the next day, and people are like, Fed. He's a Fed. He's a Fed, because people who were there knew the difference between real supporters and the Feds.
There were 2 YouTubers that were right in the hallway when that shit jumped off live.
This right here, if you guys are interested, this is a little bit of the interview she did with Adam Fox, the supposed ringleader of all this.
Mm-hmm.
This guy right here is he's basically, look, the guy has, the only way to fairly describe him without being a complete and total asshole is he's basically a retarded adult.
Dang. That's terrible.
I mean the guy, he wasn't the smartest guy on the planet. And he lived in the basement of a vacuum repair shop.
Oh, so he's legitimately low functioning.
Yes.
Oh.
And they literally went after this dude, lock, stock, and barrel, and said that he was the one that orchestrated all this when it was actually this guy named Dan who did. Well, here, listen to what he has to say.
My name's Adam Fox, and unfortunately, I'm now known as the guy who was going to kidnap the governor of Michigan. But the thing is it was never real. The whole time. I'm sure a lot of other people like me, we all had this admiration for Dan Chappell, and Dan Chappell was the driving force of it all. With him and Steve Robeson telling us, "Oh, we need to have mission, we need to have a goal, we can't just train for anything. We got to have objectives and all this shit." And I think a lot of people just kind of went along with this and said, "We picked the most undoable thing out there," and our out was the election with Dan Chappell, because then we would have that other thing to focus on, like he told us. There's so much in the discovery that's hidden right now. Stop you right there, because the Wolverine Watchmen's group was a private group. So how is he just stumbling across a private group?
Exactly.
Usually private groups you have to be invited to even know about. I'm going to search for a group online, I'm going to find nothing about public groups. Private groups are going to be unlisted.
That's what I thought. Okay, so, and I always believed that this was a fake cover story. I didn't believe.
Not forget the fact that he said the reason why he contacted law enforcement was because they were trying to obtain addresses of police officers to do reverse red flag raids, right?
Yeah.
Well, where's the proof of that? Because we never seen any of those conversations. From my understanding, is someone had acquired an app that basically it shows you where state hunting land is.
Yes. I forget the name of the app, but yeah, right.
But so where's all the proof of that? And how is it that Dan Chappell, literally he joined the group, and then all of a sudden within a week he's freaking FBI informant?
No, I don't believe that story for a minute.
And that's something else that you buy. Look, the fact is that these guys in the Wolverine Watchmen, they wanted to make him their CO, because that's how much respect they had for his experience, for all the war stories and stuff that he told. These guys would have done anything that he told them, just like me. You know what I'm saying? In a sense, we all look to him for guidance.
He was the leader of the group. He wasn't the official leader, but effectively he was the leader. And
he was the leader of multiple groups.
Really?
He was basically leading the Patriot 3%ers.
What? Okay, that was Steve Robeson's group, right?
Yeah, but see, I I was always in communication with Dan Chappell, and he basically acted like my number two, but essentially we were always heeding his advice on everything, you know, to a meeting in Dublin, Ohio. And
what do you know the date of that meeting, the Dublin meeting? I don't remember off the top of my head.
It was like beginning of June.
Okay.
And so, you know, we go to this meeting, we're told basically just a meeting of like-minded patriots to discuss, you know, the different lockdowns, the different restrictions in their states, you know, and how people were dealing with them, and et cetera, et cetera. And so this meeting was put on by Steve Robeson, and there was 4, 5, 6 informants that we know now that were in that room. And so basically it was a meeting set up for targets, statements of me in court of, oh, you can't just take brick and mortar, you know, human life is value. But what they left out is the fact is I'm literally repeating verbatim what Steve Robeson said in that meeting. Steve Robeson said that. Steve Robeson hyped everyone up like they're in your backyard, and you know there's no quarter. You can't. They're all this
That
stuff.
ain't no lie
He's like
either.
inciting that everyone come up with plans of action and shit for the next. We call it the refounding meeting.
I remember
that we were
that.
going to be the refounding fathers. That we were going to restore the Constitution in this country and yada yada yada.
What was your perception of that meeting? Did you think it was
That is exactly what Steve was saying too. It was crazy, dude.
just kind of guys getting together and just kind of blowing off steam?
Oh yeah, I mean when you got guys like Frank Butler talking about they want to shoot their governor and stuff like that, you know, it was just like kind of insane, you know, and it was really just chaotic. But after like the little meeting, you know, it was like everyone just was kind of hanging out, you know. I mean, there's a picture that they used against me and Barry where we're sitting there giving the 3% sign while we were out there smoking weed. We just came from the pool, like, you know, we were swimming. It was like kind of a family oriented thing. They actually paid for my hotel room, like, because we weren't going to stay there, but then they paid for a hotel room to keep me there.
That's just what I've
heard that she was pretty wild up there. She was saying that we were going to like take over satellites and blow them up and shit. Yeah, it's you
How
know,
is that
Ty
gonna
Garbin's lied throughout this whole entire thing. You know what I'm saying? Like, I mean, he did. If and a big if here, I'm just gonna say this: if we were really guilty, the government wouldn't have to lie, and that's all they did from the time of the criminal complaint on with this entire case. Like nothing in there between their criminal complaint and their indictment, nothing is consistent. They say that we were
story
planning this all the way back in Dublin, Ohio.
Right. But where's the evidence for that?
Yeah, but you fast forward to the VAC Shack meeting where they said we came up with this idea and stuff. That's a complete lie. Like the VAC Shack meeting, the first one I had there when Ty Garbin and Paul Beller and Dan Chappell, Jim McIntosh, and Amanda and I myself were there. We left that meeting with the notion and the agreement that we were going to contact the sheriffs in our state who were speaking out against what she did and see what we could do, because our understanding was that there could be a legal, legitimate citizen arrest done, even with a political figure, if they're violating the law and the rights of the the state citizens. I actually followed up on that. I called 5 different sheriffs. 4 of them basically told me, oh, well, you know, we don't like it, but we're going to leave it to the public discretion.
Yeah.
Another sheriff, Dan Abbott of Van Buren County, wanted to meet with me.
Really?
I immediately told Dan Chappell, hey, I got a guy, Sheriff Abbott from Van Buren County wants to meet with me. And Dan Chappell tells me, oh, no, don't do that. That's going to be a setup. Can't do things the legal way, but I'm literally repeating what Dan Chappell told me. Like so many other things they used against me in court, I'm repeating stuff that their informant told me, but I can't play their informant telling me that in court because of the judge's bogus hearsay rule.
Yeah. Okay, so talk about that. Talk about like how Dan developed. Like,
You hear that where he says that he wasn't allowed to play any actual evidence that was right out of the dude's mouth.
It sounds like a kangaroo court to me.
Because of a hearsay, dude. The
I mean, I'm not trying to be curt, but like this literally sounds like a modern day lynching.
That's exactly what it is.
Like
it was a setup, and they didn't walk into it, Mayo. That every one of them, myself included, we were misled right from the jump.
My deal is this: how do we? And this is the reason that like when I talk about like my feelings about traditional finance, I'm like, if I don't blatantly know I'm getting over on them, I don't want to be a part of it, because how can you trust like when I say the game's rigged and people are like, oh, you're tinfoil hatting, but like now we're getting into the point where we're about it Fed now. That's launched. And I'm like, yeah, they're coming and they're restricting and they're constricting, they're closing doors, they're creating a caste system. And when I tell people, I'm like, hey, you can't be average. You can't be out here. You can't be out here broke. You don't want to be in those boats once you can't go, hey, I want to do something different. I'm going to make some different moves, because those are not going to be an option moving forward with the way that they're trying to constrict, because they don't want any freedom
at all whatsoever. I mean, what this is it's a complete and total authoritarian push right now.
And I'm like, as much as we want to talk about racism, like this is what this system's doing to its own people.
Well, and
they're manufacturing an enemy for us to be afraid of, for us to say, oh, these radicalized white dudes, are they? Or are they being radicalized by the people that are then going in and arresting and or deleting them?
Well, the thing is they weren't even being radicalized, the people that we're discussing, because they didn't even do anything. They never actually did anything that they were accused of.
Right.
And the truth of the matter is like Barry, he was trying to separate himself from Steve Robeson and the whole Patriot 3% thing. He was at, and what was it? You heard Adam, he was sitting there trying to go about things the legal way as far as Governor Whitmer, where he was reaching out to sheriffs to find a sheriff that would actually hold her in a cell to where they could actually try her for crimes against humanity.
Right.
Because what she was doing, a lot of people are very unaware of what was going on up in Michigan, and what she was doing up in Michigan was downright straight up fucking authoritarian.
So could you elaborate on what was going on? Because I am not familiar. Obviously, I don't live there. So like none of this affected me aside from like seeing that like apparently some radicalized dudes were going to kidnap a government official and they made it a race thing.
Well, it started out where when the lockdowns came into play, she basically she locked everyone down, and then it slowly progressed into she started limiting what you could actually go to the store and buy. Like she had Walmart's roped off all over Michigan, and Myers roped off all over Michigan to where you couldn't. Basically, she made it illegal during the lockdowns to buy an American flag. She made it illegal to go to Walmart and buy seeds to plant a garden in your yard. You were only allowed to go. Yes, I'm not bullshitting, dude. She told people that they had to, if they had a lot of people up there, they have what they call summer homes, because they all go on vacations because of the it's the lake area and shit.
Yeah.
She told people that if they had a secondary home, that they had to pick between one or the other, that they couldn't bounce back and forth between their summer home and their vacation home. All right. All the while, her and her husband were bouncing back and forth between their vacation home and the governor's mansion. All the while her husband was sitting out on Lake Michigan, and he was going out there and freaking fishing and on the taxpayer's dime, all right, on Lake Michigan, while everyone else was told that they couldn't. They weren't allowed to even go out to the lake and fish or get any fresh air. At the same time, people weren't allowed to even leave the state in Michigan. If they did, they had to come back and go through quarantine.
But she could go vacation in Florida.
But she went to vacation in Florida 3 different times on the taxpayer dollar.
Of course you do.
And people got fed up with that shit. 100%. That's straight up authoritarian in nature. I mean, who tells someone that when they go to the grocery store that they can't buy a flag because it's not an essential item?
But wait, Snowman, because you didn't even get into what she did with the old folks' homes.
I didn't want to dig into that, man, because that's a whole nother fucking mess in and of itself. She's responsible actually for killing more people in nursing homes than any other governor in the entire United States.
She was shipping in people with COVID to
nursing homes.
To nursing homes.
Wow.
And then you know how Michigan, how they said that Michigan had one of the lowest numbers of nursing home fatalities? That's because she didn't actually report all of the nursing homes that were in Michigan. Yeah, Steven Crowder actually did a whole big thing on this when it was going on.
Well, okay, so yeah, dude.
J-Rilla, more than Cuomo even.
Yeah, I mean, and this is the reason I'm like as anti as I am, it's like this isn't going to be a battle that's going to be fought on the streets. Like the only option that people have is the ability to navigate. Like that's the reason I'm like
you gotta wait it out at this point.
You gotta do that. You gotta have as many passports as you can get into. Honestly, because one of the other interesting things about COVID was if you had multiple passports, when you were navigating countries, there were countries where you couldn't get in with an American passport, but you could get in with a Romanian passport, or you could get in with a Swiss passport. Like This whole ability to move, it's the same person. You switch card, you can get in.
Right.
Like the whole game of being able to navigate as a free individual, the only freedom that I believe that you will have at this point moving forward
is to own nothing and like it.
No, it's not even that. It's to decentralize these systems. The only freedom that you can have is to be a part of as many systems as possible, because then you can go, well, Americans can't leave. Be like, yeah, but Ukrainians can, or yeah, but Swiss people can, or yeah, but British can. Let me out. Oh, okay. Because that's literally how these people function. They go, we can't accept that card, that passport. What about this one? Sure. Same person. The thing that people are strangling themselves with is like and it's this thing that they sell people, and I hate to say it, but patriotism is a noose.
What'd you say? Patriotism is a noose?
It's a noose. It is a leash. It's
a misnomer for damn sure.
And it's one of those things that they tie around your neck. It's the same thing that they tell the black people. You ain't gonna get treated better nowhere else. White people are everywhere. People
and that's actually, dude, that's actually a logical fallacy, because there are many countries that have the same kind of fucking constitutions as our country.
Also true. But the reality of it is, if you're tied into any country, that'd be like if you had one asset, right? And then you go, hey, well, things are fine here right now. I've got this one thing. It's great. It's producing money. But then people don't want that asset anymore. And you have zero diversification. You got one thing and no one's buying it. You're stuck with that one thing now. Like you're tied into that system. You're no longer able to move. And if you look at where we're sitting at societally, when you look at what they did during COVID, when you look at how things are navigating, you have to decentralize how many systems you are a part of. That's the only way that you can attain the freedom that we speak about here in concept, in some sort of fabrication, because generally speaking, the way these systems are navigating and the way that they're going to continue to navigate is you'll be restricted within the system, but it's just like with dating. As a man, the only leverage you have is your ability to say, I'll walk away from this.
Right.
Exactly. What say you, LaTanya? How do you feel?
Sorry.
Yeah, I actually wanted to ask Ray, when you were talking about the caste system, how do you see that caste system, like the threshold you see it? Because
they're building out right now actively. They're trying to build a perpetual renter class that are going to be barred out of the housing market. You will be renting. They will continue to raise your rent because corporations are buying these homes. And when you hear about BlackRock buying homes and all these big industrial complex funds buying homes, and they're like, oh, well, they're paying over and they're driving the price in the market up. That's just one side of this. The thing that they don't tell you that is factual, because my ex-girlfriend worked for a hedge fund. Actually, when Waddell and Reed got bought out, I dated the woman who they bought that company for her funds. They got bought out by an Australian company. I dated the woman whose funds they purchased that entire company to get a hold of.
And this is something you got to be really worried about too, because BlackRock and any of those large companies that are buying up real estate, they're buying it sight unseen. Some of them $50,000 to even $100,000, $200,000 over asking.
Mm-hmm.
Do you know how difficult it is to own a home and somebody's offering you $100,000 more than it's actually worth?
Well, that's not even the bad part. That's not even the bad part.
Giving it up really easily.
Well, when they're rehabbing these homes and putting them out for rent at an exorbitant rent rate that's not getting filled. So what you're going to hear in the news is, oh, they're not making money and these rent rates are going to have to come down. The piece of the story that they're leaving out is every single one of those properties that BlackRock is purchasing, that they're jacking the rent up, that no one's living at right now, right? No one's living there. So they're losing money. They can lose money for 20 years.
Right.
On each house.
So you're saying they're just gonna wait it out, like it's
100%. They will starve you out of the market, and they will continue to buy, and then you will eventually have to rent. Because what they're doing is they're only targeting starter homes. They're not going into your established neighborhoods and doing this.
They ain't going to your golf course communities and gated communities.
Oh no, they're taking up, because I see what you're talking about is happening right before my eyes in Atlanta.
Yep.
They are taking all these.
They're going to the
degenerate places. Oh yeah, they're picking
like
it up all. They're gentrifying.
So if you want a starter home, you're gonna have to go live in a neighborhood where you have a high probability of catching a stray bullet through your window. And you can start there and hope that you're far enough ahead of that wave to where when the gentrification comes, you've survived long enough to get that house sold. But the reality of it is, for your average and working class adult, regardless of what these gurus are telling you, because there's two sides to this. There's these people that are also out here proponenting that everybody rent. You should just rent. You're more flexible. You got more options, while they're buying up property and they're like, oh, well, I'm doing something different, which is true. But the reality of the situation is most people who are coming from a working class, a bootstrapping background, don't have a leg to stand on in regards to establishing wealth without a home.
Rent. That's a fact.
Because they need something to leverage. Now, if you're in a rental situation and your rent's going up with your income, how do you save money?
You can't.
Okay.
Just to add to what you're saying, man.
Mm-hmm.
I used to be of the mindset that it used to be cheaper for me to rent.
Yeah.
Simply because just 4 years ago,
mm-hmm.
just 4 years ago, this is how soon, 4 years ago, I could rent a 5-bedroom, 2-bathroom with a garage sitting on a quarter-acre piece of land in town for around $600-700 a month.
Mm-hmm.
Very easily.
Yep.
And that's affordable for anybody.
Yep.
And my mindset was, why not rent when if something major goes out, I'm not responsible for fixing the furnace if it goes out.
I was just about to say, no responsibility.
Yeah.
Exactly.
No responsibility. I'm not required to have a savings account that's set off to the side specifically for, if something happens to the home and something needs to be repaired. That all fell on the landlord. Well, now 4 years later, that same 5-bedroom, 2-bathroom, 2-story house, granted now I'm sitting on 2 acres instead of a quarter acre, but that same house is costing me $1,200 a month.
Facts.
I was gonna say 2,000.
Well, I mean, it depends on where you are and how desirable the area
location.
Yep.
Like me, I live in the Midwest, so the cost of living is a little bit lower than what it would be somewhere out on the West Coast or East Coast.
Well, I mean,
even a metropolitan area. If I was down in Indianapolis, as opposed to up north of Fort Wayne, if I was down in Indianapolis, living in any of the suburbs around Indianapolis, my rent would probably be 3 times what it is for the property I got right now.
Yeah.
I'd probably be looking at close to $3,000-4,000 a month.
Check this out. So, Ray, you've been in my house. I have a very small house. I don't need a lot of shit. It's just a 3-bedroom, 2-bath house, right?
It's a nice house. Don't doubt
my house note is like $720 a month.
Well, see, and that's the thing, Casey.
That's
is
nice.
Like someone like me and my wife, we've been trying for 4 years now to get our credit in a place to where we could actually get a first home buyer's loan. You know how fucking hard it is to get a first home buyer's loan now?
Yes, I do.
It is almost fucking impossible. And the reason I think that is because if I was to go out and buy this property outright, my actual house note would drop by 2/3.
Yep.
I was just
gonna say, instead of paying $1,200 a month, I'd be paying somewhere around $400 or $500 a month.
Yep.
And that's with homeowners insurance and everything tacked onto it.
And you would be building equity, which could be a stepping stone to making other moves later on down the road, depending on that's the thing though, is the thing that makes us not have a caste system in America specifically is the ability for people to own property. Like, I understand that the gurus are going to sit out here and tell you that like your income is where everything's at. most people are not making so much money that they're just getting rich making so much money. Like that's not real. It's not a real standard that most people hit. Your ability to multiply income is an ability to multiply income regardless of where your income is. If you are financially literate, it doesn't matter how much you have coming in. You should be able to multiply income if you know how to multiply income.
The only issue I have with owning property now, though, is the only thing you actually own is the structure. You don't own the property that it sits on.
What do you mean?
The land.
If you're paying land tax on the land for something that you were already taxed for when you bought the goddamn property, but yet you still continue to get taxed for it, you don't own that property. You're renting that property from the government.
Facts. Okay, I'll give you that.
Well, what I was
Ray,
about
I
to
gotta
say.
drop down, yo.
Okay, thanks, Reese. You have a good one, bro.
Hey, Reese, take it easy, man. I'm gonna hit you up probably tomorrow.
Ray, I'm about to go to. I gotta go to work tomorrow.
I know. I've got like you're not missing much. I've got like maybe another hour left in me because I gotta go to work tomorrow too. So
Yeah.
right there with you. Thanks for stopping in, though. No, it's great to have you.
Of course, Angry Man, Casey Mo.
Don't call me
Y'all have a
angry.
good night.
Don't not angry, man. Just call.
Oh shoot! Did I say that? Oh,
Latanya,
You-
now you gotta forgive me now because you made him a
Oh
whole
my
other
God.
YouTuber.
You can just call me Snowman.
Snowman. Let me just stick with that. I can't believe that was ingrained in me. Snowman. I'll go with that.
Everybody
Thank you.
calls me Angry Man for some reason, man.
Right.
The names are too
reason.
close.
Yeah, Snowman, but I could get that though. Snowman. All right, y'all have a good night.
Hey, you too. Thanks for coming up.
All right.
So what I was going to say, though, is that there are a couple of houses on my street that are up for rent right now.
Yep.
$1,800 a month.
Are you serious?
Dead serious.
Oh Lord,
Dude,
bro.
there's apartments in downtown Fort Wayne right now where they're just 2-bedroom fucking like condo style apartments, and they're asking like $1,400-$1,500 a month for them.
Yeah,
that's nuts. That's
yeah.
nuts.
I mean, my note is it's $787 after it's all said and done. And the rents in this area, when I first checked, when I first moved in, were at $1,100. Hold on, I'll pull up Zillow right now and see what they're going for now.
You know how I told you that they had told us when we signed the lease last year that our rent was going to go up $100. The next time we go to renew it. Well, they didn't raise it $100, but what they did this time around was they modified the lease to where the property management company is now responsible for less and less and less of the maintenance.
Yep.
On the house.
So
we had real bad wind damage, and I had 2 trees that got blown down.
Mhm.
All right. Because they don't want to have to actually do their job and come out here and take care of those trees.
Yep.
Now they put in the lease. They let it go all. It started. The trees went down the beginning of last fall. They let it go all through all last year, all the way up until the new lease now. And so this is like almost 8 months that these trees have sat down.
Mm-hmm.
All right, into my backyard, and now I'm responsible for any trees that have been down due to wind damage. But what they don't realize is actually that shit happened before the new lease. So they're still going to go out there and take care of that shit because that shit happened when I signed last year's lease.
Oh, Jesus.
So that shit should still be under the old lease.
Yeah, man.
Dude, I shouldn't have to pay some fucking tree trimming company to come out here and take care of that walnut tree out back and this big ass fucking old oak tree that basically needs to be cut down. I shouldn't have to do that.
Yeah.
What's the point in having a property management company if they're not going to do that shit?
If they're not going to manage it, yeah, right. No, I'm with you.
I've lived here for over a year now. You know how many times I've seen my landlord? Twice.
0.
Twice.
Oh, twice?
Twice. When I signed the lease and when I paid the first month's rent.
Man.
That's
Yeah, so check this out. So I'm looking at the rental rates in my area. So on my street, there's a unit that's exactly like the one that I purchased, and it's $1,300 a month. Now, as I'm looking, there's not a whole lot of places for rent right now either. There's like one on my street,
Actually, the better place to look is on Facebook Marketplace, to be honest with you.
Why is that?
There's so many rentals that the Facebook Marketplace is where a lot of rentals and shit are listed now. I shit you not.
But I was about to say the only ones that I found 4 that are under $1,000, and those are still over what I'm paying in my mortgage. Well, one of them's $750, but it's a studio, so like your kitchen's in your bedroom, like. But no, I'll have to start tapping into Facebook Marketplace and seeing what they've got there. Like that's interesting. I kind of figured everybody went to Zillow because it was easy and listed out for you.
Yeah, like I get on here and let's see, a 3-bedroom, 2-bath trailer in Fort Wayne, $1,000 a month.
Jesus Lord,
for a trailer, and it's not even a double wide; it's a single.
Lord. Oh, that's the whole. I don't need all of Kansas City, Missouri. I need like this part of it.
Hey, while you're looking at that, why don't you guys talk a little bit about the indictment and everything?
Indictment for
you know exactly who.
Biden.
Yeah. When's that happening?
Man, this never ever.
That's a pipe dream, dude.
You say that, but did you hear about the case right now against Obama that Leonardo DiCaprio was testifying for?
What? What? Hold up, bro. Hold up.
Look that up. $30 million was, you know who Praz is, right? From the Fugees?
Yeah.
Yeah, so he was funneling money, like foreign money, $30 million worth, to the Obama administration.
What?
Yeah, and Leonardo DiCaprio witnessed it and testified.
What?
So yeah, Obama might actually be getting indicted.
Well, technically, Michelle Obama should be indicted for being involved with that Juicy Smollett bullshit.
Yeah, you talking about Big Mike?
Yes, I'm talking about Big Mike.
Juicy Smollett, Big Mike. Y'all ain't right, bro.
Hey, it's not my fault she's a man.
It ain't my fault that, you know, a gay black dude on a shitty ass TV show faked a hate crime.
Also true. That's not your fault. It's not my fault either. I wasn't there.
All I know, I do know this much. Everybody on the planet knew that something was up when a black man said that he went to Subway at 2:00 in the morning in the middle of January in Chicago.
In like hoochie daddy shorts and a tank top.
and 20 below weather.
Right.
Yeah.
Hey, new voice
tropical people are not going out in 20 below weather for a fucking Subway sandwich.
New voice in the chat is my boy Mike.
Hey, what's up, Mike? Welcome to the romper room. You're winding us down in like the last 45 minutes. We chilling now. What'd you do? Did you tell him that there were some good looking girls on the panel, and then he showed up late?
Yeah, but the thing is though is that I described you.
Why?
You know what he described
what
he described is your glorious fro.
Bruh, it's powerful. It's been through a lot today.
Hey, dude, you ought to see how bad my hair froze up when it's humid out.
Oh, well. Yeah, dude, it's so humid here. Like literally every morning it's cool, but it's,
you know what a
thick.
Jew fro looks like, right?
Yes, I'm familiar with the yes.
Yeah, that's what my hair does when it gets really humid out because my hair's fucking thick.
Oh, no joke?
Yeah, I have really, really, really thick curly hair.
Dude, don't drive down here, bro. It'll blow all the way out, bro. It's terrible. It's terrible here. I don't like it. It like even in the morning, like you go out and you're like, oh, it's nice and cool, and then like you get in the car and you get like 2 blocks and you're sweating, and it's just like for no reason. I hate it.
Dude, you know, at one time I used to be actually just. I think it's been 2 years now I started regrowing my hair, but at one point in time I had hair almost down to the small of my back.
What?
Yeah. I had a 2.5 foot tall mohawk that I used to stand up.
Dude, that is so awesome. A buddy of mine, his kid, you know Big Luke J. Casey.
What I miss?
Do you know Big Luke, right?
Nope.
You don't know Big Luke? He used to be in Belton all the time, bro. Big Luke, racer, street racer. Scandalous Customs, Scandalous Inc.
I mean, it sounds familiar, but
okay. Anyways, his kid, he like let his kid grow his hair out, and he has a super tall mohawk that he rocks.
Dude,
sometimes.
I used to do
It's
my,
awesome.
well, I had it shaved to where the sides were cut down, and all I had was the strip on top.
Yeah,
but it would take me and my wife probably about 2.5 to 3 hours, and about one of them big bottles of Elmer's glue, and about a half a can of Aquanet.
Oh my god!
To stand it up.
Were you like setting it up for battle, bro? Like it sounded like he was just making a head blade.
Yeah, pretty much, dude. Well, look, man, you got to understand, when I'd stand it up, I wanted to make sure that it would stay up for at least a good 3 or 4 days at minimum.
Sorry, Ray, I was talking to
Oh,
Kate.
dude, Mike Bell said he calls bullshit. Nobody eats Subway at 2 a.m.
Facts,
I didn't know Subways were open 24
The
hours.
only way you're eating Subway at 2 a.m. is if you're tripping on mushrooms and you're freaking out.
Bruh.
Hey.
And the sub sandwich is actually a dick.
But yeah, dude, my mohawk used to be so fucking tall that when me and the wife would go out, I'd have to open up the sunroof in our Trailblazer. That way it could stick out the fucking sunroof while we were driving down the road.
That is awesome. That's actually really cool. I dig that. I wish I could have a mohawk sometimes. I would want a battle hawk though, where I could cut people with it, and then I would run at them just like in Primal Rage.
Yeah, I just had 6, basically the Liberty spikes, but just the 6 going right down a row. Right
That's
down the
freaking
middle of my
awesome.
head.
That's super cool. Mohawks are awesome. I'm a fan of mohawks ever since I realized that people who have mohawks aren't always racist. So,
Hey, dude, I actually had a hairdresser one day. It was when it was about a foot and a half tall. She asked me. She came up. She said, "Do you mind if I ask how you got that to stand up like that?" I said, "Sure." She said, well, how did you do it? I said, Elmer's glue.
Oh,
She's
wow.
Like, get out of here.
Time out. I call bullshit on what Ray said because I know for a fact that Mr. T is racist as fuck.
Bro,
Mr. T has a fake mohawk.
He's actually cool, by the way.
Oh, shut up. I hate you, bro. Why you up here spreading fake news?
Mr. T doesn't have a mohawk.
Mr. Youngblood said he's back where that fine cougar go.
and Mr. T doesn't have a mohawk. He's just balding in all the wrong spots. He's got a reverse bald spot.
Do you think it just grows naturally like
hold
that?
Hold on.
Yeah.
Is Mike trying to come up for a little bit, or is he just trying to chat, period?
It seems like he's trying to get on there.
Well, you got to hit the StreamYard, brother.
Yeah, you got to hit the StreamYard link. If you're trying it from your phone, it's going to open up a browser, and then you got to like go through the steps. It kind of walks you through it, and then you'll be in the back, and then I'll see you, and I'll let you up.
Probably opened about 4 windows trying it without actually noticing that it opened windows.
Oh, Jesus
Christ. Well, okay, so if he's just trying to chat, so like the deal is we have people watching in multiple locations. So let's see here. How many people do I have over here? Stream settings, important fit now.
P.S. I wasn't listening earlier because I was talking to Katie.
Oh no, I totally understand that. I kind of figured. I was like, it's getting kind of late.
Nobody cares.
So there's 2. This stream is going on multiple channels, Mike. So as I'm putting them up, you guys will be able to see if you're on different channels. But like if you're on one channel versus the other channel, the people on that channel aren't going to see your text till I bring them up. Oh, I mean, you can be on either one, Youngblood. I mean, we know you out here. You showed your thirst. We got it. And then Mike said, nope, been there. Still no Subway. Like, yeah, I mean, nobody goes to Subway. Like, who eats Subway? Like, we know that their bread is made from shoes.
Dude, I stopped eating at Subway when they fucking changed how they cut their sub buns.
Oh, how do they cut them now? I haven't been there in so long.
You don't remember the old way? When
Didn't they used to
cut the top?
Yeah.
They used to cut the big V on the top and open it up from the top and stuff everything inside and then put that piece on top, back on top.
Oh.
Yeah, they don't do it like that no more.
Oh, damn. Okay, that's fair. That's fair.
Now they do it like a regular sub where everything falls out on when you try and eat it, so it's useless. Might as well just go to Penn Station at that point.
Bro, Mike Bell said jizz and chicken wire. Oh, why you like this, bro? Definitely your friend.
What did he
Jeremy.
say?
He said jizz and chicken wire.
Dude, you ain't right, dude.
Hey, he's definitely trying to get up on the panel, though.
Oh, I've been dropping the link, dude. Like, I've dropped it like multiple times. It's everywhere that he's at. I know for a fact because it's only.
I call bullshit.
I'll drop it again.
I call bullshit again.
God damn it.
He definitely dropped it. I saw it.
No,
there
he
it
didn't.
is. There it is again. There,
No, he
there it
didn't.
is. Whole ass links. 2 of them.
Whole ass bullshit.
He said, "Oh, they got a new menu." Mr. Youngblood City went there. Did they get new bread? Because I stopped eating it because of the bread. Like, I don't like new buck bread unless they're gonna fill my shoe up with meat, and then I'll eat that in my dystopian authoritarian regime known as America.
I'm gonna try and help him get on.
Pause.
Pause.
Be like that's what you say about your friend when he's trying to mount his first biggin. I'm gonna help him get on. Like, hey, let me boost you up there. You got it.
That was Cellulite.
Bruh. I don't know. Cellulite said he was about that life. I think he's got it all figured out.
Well, all he's doing is he's maximizing his options.
I think I won out. I think I won out of this car.
Right.
He's just he thinks he's got it figured out.
There we go. Mike's there. Oh, he's blanked out. I ain't never seen nobody show up and it's just a blank white screen. Isn't Mike Black?
What'd you say?
There we go. Okay. All right, I'm bringing you up, Mike.
Cool.
Welcome to
Daddy
the family.
Let's go outside.
Oh, it's so nice to
Andy
be here.
got a family. Hey, Mike, how we doing?
Yeah,
you got
well,
a
you
family,
know,
and
don't rub it in.
We know you happy now. Look at Mike. He walked in. They was oh, damn it, Mike.
He walked in and he walked right back out. He's like, "Fuck all these crackers."
Facts, bro. He said, "I'm not."
There's a couple things I need to say.
I am not getting on a panel full of crackers, man. Fuck this shit.
Hold on.
Look, there's something I need to say.
Out real quick. Okay, go ahead.
All right. First of all, I do call bullshit. Nobody eats Subway at 2 a.m. Period. Second of all,
agree.
I have been on the whole shrooms and wanting something to eat. It's still not Subway. I'm sorry. And third of all, you can't say not all racists have mohawks because, in essence, all racists, well, most of them don't have any fucking hair. Come on, guys.
Yeah, most of them are skinheads.
I'm just saying. I mean, if you're going to do it right.
How are you going to
remember, my friends? We are in an all-inclusive society. We include everyone except the people that don't agree.
Mike, I think he just equated the punk movement to racists.
Well,
actually,
I mean,
no. I separated the punk movement from racists.
No, I'm saying that's what
the punk movement
Ray did.
Pretty much said,
no. But there's 2 different sets of skins, though. Are we going to have that conversation? Because there are
that is very true.
American worker
Shall we?
Skinheads, and those skinheads do not rock with neo-Nazi skinheads. Matter of fact, they do go out of their way
and coincidentally,
to attack.
most of them are not pros. I'm just saying.
Well, and the knuckleheads in Kansas City, for instance.
Yeah.
I mean, they were headed up by a big black dude named Rico.
Yeah.
And really cool people.
Yeah, that's. I mean,
Actually,
I didn't.
yeah.
I spent a lot of time in the punk scene in Kansas City, and like that's how I found out about that because there were some people that were rocking, and I'm like, "What's all this mean?" Because I think it means one thing, and I think we have a problem. And they were like, "No, like we don't fuck with them." So
I learned years ago, gentlemen. I learned many years ago that sometimes.
Oh no, that sometimes God gets you and you drop off. Like, dude, bro, Mike, they be coming from like the government got Mike, bro. We might not see him again.
So I like him a lot. Is
Mike here in town, or is this one of your panel friends?
No, he's here in town.
I'm about to look out here and see if I can see this little bitty ass chopper floating around. Like, hold up a second.
No, he works at my smoke shop.
That was too abrupt, man.
He'll be back.
Bruh, that's if the government allows it.
So he's the same age as me and Snowman.
Oh, okay. Okay.
How do you know how old I am, motherfucker?
Because we've talked about it. You were born in 1978 or 9.
You just, hey, don't be doxing me.
I mean, he doesn't have to dox you at this point. The feds already know where you live and have been to your house.
Shut up!
This is no new information.
No one asked you.
Matter of fact, I think you're down in our social credit scores.
Just because the feds know where I live doesn't mean everyone else needs to.
Oof, that's a solid point. That's a solid point. Okay,
that's true.
Casey Mo's sorry.
Thank you. You almost.
Nah, I dox myself all the time, dude. So I ain't worried about it.
Okay, here we go. Mike's back. The government allowed it. Okay.
I don't know what the hell happened.
Dude, the government's after you, bro. Like, we are a radicalized group of men that are angry at the women. And
okay, you're not wrong. No. We don't hate life. We simply hate what life does to us.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. I can rock with that.
I mean, let's face it. Your first piece of, woman was life. See how I clean that up real quick?
What is life? I'm tired of
life. Life is level 1 of the game that none of us will win.
Oof. That's solid. That's actual facts too.
Given a long enough timeline, the survival rate for everyone drops to 0.
Dude, if we get those nanobots, I might win, bro. I'm upgrading.
Actually, you and I both know the nanobots will never show up until 10 years after we all die.
Hopefully they'll use it to excruciate my dead carcass.
Will not happen, and you know it, for the simple reason that there is nothing that none of us does that guarantees someone will say, hey, we need them back.
Well, I've put enough content out on the internet that they could just put my consciousness in a robot and it would just tell people they're broken, built like shit.
Okay, so you are the one guy that will get saved. Screw you, the rest of us suck.
No, you guys are up here with me. So, like, hopefully whoever excruciates me, everyone on this specific episode, bring them all back too. Because, like, I need some other people to help me talk shit to everyone else.
Even Be Bold and Stink.
Even Be Bold. Well, I mean, if they bring you back, Be Bold and Stink comes back by proxy, right?
How do you know?
Well, I mean, they're bringing your consciousness back, and that's part of it now.
I think you're thinking that. I think you're going too far into this. Because what you're claiming, is consciousness. I'm not so sure, bud.
Bruh, hold up a second. I got you. I got something for you because this is what.
Okay.
I mean, if they can do this, then they can bring my ass back, and they can bring your ass back, and we can all be conscious critters together. Hold up, let me pull this up.
Well, before you illuminate the darkness of my mind, remember they will not bring me back. Nobody wants a second run of this.
Hey, dude, you know how AI works? Once it gets running, it kind of does its own thing. Well, once they bring me back, all you fucks are on the block, baby. Like, it's coming. Like, I'm bringing back.
Hey, this is my first night.
I know.
No, this is my first night.
You're included in the hood rat shit with my friends.
If I could, real quick though, since you guys brought up life, I would like to actually give Marshall Mathers,
testify, brother man, testify
of what life is. And he says, what is life? Life is like a big obstacle in front of your optical to slow you down. And every time you think you've gotten past it, it's going to come back around to tackle you to the damn ground. What are friends? Friends are people that you think are your friends, but really your enemies with secret identities and disguises to hide their true colors. So just when you think you're close enough to be brothers, they want to come back and cut your throat when you ain't looking. What is money? Money is what makes a man act funny. Money is the root of all evil. Money will make them same friends come back around swearing they was always down. What is life? I'm tired of life.
Oof.
And what is you damn near couldn't say that without singing it. I promise.
Oh, for real, dude. I'm tired of backstabbing ass snakes with friendly grins. I'm tired of committing so many sins. I'm tired of always giving in when this bottle of Henny wins. Tired of never having any ends. Tired of having skinny friends hooked on crack and mini thins. I'm tired of this DJ playing your shit when he spins. I'm tired of not having
sorry,
to deal.
sir, your mohawk
I'm
just
tired of
shrank
having
an
to
inch.
deal with the bullshit without grabbing the steel. Tired of drowning in my own sorrow. Tired of having to borrow $1 for gas to start my day in Monte Carlo.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm sorry, sir, your mohawk shrunk 2 inches.
The president wants to tell you a story, guys. Hold up.
I like Eminem, and you can eat shit if
Eminem's dope. I'm throwing it out there. Hold on. Let me hit the fair use so that they don't take me down. But I want y'all to hear this story because it's important to me, and we need to hear it before we go to bed. Okay, check it out. Here we go.
Have I ever told you the story of the magical pistachio? I got lost in the grocery store and couldn't find my way out. But that's when I saw it, a glowing pistachio. It spoke to me and said, "Follow me and I'll lead you to safety." So I followed it, and we climbed up shelves and found a secret passage that led me to the bread aisle. And that's how I found my way out of the grocery store, all thanks to the magical pistachio. So if you ever get lost, just remember all you need is a little faith and a magical pistachio to guide you to safety.
This motherfucker.
That can't be real. That cannot be real.
It is not, but that's like literally. Hold on. I got one.
It sounds so good on him, though.
It does. No, I got another one for you that's dope. Have you guys heard the new Jay-Z track? Hold up.
I like that beat.
Yeah, it's dope.
Got a good hook.
You tell the young they can never become what they aspire to. Born in a cell with no one can inspire you. Your highs up was never as high as those that lie to you. Pretending that they live in the sky, lying behind your roof. Shooting holes up at the ceiling, trying to find the proof, trying to fight the feeling, the truth. Tied up like the noose they've been concealing. Dipped in diamond so that you find it appealing. Time for dealing, despite y'all dealing, we are the savages, the natives who fight the appeal of all your lavishes. The brave who find what is real and call it as it is, and use a mind of will to escape the laws of averages. To be rich and broke, could it be broke and rich? You see, it all gets flipped by those who master this, who give a whole new meaning to what your master says. Jumping over the walls on old mattresses, the savage. Woo! We are the savages. We are the savages.
Okay, so a couple of things that you guys are going to find very interesting. First thing, that's not actually Jay-Z. Second thing, Jay-Z didn't write those lyrics either.
That doesn't surprise me.
That's
I actually
AI
knew the second
generated.
thing.
That's AI generated lyrics that. Or AI, it's written. Somebody else wrote the lyrics, but they used an AI deepfake to make it rapped in Jay-Z's voice and cadence. If this was actually on a Jay-Z album, you would not be able to tell the difference.
It almost sounded like him.
It sounded exactly like him, and the way his inflection, all of that shit was dead accurate. But
it almost sounded like him.
I would say if this was on a Jay-Z track, when I first heard it, I thought it was Jay-Z. Like if I wouldn't have said anything and stopped it, and we weren't talking about deep fake and AI, like the record industry right now is melting down over this because Jay-Z literally had nothing to do with this at all.
I had what is that, Cat GPT?
Yeah,
write a rap about racism once.
Oh Lord, we got a special guest here. Hold on, what you got for us now, man?
Oh, Jesus Christ. It can't be him. Please tell me it's not him.
It is.
That motherfucking ignorant fucking cracker.
Do you got something for us, Angry Santa?
Listen.
Don't. No, look. First off.
Oh, here you go. You're going to talk, right? And you're going to say something super important.
Do not ever fucking compare him with me.
Everything you say.
That he says.
Here we go.
That fucking red-faced fucking piece of shit.
Full well knowing.
Fucking ignorant motherfucker.
You're just angry because I invented Christmas.
Has never read a fucking book.
Well, the important part is you're not bitter.
What fucking Encyclopedia Britannica is.
All I know is that I heard that some guy on here. Listen, I let you talk. I let you talk.
Are
we gonna talk? Are we having a conversation? Come on, guys.
Dude, you live
Come
in
on.
a ready-made. You live in a ready-made shed, dude.
You guys know. Yes, of course I do. Of course I do, because I'm smart. I don't want to be around all these darkies out here killing each other.
Of course you don't, because God, who wants to do that?
Listen, all I'm saying is there's no crime in my trailer park, and there never has been. I've lived in one my whole life.
Well, that's because you don't live in a trailer park. You live in the shed behind the trailer park.
I was gonna say, I call bullshit unless you live in that damn shed.
I do. Listen. I live in both. Okay. I go to the shed when I want to spy on beautiful, sexy black men.
Wrong.
Beautiful, sexy black men.
Okay.
The only reason I even came up here is because I heard that some guy on your panel, on this panel right here, was trying to pretend like he had something to do with me, and he doesn't. Because listen, I've heard you guys talk. I've heard all of you talk, and none of you bring up anything of importance. None of you have the balls to say what I say, which is the truth, and I know that because I heard it once.
Quick question. Are you saying that they don't have the balls to say it, or are you saying that they're not merely intelligent enough to come up with the awe-inspiring quips that you do?
Of course they're not. Of course they're not, because they're all raised around all these dark people that don't know anything.
Oh God!
I'm sorry, sir. This is a new millennium. You're not allowed to talk about testicular fortitude. It has to be neutral. I'm just saying, it has to be fortitude.
Why don't you ask the angry old fucking darky hater guy?
That's a good idea. Excuse me, darky hater guy. I have a question.
Yes. Okay. I don't hate black people. You guys always do this thing where you am hominem on me, and you don't really even know.
Am hominem.
But to be fair,
you know what? This is
to be fair, you are the one that said I am.
This is where books are.
You are the one that said I only use my shed when I want to watch darkies.
Listen.
You said that.
If you want me to understand what you're saying, you're going to have to speak more monosyllabically.
Oh, I'm sorry. He's actually correct in that. So let me put it this way.
What other new words?
How do you think so? I can't even finish that. Jesus Christ.
It's okay. You weren't really going to say anything anyway, because I came on this panel and I kicked your asses.
Whatever.
Well, damn. Since I don't get affection at home, I appreciate the thought.
I think the only ass that got kicked was your O-ring, dude.
Oh my God, this is the best disruptor ever. I mean, if you're gonna have a troll, I'd take Be Brave and Stink or Pink or whatever the fuck his name is over a dick any day.
Can I ask him?
I like arguing with him.
Oh, go ahead.
Can I ask the question now?
Shoot.
Okay. My question is very simple. How do you talk so much crap with so many stretch marks on your lips?
Ouch.
Oh. That's rough. That's
it's not his fault. It's not his fault. Stretch marks happen, naturally. It's not his fault. I mean, you open your mouth a little too wide. It happens.
I'm really upset.
Damn.
I feel like I just missed him again. Did I just miss him again?
Bro, you always just miss him, bro. Like it's wild. It's almost like me and patriarchy, where they think we're the same person, but we're actually not. And then when we get on the panel, people don't know who they're screaming at anymore.
I bet you wish I hadn't got reconnected, huh?
Bruh.
What I would have said if I were on at the same time he was is, I digress and my mic is muted.
Bruh. You know what we need to do? We need to figure out a way to send him over to Jay Prince's channel.
Oh no, that wasn't Jay Prince. That was Smitty, who I actually really like, but he just never makes any points.
No. But I'm just saying. Like,
I never met him. I just was talking shit.
We should figure out a way to get old Angry Santa over on Jay Prince's channel. That's
calling him Angry Santa.
He is Angry Santa. There's Angry Man, there's Angry Snowman, and there's Angry Santa now.
I do not want to be compared with fucking dude. He is. Look, he's an idiot. He is intellectually fucking challenged.
Dude, he's probably in the process of getting radicalized by the FBI right now.
Probably.
He getting free meals, drinks and hugs, bro. Like getting them Beanie Babies and all the good shit.
To be fair, Santa got angry one time in 1979. It was on January 1st when Mrs. Claus said no.
Uh-oh.
Damn.
Dang.
Hey, so Mike,
that was the last time.
No. So Mike, that was not actually a real person. That was a caricature of a real person.
I know.
That is also a real person.
Yeah, and it is also a real person.
I've seen many living caricatures, so I get it.
So Ray, did you notice what I did to the actual picture?
No, what did I see? Well, I saw the original one, like where you made it the screen.
Right. Did you see the hat and the glasses and like?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I saw all that shit.
I think that's what. Until I can like take some time to actually get a beard and everything else, that's how I'm gonna do it. Because I mean, that's what I don't sense myself anyway.
I want.
I mean, I personally think you should just get.
I want one that does that.
You should beard that up.
Oh yeah, what's going on over here in the corner though?
Fun,
dude. It's my logo.
There's a corner.
It's just super small.
I was talking about your corner. Hey, real quick though, my lady wants me to be off of here and hanging out with her. So
I bet she does. She probably likes you or something. I don't know.
She does. So I'm about
My
to
God,
jump
what
off.
did you do wrong?
That's all a big lie. She doesn't like him.
Bruh.
She probably.
She just likes his doggy style.
Hey.
Oh, come on. You know he's adorable.
Snoop Casey Mo.
Oh no. Oh wait.
All right. Well, I was about to say I think everybody's about to turn in. We got a solid one tonight. That was good. That was good times.
Well, before we sign off, let me just say thank you for accepting me, and I appreciate the thought.
Well, no, you gotta come back. Oh no.
Well, of course.
No. Mr. Youngblood shooting shots at you, bro. he says she about to peg him, bro.
I buy that too.
Not even a little bit.
Why?
I buy that 100%, man.
That's terrible.
I could see him getting
Why
cut.
can't Casey Mo get no respect in here, bro? Y'all just own everybody's necks. It's terrible.
Both of y'all.
Hey, you know what? Just take your cucking and like it.
Right. Hey, let me tell you something. When my uncle got out of prison, he taught me anything goes near there, you clinch and twist.
Oh Lord! You talking about doing the gator spin?
It's illegal in I think like 7 different states.
He said gator spin him, bro. That's what he just said. He said hit him with
Look,
the gator
he did.
spin.
He did. He said hit him with the gator spin. Holy shit!
You ain't right, dude.
Bro, Mr. Youngblood said
No,
he said
the
nobody's
sad
safe
part
tonight.
the sad part is he probably is right. I'm just saying.
Ain't wrong.
Right? There comes a moment when you got to realize it's not going to happen.
So I don't want to hear nobody say you didn't get a life skill listening to Guns and Butter. That's all I'm saying, bro. Like we out here trying to save your finances and your butt, bro. Like
all right, gentlemen, look, check this out. I will give you another word of wisdom for the evening, all right?
All right, let's go.
Now, a bag of potato chips and a push-up bra have one thing in common. Technically, two. The one thing they have in common officially is once you get them open, they're half empty. The second thing is false fucking advertising.
That's a fact.
Oh, Jesus. Yeah. Oh, man.
Hey, you want to see
now?
You want to see some of
if
my?
You'd rather.
You want to see some really
Go
gross
ahead.
shit?
No,
Well, you
well,
keep
always.
talking. I just want to see if Ray wants to see some gross shit.
No, I don't.
All
I
right.
mean,
Yeah, no, dudes, this is some of my awesome, realistic artwork that I do around Halloween time.
oh, okay, yeah, I do.
You want to see this? This
Yeah.
is what I did to my wife a couple years ago.
Oh, dude, why did you hit her?
Oh,
in the
that's
head with the
good.
brick?
Nice.
Because she didn't load the dishwasher.
You like that, Bill?
Bro.
Man? You see how her neck's all slit open and shit.
Yeah. What did you name this?
Dude, that looks
asked you
really
4
good.
times.
That's funny. That looks
Yeah.
really good. Do
No,
you
it
do that
is.
like professionally, or is it just you did it for a Halloween thing?
It's just a hobby of mine.
Dude,
the the wife says that.
All right, so
wife tells me that I have a lot of weird talents. Like that. This is me and her that I did one year.
Oh wow!
Nice.
Cool.
Now, my anniversary is on Halloween. I would love to hook up with you and do something like that for my anniversary for my wife and I.
But yeah, this one we actually had a theme. We were
Jay Rilla said next time you'll show is your Bud Light guzzling game.
But no, this one we actually had a theme, man. We were a wedding couple that got attacked by zombies and ghouls while cutting through a cemetery.
Look, I can't lie. My favorite part is the backstory.
Yeah, I was about to say, I was like, there was a lot to that, and I respect you for thinking that up like that far.
Well, definitely. I mean, the best part is the backstory.
Well, if you look at our wedding was a masquerade wedding too, man. Because if you look at her face, she had the masquerade mask literally ripped right off her face, the flesh and all.
Yeah, yeah.
Nice.
And then she actually wore the masquerade mask on top of her head.
Oh,
at the party we went to.
Did you put some pretend flesh attached to it or no?
Yeah, actually, I ran out of the fake flesh and blood. So what I had to do is I had to use stuff at home and make shit for her face, like on the fly.
No,
you know what I'm saying? Out of household shit, but basically, yeah, all. I had when you do stuff like this, like I always carried a bottle of fresh blood with me.
Yeah.
That way I could keep the blood fresh all night long, because what happens is as the night goes on, it'll dry up like blood really does, and then you add more of the fresh blood, and then it'll dry up, and you add more, and it gets this really, really like nasty coagulated like. This, dude, it adds to it.
Hey, real quick, I'm gonna
big time.
Before I do, let me leave you with some words of wisdom from my grandpa.
Okay.
Oh Jesus!
Lay it on us.
Isn't this the guy you wanted to take hunting?
Yep.
Okay.
Yep. Are you ready?
Yep.
Ready.
If you're gonna accept candy from strangers, don't complain about walking funny for a week.
Hey, you want to know?
Okay.
Okay.
That's
This is
terrible.
words of wisdom that I heard from an ex-girlfriend. If you take your kids to a one of those a festival, don't let them take balloons from hippies.
Ooh, good call. Okay, here's one for you. I see your advice and raise you one more. My father-in-law once told me about religion. If you can't swallow the whole cracker, don't stick out your tongue.
Oh, bruh.
Right?
You're saying that on a panel full of crackers.
Pause.
Irrelevant. I am as much cracker as the rest of you fuckers.
Oh God. Oh.
All right, guys. I'm out.
Matter of fact, I'm bona fide so saltine. Damn it.
I want him on the first mosh pit show.
Actually, I think I'm more of a half Ritz. I think I'm more of a half Ritz. I'm not sure.
Oh Lord.
I definitely want him on the. Hey Ray, we need to bump heads too, because I want you to throw me a couple ideas for the first couple shows too. Topic ideas to discuss.
Absolutely.
You know,
Okay.
Be careful.
Something from the left side of the tracks. You know, from the darker side.
Why
Real
do
quick.
I have to be the left side of the tracks?
Because
That's
you're-
rude.
Because you're lighter.
Somebody's got to
got
be the other side.
Why can't Reese be the left side of the tracks? Oh yes, he's too busy
Because-
fucking everybody's wife.
Yeah,
Never mind.
Don't we all? Wow.
Reese is too busy
Wow.
fucking everybody's wives and smoking weed.
Facts. And hitting on Kendra G gratuitously, and basically every woman he sees is pretty.
Dude, I
So-
swear to God.
Should
one
I
of these
give him
days-
my address?
I mean,
I've been wanting to go. Doesn't Kendra G do that dating show?
yes,
I've been wanting to go on her show and troll her.
dude.
Okay.
God, why?
If you do, you better text me because I'm tapping in. I'll start typing hard. I'll type so hard in the chat, bro.
Well, see, the thing is in order for me to go on there and troll her, I need somebody to kind of feed me lines when I get stuck.
I got you.
Yeah, hey,
Look,
so
I'm not kidding. I can bullshit my way in or out of anything. I can give you excuses to cover anything. They'll work for anybody except me. My wife knows better.
He said that work for anyone.
But see, what I'm thinking about doing is going on her show in blackface.
No.
Oh no.
Why? Why?
Dude, no. You do not go blackface. You go blackface, that just screams, look, I'm being a total cock. Don't do that.
That's the whole point.
Agreed. I understand where you're coming from, but I think you went way too far.
How about powder whiteface?
There you go.
See, now that would be totally different.
Yeah.
Okay, listen, I really am getting off of here. Snowman, I don't believe you. I'll send the link to Mike so that he can
have a link.
Right on. Yeah, no, the mosh pit, man. You're gonna have to come in. Mosh pit starts Monday night.
Sweet.
It's going to be a new nightly thing, man. It's basically going to be the white Fight Club.
Okay, well, I tell you what I can do. Every day I close the store, I can just log on and bullshit on my way home.
That'll work.
And then some.
Yeah, I'll send that to him. Other than that, I'm out, guys. I'll talk to you soon.
Until it becomes an issue, in which case, then let me know when I should send the address.
You're fucked up.
Oh God, bro.
Yeah, look how detailed that shit is, though, man.
That's ridiculous. That's freaking really.
That
good.
is great, man. I really like that. That is good.
I got into the prosthetics, man, on accident.
Jay
I'm a big Halloween buff.
The 16th.
Well,
matter of fact, Halloween is the only holiday I like.
How I
you are good.
How I got into the prosthetics actually was 1 year. You know how they they were the big thing 1 year was people were doing that zipper head thing.
Yeah.
Where they were putting the zipper on their head and making it look like their head was unzipped.
Yep.
You know, it'd come in, it'd be like around their mouth or some shit. Well, what I did is I took the zipper and I stuck it upside down and I had it look like it was unzipping around my eye and then put a prosthetic right there on my eye where it looked like it was just nothing but fucking, guts and eyeball and well, the eyeball was gone because it had a blackout screen on it, but it was just like bone and guts and shit. And basically it looked like it unzipped right around my eye and the zipper was still right there, like that. And it turned out so well that it became a ongoing thing now every year. When me and the wife decide that we want to dress up, I go and get prosthetics and, all the blood shit. And I'm waiting for my son to actually get into it so I can do it to him, because something about seeing a little kid running around looking like he just got mangled trick-or-treating is
you are not wrong.
Gratifying. It is gratifying. And it's not just gratifying to me, it's gratifying to everybody that witnesses it.
Oh, hands down. And look, for real, like I said, hook up with me because I will pay. I mean, definitely. Hook up with me.
Super talented. Okay.
Yeah, dude. I'm an artist, dude. So that's what I do. I don't know if you can see that in the background, some of my sketches and paintings and shit.
Really good.
Put your info in the back chat, man. I'll link up with you, man, if you're into some shit.
All right. My only question is, what the hell's a back tap?
Oh, if you look over on the
chat.
Yeah, if you look over on the side, there's like a couple of different things. There's like comments, and then there's a private chat tab. If you put your information back there, it's so that we can see it.
Oh, now I'm on my phone. Does that make a difference?
Nope. You'll still go back there. Just make sure you're under the private chat side of that.
He just did.
Oh, Jesus Christ. So we can have Jeremy knows him, so we can.
Yeah, I'll just have Jeremy hook me up.
This dude, he accidentally hit the X. I used to do that when I first started doing this all the time. So, do you have any final thoughts before I?
No, I think I'm gonna. I agree with Jay though. I think maybe tomorrow I might do a stream tomorrow about that whole Governor Whitmer and Michigan thing, and
absolutely.
go through all those videos and all the information that I have. I got copies of all the affidavits, go through all that shit again. Dude, I even have something that nobody has. I have the video where we interrogated Steve Roby.
What?
Yeah, well, like all of us that didn't get arrested interrogated Steve Roby, the head informant.
Yeah.
Live on YouTube.
What?
Yeah.
Yeah, dude. Well, the thing is, and I think that needs to be talked about because, like, that's something that's. Oh, here, Mike's back. Okay, so Mike,
so I can go watch it.
Throw that in the back chat.
Hey,
but
I'll just throw my phone number back there for you, and then shoot me a message, and then we'll have each other.
Sorry, I hit the wrong button and just jumped out completely.
no, it's super easy to do that on your phone. I totally understand.
Hey, I put my phone number
My
back
bad.
there, Mike. Just take my phone number down and shoot me a message after this is over. Then you got me.
And not a message
Right
of
on.
your dick.
Yeah,
Got it.
I don't.
Got it. I do have one question though. How did you get the hair just so around your balls? I mean, that is amazing, man. You are an artist.
It's one of them things. If I was to tell you how I did that, I would probably have to kill you.
My,
I understand. Houdini has his secrets.
oh my goodness, an angry snowman has a ball man chew. Like,
Fuck off, dude.
No, it's a Fu
You know
Manchu. I'm
what?
telling you,
You're just
full-on
jealous
Fu
because
Manchu.
your Mexican side of you won't allow you to grow a beard this glorious.
bro, I don't even know
Ooh.
what side it is. It's just not growing a beard. Period. It's terrible. Like I got that struggle beard,
You've been waiting your whole life to grow a beard, and all I got to do is go take a shit, and mine pops out.
bro. It's
Look,
because you
look.
push it too hard. That's not healthy. You're not supposed
Don't
to
feel
push
bad.
like that.
I couldn't get my goatee to connect until I was in my 40s, dude. I'm telling you, shit happens.
Dude, I started growing a fucking goatee when I was 13 years old.
Bro.
What's that old saying? It came out way back pre-Cleopatra in Egypt. What is that? Oh yeah, fuck you too.
Oh god.
For real, dude. No, it was you basically fuck you. You know what it was? Look, I grew up in the era where like I went to a Catholic school too, so we weren't allowed having facial hair. All right.
Oh,
I remember
dude, so
those
you was, like,
days.
shaving
Oh
halfway
god.
You know,
through the day.
oh, dude, and look, we had a fucking prick for an industrial arts teacher, straight up fucking prick. You know, he was your typical fucking German fucking Catholic fucking piece of shit, dude. And that motherfucker had a nice rusty old Bic fucking razor that he would make you go in the bathroom and dry shave with if he caught you with facial hair.
Oh no.
Oh, dude, you come out of the bathroom looking like fucking Edward Scissorhands got a hold of you.
I think I know that guy.
That is terrible. That ain't right.
I think
That
I
ain't
know
right.
him.
Dude, the joys of
Holy
Catholic
crap.
school, bro.
So
Oh man, I think I know him.
well, so while we did have fun tonight, Mike, do you have any last words?
Not that I'm aware of.
Jay Rilla, that's your white side growing that hella crazy beard, not
Jesus.
your Mexican
Don't,
side.
don't talk to Jay Rilla. Okay, so in closing, what I was saying, Snowman, was I think it's really important that that information gets out there. So while I might not be able to tap into the stream, after you're done, send it to me because I definitely want to share it on all my social medias because people need to see that because the things that people are complaining about with racism, like they're doing messed up stuff to all of us collectively while also stealing rights from all of us collectively.
The racism is just a byproduct of all this shit.
100%. And like when you like seeing that
Agreed.
stuff, I'm like, oh, go ahead.
No, I was disagreeing with you.
Oh, okay. So
I do rescind my statement. I do have one thing to say. I appreciate the fact you guys let me come on here tonight, and you know, thanks.
Oh no, absolutely,
Hey, no problem, brother.
But
And back to your point, I agree with you so far.
we need to have and shed light on that as well because like this isn't this. I mean, all my streams, I've been saying this for a decade now. America is fighting a war on two fronts. They are fighting a war against their citizens, and they are fighting wars externally.
Yep.
And the way that is playing out is multifaceted, both internally, externally. They're just blowing people's stuff up.
Well, Mike's actually right. It's more like on three fronts.
Yeah.
You know that there's a cultural war.
Mhm.
There is a racial war going on. And if you want my opinion, I think there's a spiritual war going on right now.
Okay, well then I'd say 4.
Well, if
because
you
it's
add
definitely a
spiritual,
financial
if you
war.
add spiritual, there's 4. There it is. Yep. So there's at least 4.
Yeah.
I didn't even think of spiritual.
So well, I mean, it
Well, think about this. I mean, you're old enough, Ray, and I know Mike's old enough.
Yeah.
Fuck
Did you ever think in your lifetime that you would see a day to where you were shunned and looked down upon if you believed in God?
Never.
No.
Not once in my life. As a matter of fact, I had the same conversation with my wife a couple days ago. I never dreamed I would live long enough to see the way shit has gone. So many men have fought and bled and died for the American dream. What The hell is it anymore? I know it was called the American Dream. That doesn't mean we have to be asleep.
Right. Well, it's in my opinion, I think it's just great marketing. It's a result of great marketing, and some stuff worked for
terrible
some people.
marketing that happened in a great way.
Well, or that, but I mean, like when you look at the way that stuff is playing out and the way that things are set, like this is 100% by design. But like the thing that I've always said, and whenever anybody has the conversation about racism, period, throughout my entire life, I'm like, what you do to the least of a society will eventually play out to the whole of society. And now we're here at the whole, and people are upset. And I'm like, well, yeah, like this shit was cute when it was just happening to us.
Well, in times like this, I'm reminded of Albert Einstein. He said very famously.
I mean, think about that though. If the same thing that played out with these militias that they're doing now, they did the exact same thing with the Black Panthers and all the pro-black movements, where they were like, we just want to take care of our neighborhoods. Then
see, exactly.
If you don't want to fuck with us, we'll take care of ourselves. They were like, nope, radicalize them and then get them up out of here. The only difference is they did not assassinate any of these men. They set them up to go to prison.
Well, see, and that's the thing is what I was telling you earlier. What happened in Michigan was necessary for January 6th to have been believed by the public the way it was.
Yep.
Because think about it. Because if people were going to actually attempt to kidnap and kill a sitting governor, all right, well then it ain't that far-fetched to believe that what they claim is, a couple 100,000, when actually it's more like 4 million people in DC, had an armed insurrection that never happened.
Yep.
And then you needed that to happen, like I said, in order for the American population to be uninvited to the first inauguration of a president in American history. This is the first time the public was not invited to see their president inaugurated ever.
Right.
But is it? But is it?
When else have they not been invited?
Think about it. The first 4 or 5 presidents, there was not a big public invitation. It was aristocrats and people that did their thing and had the power. That's who was invited. So technically, all we're doing is sliding backward.
No,
I mean, I said a second ago. Listen, Albert Einstein famously said the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over and expecting different results. Now, if you really look at history, the progress of quote unquote civilization always goes the same way.
Yep.
It begins, it grows, it gets to an apex where everything is wonderful, and then it degrades because people are too fucking greedy. So at the end of the day, I submit to you, civilization in and of itself is insanity.
Well, I agree with that to a degree. All I'm saying is,
I like roads and air conditioning, though. Not gonna lie.
I'm just saying that as far as the inauguration thing, even back then, even though aristocrats and shit were the ones that showed up, maybe to the first few, the public was still invited. If they
were not, because it was still a caste system at that point.
No, they were,
and it's getting to be a caste system now.
Yeah,
but they were invited. Because if you're talking about the first 5 presidents before 1776, then I'll give you
that. That would intone the first 5.
But from George Washington on, yes, they were invited. The first 5 that were ruling before the United States of America.
I think you're arguing semantics.
It's not.
I think you're arguing semantics.
Well, no, post 1776 is the
okay. The invitation could have said open for all, but you know as well as I do, if somebody that didn't have any money or influence showed up, they were not getting in.
Well, the difference between before 1776 and after is the fact that we were under British rule and rule of the crown.
You're right.
American
that is correct.
Afterward. So that's.
But you and I both know that American rule was not that much different. The people that were in charge at that point still took their cue from what they had seen in charge before them. So they acted the same way. There were minor differences and they did tone down certain things, but at the end of the day, it was the same kind of regime.
To a degree, except for the fact that.
No, I'm just fucking with you. I'm just trying to get you going.
And I'll tell you where we're going to get going. I'm going to bed. Y'all Get out my face.
I don't blame you.
That's what we getting going because I got to be up early. But I really do appreciate you guys. The panel has been super fun. Honestly, I say this darn near every week, but I think this is one of the best episodes. I really do.
Well, I've listened to a few of them, and it's hard to say.
We didn't get to go down the Fed Now rabbit hole, but I'm going to save that. So that's going to be I'm probably going to slot that in first for next week because I really wanted to talk about that. But next week we're going to
I got a topic for Mosh Pit. Who is more racist, Mr. Rogers or Mr. Robinson?
Oh my God, that's a good topic.
Okay,
that's like saying
guys,
who broke more walls.
If you're not tapped into the Mosh Pit, definitely tap into the Mosh Pit. This is going to be interesting, and me being the social experimenter that I am, I've got to see it with my own eyes.
Dude, you're going to be a part of it.
I know it's going to be.
I'm an avid study of human condition, and this has been.
I'm going to have so many clips to be like Ray argues with actual racist. Ray,
look, my ultimate goal is to see the Mosh Pit become a more culturally diverse version of Fight Club.
I think that would be freaking awesome and hilarious. And
everybody's welcome to come and speak their opinion.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just
free from judgment or bullshit. Just be prepared to be shouted down.
I think it's going to be hilarious when you got all these people showing up, and then all the mods are black women. they're just going to lose their minds. Like, they're going to be like, "Yeah, we came over here to scream at dark. What the fuck is going on in here?"
Yeah,
maybe my tint's off. Everything looks a little different.
Dude, it's not going to make sense at first, but it'll make sense in the end.
Oh, I think it's going to be great. I'm excited.
Dude,
there's a certain beauty to chaos that you just can't deny.
Dude, anarchy is one of the most beautiful things that has ever been
Pure
introduced.
anarchy is, but they always seem to taint it. The human condition just can't seem to be outdone.
Well, the problem with pure anarchy is in order for pure anarchy to take reign, you have to actually violate the tenets of anarchy in order to get people indoctrinated into the idea of anarchy.
Thank you. You have officially impressed me. Not very many people actually understand the difference. I am impressed. It's not very often I get to have a conversation with people that are actually intelligent enough to use more than monosyllabic words. Yes, I used it back.
Welcome to the fucking jungle, Mike.
Hey, look, dude,
sometimes
there's a group of us that we hang together, and we've kind of found each other. We're like the island of misfit children.
One of my favorite jokes for years has been, "It's a sad day when you have to dummy down lowbrow humor, and you, my friend, have just depressed me." I've told that joke for years, and it makes me sad that no one understands what I've just said to them.
It's because people are stupid.
Exactly. I mean, my God. All I did was stop short of putting a sign on your forehead that says "Smack me, I'm dumb."
Hey, make sure you. I'm gonna put the channel to the Angry Snowman in the back. You're gonna have to sub to that too, man.
Okay. So I'm getting ready. I'm dropping you guys back. You still be in the stream, so you guys can talk in the back chat. But I gotta get my stuff going. I gotta say goodbye to everyone.
You big whiner.
Shut up. No, okay. So that wasn't nice. But what I wanted to say was, thank you guys for tapping in, and I wanted to give a shout out to the wonderful chat, all the new people who were in here. We have Mike coming up. Latanya, I said it right, stopped in, and we had all of our regular supporters that I appreciate so much. Feminine Melanin University was in the house. Georgia Swan was in the house. Move It J was in the house. Beans actually stopped over for a little bit too. Started a little bit early tonight. Reese was here. Cece was here. Big Bad Bull, the Mod Father, was in the house. Angry Snowman, obviously on the panel. Casey Mo, obviously on the panel. Those are staples. Reese also was on the panel. Charles, Uncle Wallingford stopped through. He was not on the panel this week, but he is a great friend of the movement and the panel and the channel. And everything. He's been around for a long time. Definitely offers some really great insights. DJ Witch Doctor stopped through for a little bit. Much appreciated. Mayo Monkey was in the house. He came on the panel for a little bit, obviously, after LaTanya came up, and then he dipped off. He didn't stay with us. Jay Rilla was in the house. Natasha Vincent, always, she's the one who starts the show off. It doesn't start until Natasha shows up for the show. Lante, also new person, stopped through to hit on LaTanya. Not surprising. Ricky Webster stopped through tonight. Always a pleasure to see that brother swing through. This was one, Mr. Youngblood City, obviously, always one of the first people in the stream, even. Like, it's just wild. It gets wild around here. This video, this episode was jam-packed. We didn't even make it to the second topic. It was so jam-packed. That's how jam-packed with information. Like, we went in. We're definitely going to have to tap in with Angry Snowman about this story about the guys who got accused of threatening to kidnap the governor in Michigan. That's crazy. That's important. We need to know. We need to have those conversations because, like, it seems like the people who were supposed to be protecting and serving us seem to not be protecting and serving us at large across the board in some very devious, insidious, and dare I say, anti-American ways. Snowman brought that to the forefront, and I'm not going to let that ride because, like, of all this stuff, we're looking at every single little injustice, and we're not looking at these macro injustices where they're manufacturing boogeymen that we're supposed to be scared of that they made that didn't necessarily do anything. That's crazy to me. And I don't think, as somebody who lives in this country, and, you know, I'm not expecting anything special, but I am expecting the country to live up to the promises that they stated in the Constitution, where they wrote down what was promised to the citizenry. And the stuff that Snowman brought to light tonight towards the end of this show definitely are not those things. So I'm definitely going to be keeping tabs. I'm definitely going to pass this to some other people that like doing deep dives. I'm definitely going to continue to harangue about this because it's just another way that this system is failing us. But it's supposed to be our system. So we have to speak on it. We have to make it aware. We have to use our votes, and we have to go through the process until this thing completely fails out and they expose themselves for who they are. Because we're going to do the right thing. We're not going to sink down to their level. We will be resolute in our homes. We will have our finances together, and we will be able to both protect and provide for our families. But we're also not going to ignore these egregious transgressions that these entities are overstepping into our lives. Like they're ruining people's lives. They're removing people from society that could have been productive people in society, and they made them into a fashion to where they get to be the boogeymen. And these people are facing like long amounts of time becoming slaves of this country, because once you're incarcerated, you are a slave of this country. And they're literally going out, and like, as much as like we always like to talk about, and I always joke about like, oh, are people coming in and like actually being slave catchers? Like literally that's what this is, and they're doing it to white people. And I think that's if they'll do it to them, then God knows, like maybe we don't have a gang problem. Ever think of that? I mean, if we can set this up to where these things are, if they're manufacturing quote unquote insurrectionists and terrorists and all these things, then how do we not know that most of the gang and drug activity that's happening in the hood, how do we know that like literally some of that isn't feds also? These people catching RICO cases, how do we know that they're not informants setting up these gangs? If they can set up a militia, they could definitely set up a gang. You just change the color of the person in the area where this thing is set up. So I'm definitely got my ears perked. It's something that I'm definitely going to be paying attention to. Definitely going to be looking. Oh, geez. Hold on. Before we go, Angry Snowman added in a final point. 19 years in federal prison for Barry Croft. 16 years in federal prison for Adam Fox. Nobody's saying their names. We're saying them here. Barry Croft, 19 years in federal prison. Adam Fox, 16 years in federal prison. What they were charged for, they never did. And we're going to close it out on that. Don't forget those names. Good night, everybody.